law, was later applied to music in the form of the major scale. The law of 7 shows that no force can develop in one direction and shows the places where these changes or retardations occur. Q. Is it because of obstacles at intervals? It is because of intervals. Obstacles are normal, every energy develops among obstacles. Q. Does the line always change in one direction? No, in any direction. When things happen, one can never be sure of direction. Men 1, 2 and 3 never arrive where they want to, it can only happen by accident. We think that when we do not arrive where we want to, it is an exception, we do not realize that it is a law. We cannot rely on chance to provide the right shocks at the right moments. Q. Is this process infinite? You cannot imagine a force that works indefinitely. It works according to the amount of energy there is. But again, octaves are different, they may be descending or ascending. An ascending octave is between a certain number of vibrations and double that number. A descending octave is between a certain number of vibrations and half that number. So speaking about a succession of events, we have to know ascending and descending octaves. Without knowing whether it is a descending or an ascending octave, it is impossible to understand it. And this is what happens in ordinary thinking, because people study ascending octaves and take them for descending and vice versa. Q. Could you give an example of people taking a descending octave for an ascending one? A. Suppose we meet savages, we usually think that they are primitive, and from these primitive people there begin to develop civilization and culture. But we do not realize that in most cases they are descendants of cultured people. Very often we take degeneration for evolution. It is easiest to observe the law of 7 in human actions. You can see how when people begin to do something, study, work after some time, without any visible reason, their efforts diminish, work slows down, and if some special effort is not made at a given moment, the line changes its direction. There is a small but real change in inner strength. Then after some time there is again a slackening. And again, if there is no special effort, the direction changes. It can change completely and go in a diametrically opposite direction, still appearing to be the same thing. There are many phases of human activity which answer to this description. They start one way and then imperceptibly continue in exactly the opposite way. If these intervals are known and if a method of creating some special effort or arrangement is used in these intervals, it is possible to avoid breaks in the octave. Everything goes by octaves, no vibration, no movement, no activity can go on in any other way. Scales vary, so we cannot follow them, but we can see their results, the results of the law of 7. Even the inner physical work of the organism is under this law. With certain kinds of effort we can produce these missing semitones, fill the intervals and in this way change the work of our machine. For instance, you will see later how the effort to remember oneself changes many things in the chemistry of our organism. Q. If you discover an interval in a certain action, is it likely to go on repeating? A. If you could find examples it would be easier to talk. To answer generally, if nothing is done, the interval will increase with each octave, at the same place. Q. You spoke about octaves of self-remembering. A. Not exactly. I said that if you work, your work may form itself into octaves and will have intervals. If you do not know where the intervals come, your work will change. But we cannot speak of octaves in relation to self-remembering, because with us it only starts and peters out. If we manage 2 or 3 notes it will be good. We have not got enough initial energy. Yet we must start and start again until we make an octave. We have to begin afresh every day. Do, re, mi. For a long time we can get no further than me. Q. If you get to me, what happens? A. Then you stop and go back. For a long time you will not pass the interval. But after some time of study you will be able to detect intervals. You will know that in some part of your line of work an interval is approaching. Q. To see octaves, ought one to try to follow a sequence of happenings in oneself? A. Not a sequence of happenings, but you can see intervals if you begin to do something, to learn something. You will see how an activity goes on for some time in a particular direction and then deviates from the original course. Now, having all this in mind, we come to the study of the universe in order to determine what is the world for man. Man lives on the Earth, but the Earth is one of the planets of the solar system, so man belongs also to the planetary world. The Earth occupies a certain place in the solar system, so we can say that we also belong to the Sun. The Sun is one of the stars of the Milky Way, so in a sense we belong also to the Milky Way. Then, ordinary science understands and admits the existence of other galaxies, similar and dissimilar to ours, so we belong also to the world of all galaxies taken together. Astronomically we cannot go any further, but philosophically we can conceive a state of things where everything is one, as an apple is one. This state we call the Absolute. So all galaxies, our galaxy, our solar system, the planets, the Earth and the Moon which is in the sphere of influence of the Earth, are all in the Absolute. The Absolute actually creates only the world of the next order to itself, and the will of the Absolute does not manifest itself beyond World 3. As the number of laws increases, they become more and more mechanical and complicated, and the will of the Absolute cannot come through the intervening mechanicalness and manifest itself in the lower worlds. But it starts the ball rolling, so to speak. Try to think about it, it is very important. Q. Why should not the will of the Absolute fill all? A. There are things impossible even for the Absolute. You see, we think that if the Absolute is a state of things to which the origin of all things belongs, the will of the Absolute can do anything. Yet there are some things the Absolute cannot do, because he begins by creating certain laws, these laws create other laws, and these yet other laws. The Absolute creates only the first order of laws. If he wants to manifest his will on our level, he will have to destroy all these laws. We are surrounded and controlled by quantities of mechanical laws. When we begin to see that, we realize that it is impossible for the will of the Absolute to enter our level. In order to do that, the Absolute would have to destroy all the intermediate worlds, since everything depends on the laws governing them. A little change would mean the destruction of the whole ray of creation. We can understand this to a certain extent by analogy. If we take man as the Absolute and try to find the ultimate limits that can be reached within himself by his will, even the most superficial knowledge of human physiology will give us an answer to this question. Man's will, taking it as a conditional concept, may govern the movements of the whole body, of separate limbs, of some organs and of breathing. If a man concentrates his attention on the tip of his nose, he begins to feel it. By this concentration he may even provoke a slight sensation in some tissues. But he can in no way manifest his will in relation to some separate cell in his body, cells are too small for this. Man's will can manifest itself only in relation to tissues, in relation to cells it can no longer manifest itself. If we take man as analogous to the Absolute, tissues will correspond to World 3, and cells to World 6. Or, to take another analogy, if an architect draws the plan of a house and gives it to the builders and contractors, he cannot afterwards interfere with the bricklayers, or with the people who live in the house when built, should he not like the way they behave. Try to understand that each level brings more laws, independently of the other levels. The architect has made his plan and has finished with the house. Many things did not enter into this plan, the work of the decorators, the people who will live in the house, the cats, dogs, mice and so on. It is a question of understanding the principle. Many things enter on each plane, independently of the original plan. There is nothing new in the ray of creation, nothing that you do not know, only the facts are differently disposed. Disposing your material in a certain way is necessary for the solution of any problem, and the way it is done includes in itself an understanding of how this problem is to be solved. So the ray of creation is a kind of enunciation of the problem of how to define man's place in the world. This means not only man's exact place but also the relation of this place to as many landmarks as possible. The ray of creation is a help, an instrument or a method for new thinking. We know about the division of man into 7 categories, and everything else should be divided in the same way. Ordinary thinking is divided into thinking number 1, 2 and 3. Thinking number 1 is chiefly imitative, thinking number 2 is more emotional, based on likes and dislikes, thinking number 3 is theoretical, logical thinking, which is quite good in its place, but when it is applied to things that are beyond its power it becomes quite wrong. This is all we know in ordinary life. From the ray of creation begins thinking number 4, and this you must try to understand. The ray of creation is not another theory, like other theories you know, it is a certain rearrangement of the material you have already. And thinking number 4 is thinking which, little by little, disposes of all contradictions. In thinking number 3, whatever line one takes, one immediately finds some other theory which will contradict that particular theory. In thinking number 4, not at once but gradually, one comes to a certain understanding of the fact that it is possible to think without contradictions, to understand that contradictions are not really contradictions. Ordinary thinking has many contradictions. For instance, if we take the world, we either think that there is a kind of divine will which creates and keeps everything, or that things just happen by themselves. Another example of ordinary thinking is will versus mechanicalness, or predestination versus accident. When you study the ray of creation, you will see that it contains all these things. All these views are right in a sense, and the ray of creation includes them all. There is a theory that the human mind we know cannot invent an absolute lie. It cannot invent something that has no relation to truth. Everything the human mind can invent will be a partial representation of truth. For instance, if a man tries to draw a new animal, he will have to take parts of known animals, for he has to use the material borrowed from his actual observation of life. The ray of creation shows you how all contradictory theories about predestination or freedom, free choice, divine will, mechanicalness and so on can be reconciled in one system, how, in their totality, these views, each of which shows one facet of the truth, do not contradict one another. In one place one thing is right, in another place another thing is right, but each, if applied to the whole, is wrong. Later you will see that certain things cannot be applied to the whole because the whole is not one, it is too varied, has too many faces. The ray of creation also shows that. At present the study of the ray of creation and of universal laws is not yet knowledge, it is only language, but with the help of this language we will be able to talk about many different things for which ordinary language lacks words, expressions, connections between things. In studying this new language, you understand the relation of things to one another, because it binds everything together, everything we know or must know or can be interested to know in the world. The value of this language is that in using some term of it you explain not only what this object is and what place it occupies in its immediate surroundings, but you also show its place in the whole universe. Taking the ray of creation as a succession of events, it can be regarded as an octave. It is a descending octave in the sense of expansion and differentiation. The first interval in this octave is filled by the will of the Absolute. In order to fill the second interval, between planets and Earth, a special instrument was cosmically created. This instrument is organic life on Earth. Organic life on Earth plays a very important part in the ray of creation, for it guarantees the transmission of energies and makes the growth of the ray possible. The growing point of the ray is the moon. The idea is that eventually the moon will become like the Earth and the Earth like the sun, then another moon will appear, and so growth will continue up to a certain point. But this is rather beyond us. Organic life is a sort of receiving apparatus for catching and transmitting influences coming from the planets of the solar system. At the same time as serving as a means of communication between the Earth and the planets, organic life feeds the moon. Everything that lives serves the purposes of the Earth, everything that dies feeds the moon. This sounds strange at first, but when we understand the laws which govern organic life, we will realize that it is based on a very hard law, the law that one class of living beings cats another class. This not only makes organic life self-supporting but also enables it to feed the moon and serve as a transmitter of energies. Thus organic life serves many purposes, those of the greater worlds, the planets, the Earth and the moon. The question arises, how can we prove it? We can find certain proofs later by analogy with man, because man is built on the same principle as the ray of creation. There are many things which we cannot prove in an objective way, but it may be we can find proofs by studying ourselves. Q. Why does the soul at death go to the moon? A. The moon is hungry. Q. Is not the Earth hungry too? The whole surface of the Earth, its composition and structure, depend on organic life. The Earth receives the body, for that is what it wants. It depends on taste and appetite. The moon wants one thing, the Earth another. It is a very interesting idea. Later you will see more clearly how things are connected, how one thing makes another grow. Certain matters pass to the moon in that way which otherwise would not be able to reach it. And they come in an already digested form. Q. What is the Earth? Is it alive? Where does organic life end and Earth begin? Organic life is a quite definite thing: animals, plants, men and all microorganisms. As to the Earth, it is certainly a living being, only on quite a different scale. Nothing is dead in nature. Only some men are dead. Q. What is the form of communication between organic life and Earth? There are many forms of communication. When you inhale air, for instance, this is communication. We are here on Earth as part of organic life. Organic life is under certain influences coming from all the planets, and, since we are part of it, these influences affect us too. We are also under certain influences coming from the Sun, the Milky Way, and, maybe, under the influences of all worlds, although, naturally, influences of all worlds on an individual man are very small. We do not know much about influences coming from the moon, but we do know that it plays a very important part in organic life, and, without understanding how everything is connected and in what way the life of man on Earth is connected with the planets and the Sun, we cannot understand man's position and his present life as it is. For instance, without this diagram it is impossible to understand that man lives in a very bad place in the universe, and that many things which we regard as unfair, against which we rebel and try to fight, are really the result of this position of organic life on Earth. If we were on the moon, it would be still worse. There would be no possibility of development. On the Earth there is a possibility of development. We can develop certain parts in us. Very little of planetary influences comes to us as individuals. Generally planetary influences are only felt by masses of people, thus they are responsible for wars, revolutions and things like that. An individual man is very little under planetary influences, because the part that can be affected by them is undeveloped. This undeveloped part is essence. To a certain extent man is also under the influence of the Sun, and he can be under much higher influences if he develops higher centers and becomes connected with them. So development means passing from one kind of influences to another kind. At present we are more particularly under the influence of the moon. We have to become more and more conscious to come under higher influences. Q. In what way are we under the influence of the moon? A. The moon plays a very important part in our life, or rather the life of organic life on Earth. The moon controls all our movements. If I move my arm, it is the moon that does it, because without the influence of the moon it cannot happen. The moon is like the weight on an old-fashioned clock, and organic life is like the clock mechanism which is kept going by this weight. The action of the moon on our life is purely mechanical. It acts by sheer weight, and it receives higher energies which little by little make it alive. If you remember the four kinds of energy: mechanical energy, life energy, psychic energy and conscious energy, then the moon acts with mechanical energy, like a huge electromagnet, attracting the matter of the soul. When it gets this matter its temperature changes. The moon is in a very low state, much lower than the Earth. All our mechanicalness depends on the moon. We are like marionettes moved by wires, but we can be more free of the moon or less free. When we understand that, we will understand that the way to become more free is by not identifying, not considering, struggling with negative emotions, and so on. At present we cannot move a step without the energy of the moon. The wires cannot be cut at once, for then the marionettes would simply collapse. It is necessary to learn to move first. All sleeping people are under the influence of the moon. They have no resistance, but if man develops, he can gradually cut some of the wires that are undesirable and can open himself to higher influences. In this way he can become free from the moon, if not fully, at least considerably more than he is now. Q. Do lower influences come from the moon? A. More mechanical influences. If man is completely under the influence of the moon, he is a machine. Q. Do you mean that the moon affects us both physically and psychologically? The physical influence is different, this is normal. It is when the moon begins to affect our mind and emotions that it is wrong. It happens only when man is cut off from higher influences, but nothing can cut him off from them except himself. Q. Could you tell us more about this idea of feeding the moon? A. First I must ask you a question. What does this idea signify to you? What is the chief principle you see in it? Q. I do not understand the first principle of it. You see, you can look at it from different sides even when you hear about it for the first time. When you see the right principle, then everything becomes clear. When I first heard it, it certainly seemed very strange, but at the same time I saw that the principle behind it was that everything is connected, that things do not exist separately, that in a certain way organic life connects Earth and Moon. Q. Does the moon actually cause human catastrophes by requiring certain food for its own being? The moon does not cause catastrophes, we are guilty ourselves. It is no use trying to accuse the moon. Suppose we neglect to repair a wall and it falls, whose fault is it? It falls because of physical laws, but at the same time it cannot be the fault of the physical laws. If cosmic influences fall on a right soil, there are no catastrophes, just as a wall does not fall if we repair it. But of course there may be big catastrophes that are not affected by our attitude. Q. Why is it that planets affect man in the mass and not individual man? Because the part of man which can be affected is either very small and undeveloped or too covered by personality. Personality reflects all these influences, and man is under the law of accident. If man lived in his essence, he would be under planetary influences or, in other words, under the law of fate. Whether this would be to his advantage or not is another question. It may be better in one case and worse in another, but generally better. Planetary rays cannot penetrate personality. People in the mass are affected by planetary influences in certain parts of themselves which are always there. Most people in a crowd are men number one, that is, men living in instinctive and moving centers. And the chief motive power of man no. One is imitation and imagination. When people are under the power of imitation and imagination, they very easily accept mechanical influences, they begin to imitate one another, so it produces a big effect. When people live as part of the mass, nobody can help them, they are so intermingled that you cannot separate one atom from another. On the level of the mass they are all the same. People can only expect to meet with favorable influences when they rise from the mass, not before. Influences affecting the mass are only unfavorable. They are influences that keep it down. There are favorable influences that help individuals to get out, but they can only help men who stand a little above the mass. We can expect help, but only on a certain level, for what would be the value of our efforts if someone could take us by the ears and drag us up? If we become conscious, it is the same as having will on a higher level. And if we can isolate ourselves from many of these planetary influences which affect the mass. Q. Is our aim to develop ourselves so that as individuals we can come under planetary influences? A. It will not be individual influence, it will be in accordance with your type. Individual men are different according to their essence. essence or type of man is the result of planetary influences. Planets make us what we are. Different combinations of planetary influences make different essences. Q. You were saying that we come under cosmic laws to the extent that wars are caused by planetary influences. Is it fate? A. When I answer about what fate means, I take only what can really be called fate, but for many people fate is much more extended. When they are taken up by some big movement, such as political movements, wars, revolutions, for them this becomes fate. It must be understood why we spoke about planetary influences, why they were mentioned and in connection with what. The chief idea is that planetary influences may be very different. Our state attracts and repels planetary influences. We cannot know what they are, we can only know our state. If you remember yourself, you can attract good planetary influences. If you are mechanical, you attract wrong influences. Q. Do the many laws under whose influence we are produce the different eyes in us? A. Yes, very many. Forces pass through man and he takes this as his own desires, sympathies, attractions. But it is only forces passing through him from all directions. Starting from World 3, forces reach man and can produce actions, attitudes, or they may be rejected. We can only study the effects they may produce. We are interested in everything from the point of view of our prophet, the rest does not interest us. Higher forces or higher influences are normal, cosmic, but we can open ourselves to receive them, or shut ourselves off from them. If we are asleep, we are more close to them, and the more we are asleep the more we are closed. If we awake, we open ourselves to higher influences. Q. You said we are under the law of accident. From what source of influence does this law come? Can we be free from it? A accident has many different manifestations. The simplest forms begin to disappear very quickly if we are more awake. But you cannot take this literally, this law is very big and many-sided. It is a question of degree. Only in the absolute are things absolute. For us it is a long stairway and on each step one is more free. If you are below, you cannot speak about what will happen when you are at the top. You can only say, if I begin to work so as to be free from the law of accident, would my life be less chaotic? Certainly, if you have a permanent aim, you will be free from accidental aims. Forget about miracles. Each line of effort will bring results on that line, though there are connections. Q. How can one extricate oneself from bad influences? A. Before we can even think about doing we must try to understand what these influences are. This is a constant mistake that everybody makes always to think they can do. We cannot do, but if we know, we may change something. Q. As we have not developed our higher centers, how do we receive the influences coming from higher worlds? A. Our ordinary state is relative. In our best moments we are receptive to higher influences. They reach us through centers. Though we are not permanently connected with higher centers, they influence us if they are not too deeply buried, and something manages to reach us through them. Q. What is the purpose of man's existence? A. Man and even mankind does not exist separately, but as a part of the whole of organic life. The earth needs organic life as a whole: men, animals, plants. The ray of creation is a growing branch, and this communication is necessary in order that the branch may grow further. Everything is connected, nothing is separate, and smaller things, if they exist, serve something bigger. Organic life serves planetary purposes, it does not exist for itself. An individual man is a highly specialized cell in it, but on that scale an individual cell does not exist, it is too small. Our ordinary points of view are very naive and homocentric, everything turns round man. But man is a very insignificant thing, part of a very big machine. Organic life is a particular cosmic unit and man is a unit in this big mass of organic life. He has the possibility of further development, but this development depends on man's own effort and understanding. It enters into the cosmic purpose that a certain number of men should develop, but not all, for that would contradict another cosmic purpose. Evidently mankind must be on Earth and must lead this life and suffer. But a certain number of men can escape. This also enters into the cosmic purpose. So individually we are not important for the universe at all. We cannot speak even about humanity in relation to the universe, we can only speak about organic life. As I said, we are part of organic life, and organic life plays a certain part in the solar system, but it is a very big thing compared with us. We are used to thinking of ourselves individually, but very soon we lose this illusion. It is useful to think about different scales. Take a thing on a wrong scale and you lose your way. Q. Did you say it was intended that some of us should develop? A. As far as we can see, it is under the same law as, for instance, street accidents. It is well known that in every big town a certain number of people will be killed by traffic. Who will be killed is not determined, it need not necessarily be one or another person, but a certain number. In the same way, a certain number of people may have a chance of escape, but there is no must about it in this case. This is the difference. Q. Are we given the possibility or must we create it in the teeth of circumstances? A. The possibility is given. Every normal person has this possibility. The rest depends on us. Individually men exist only for themselves. But even for themselves they do not serve any useful purpose. If a man grows and becomes different, he may become important individually in some way, although we cannot know that for certain. But this can refer only to a man of higher development, not to a mechanical man. Q. Why do the sun, the planets and the moon want to communicate? It is all one thing, only to us do things look separate, in reality they are all linked together like different parts of the body. It is like the circulation of blood in an organism, or the flow of sap in a growing branch. This is why communication is necessary. Q. How many laws does a man live under? A. We do not know. We can only speak about the earth, which is under 48 laws, but you cannot use the same scale in relation to man. You can only say approximately that organic life stands in the same relation to the earth as the moon and is therefore under 96 laws. But this is only the principle. Man is under many more laws. Q. Could you give an example of the 48 laws? It is not a question of a catalogue but of understanding what the idea means. Man is not under one type of law but under many different types. First of all, man, like every creature on earth, lives under physical laws, which means that he can live only within certain limits of temperature. Then, there must be a particular amount of humidity in the air, and the air must be of a special chemical consistency for man to breathe. Man is also limited to a certain kind of food which he can digest. These things are all laws for man. Then, coming to quite simple laws, there is, for instance, our ignorance. We do not know ourselves, this is a law. If we begin to know ourselves, we get rid of a law. As I said, we cannot make a catalogue of them, for some of them have no names, but some we know. For example, we know that all men live under the law of identification. This is another law. Those who begin to remember themselves begin to get rid of the law of identification. So in order to free oneself from laws, it is first necessary to find one law from which one can liberate oneself, and get free from it. Then, when one has freed oneself from this law, one can find another. Again one liberates oneself, and so on. This is the practical way to study laws. Q. There are so many laws which we cannot help obeying, for instance the necessity to sleep so many hours every night. Is this a way of understanding how much man is a machine? No, not quite, because this law of sleep is a cosmic law. Man is made like that, many cosmic laws maintain this arrangement. But there are laws which hinder us on all sides or keep us in subjection, and which are not necessary at all. There is no beneficial side and no cosmic necessity. We are under too many unnecessary laws, and chiefly the law of our own mechanicalness. This is what particularly keeps us down. For instance, we live under the law of negative emotions. It is not a necessary law at all. We can live much more happily without negative emotions, although people do not believe it. Q. Do you mean we must be subject to all these laws? We cannot fall, or not fall, under them. They do not ask us, we are chained, they govern, control and direct us. Q. Can we get free? We can on conditions. The ways under here, the 4 ways, are ways of liberation from unnecessary laws. Without schools one cannot know from which laws one can get free, or find means of getting free from them. The idea is that we are under too many mechanical laws. Eventually we can get rid of some of them by becoming subject to other laws. The only way to get out of the power of one law is to put oneself under another law. But this is only the general idea. You can be shown the way, but you must work yourself. Q. Does not the acceptance of new laws in a school lead towards a new crop of academism? The outcome of work on oneself is not creation of new laws but liberation from unnecessary laws. Discipline, necessary for the period of study, is only a means, not an end in study of oneself. Understanding is necessary, and being conscious you cannot escape with words. This is exactly what is impossible. Q. Does the possibility of attaining permanent I depend on the number of laws one is subject to? Yes. Try to find an analogy to what it means to be under more laws and fewer laws. Suppose a man lives an ordinary life, then there is conscription and he enters military service. While he is in the army he is under more laws. When he ends his period of military service he is under fewer laws. Then suppose that while he is in the army he commits a crime and is sent to prison. He is then under prison laws in addition to military laws, the laws of his country, physical and biological laws, and so on. This is the kind of analogy we must find to understand the idea. For instance, if a man is well, he is under a certain number of laws. If he is ill, he is under more laws. Q. Not in reality? Yes, certainly, he has to obey his doctor or go to hospital and be under the laws of the hospital. Q. What purpose is there if I have a toothache? I see none. Q. Is it not part of the cosmic design? No, there is no design. You cannot speak of purpose without scale and relativity. It is impossible that the same purpose should apply both on a big and on a small scale. Everything has a cause, but not everything has a name or purpose. You must not forget the idea of scale. Q. Nature seems to be very unjust and very cruel to man. What do you call nature? An earthquake is also nature. But for the moment we apply the word nature to organic life. Evidently it was created like it is because there was no other means. If we do not like it, we can study methods of how to run away. We are too small individually to be known by any higher forces, so who is just or unjust? We operate with imaginary ideas in a small limited circle, indefinite limited conditions. There can be justice and injustice. But on a larger scale this idea loses its meaning. There are many such ideas which have a certain meaning on a small scale but lose all meaning on a larger scale. At the same time, this idea of justice is interesting because people lose a great amount of energy on this point. We can stop this waste, but we cannot correct things in the world. All life from beginning to end is an injustice. For instance, we have to diet is most unjust. We divide things into just and unjust, and what right have we? All organic life is based on injustice. It is a self-supporting farm to breed cats and rats. Cats eat rats and rats eat cats. What is justice among cats and rats? This is life. It is nothing very beautiful. Our aim is to get out. It is not our business to feel indignation, that is simply loss of energy. But we must not pretend that facts are different from what they are. Q. Are you going to put man on the same footing as the rest of organic life? There is no difference. Only other units are fully developed and man is only half developed. Q. How is it that man, who is but one manifestation of organic life, should be chosen to have a chance of further development? I do not think it is a question of choice. I think this question needs quite a different approach. From this point of view, all organic life can be regarded as a long work of experimenting with the idea of producing a self-evolving being. If man can reach a higher state, it is because he is made that way. He is created to be self-evolving. Other beings are only experiments for developing different features, They do not possess all the qualities that man possesses. Man is a machine, but there are different machines, and machines can be made for a special purpose. If a machine is used for the purpose it is made for, it is in the right place, but if it is made for one purpose and used for another, it is in a wrong place. Man is a special machine, made for a certain purpose. He is made a recipient of certain higher influences coming from worlds 3, 6, 12, and because he can receive these influences from higher worlds he can become independent of the world surrounding him. Q. How can man escape from his situation? A. He can escape from some of the laws. On different levels things are under different laws. Q. Then is man in a higher state of consciousness subject to fewer laws than we are? A. Certainly, because most of the laws we have to obey are the result of our sleep and our unconsciousness. Every step we make in becoming more conscious sets us more free. Suppose a man is satisfied with mechanical life, then he cuts himself off from higher influences and receives only influences beginning with World 24. Certainly he is then in a worse position than a man who receives influences from higher worlds. Laws or influences from worlds 3 and 6 can only come through higher mental center and influences of world 12 through higher emotional center. You must understand, besides, that many influences can be received mechanically, but many others need effort. Moreover, influences do not remain as they are in man, they are transformed in him. It all depends on how they are transformed. Q. Are men responsible for what they do and animals not responsible? Men 1, 2 and 3 are less responsible, men number 4 and so on are more responsible. Responsibility grows. An animal has nothing to lose, but man has. When a man has started to grow, he has to pay for every mistake he makes. If one has no control, as in sleep, one has no responsibility, but if one has even a small possibility of control, a possibility of being more awake or less awake, as in our case, one is already responsible. Q. That implies justice. No, nobody would call it justice if you had to pay for your mistakes. Most people think that justice is getting what we want and not what we deserve. Justice must mean some coordination between actions and results of actions. This certainly does not exist, and cannot exist, under the law of accident, and we live under the law of accident. When we know the chief laws, we understand that we live in a bad place, a really bad place. But we cannot live in any other, so we must see what we can do here. Only we must not imagine that things are better than they are. This question of justice and injustice is a very good subject for thinking, because people spend much energy on this problem. They use the words but do not give an account to themselves why they call one thing just and another unjust. Yet one thing is always connected with another, one thing inevitably follows from another. It is our assumption that there must be justice on each scale. Try to explain what is just and what is unjust. How can you know? People are machines. How can machines be just? It is not a quality that belongs to machines. If they are responsible, like man number 5, then you can speak about justice and injustice, but if they act in the way conditions and circumstances make them, what can you expect? Very often our idea of injustice is based on a very narrow view. We do not compare things and see that it is the natural order of things. We cannot speak about injustice so long as we think of it as an exception. When we see it as the rule, we may think of how to escape from it. There can be no justice in our present state, no justice in prison. The only thing one can seriously think about when one realizes that one is in prison is how to escape, not sit and cry about injustice in prison. People are machines, they are pushed in a certain way and roll, and when they hit a wall they stop and then begin to roll back. Justice, like many other things, depends on place. Let us start placing it from the point of view of the system. We start with the division of humanity into different circles. Now we can see where the misunderstanding about justice arises. Justice really begins in the second circle, when people begin to understand one another better, And there is more justice in the circle inside that one and still more in the innermost circle. In the outer circle, justice can only be accidental, like everything else. Justice, like many other things real and imaginary, such as positive emotion, knowledge of certain things like future life, understanding between people and so on, which we want to find here in the outer circle, exist, if they exist at all, only in the inner circles and are impossible here. Will things remain as they are unless everyone is conscious? Things will remain as they are, but we can escape. It needs much knowledge to know from what we can escape and from what we cannot escape. But the first lesson we must learn, the first thing that prevents us escaping, is that we do not even realize the necessity of knowing our position. Whoever knows it is already in a better position. If man is analogous to the worlds, can we understand which are the 3 laws of man? Yes, we can. If we take world 6, we see that there are 6 orders of laws, 3 from the world above and 3 of its own. So we can say that the laws belonging to world 6 are half of the totality of laws under which it exists. Now take world 12. 3 laws of its own make 1 half, equal to the other 9 laws which make the other half, and so on, until we come to man. 3 laws of man's own make a half of the total number of laws under which man lives. You will see from this that the finer the forces, the less of them comes to man. Why do they represent half? Because they occupy half the place, and may even occupy the whole, and other forces may not work at all. All depends on which influences we are open to higher or lower. You said that organic life is governed by 96 laws, the same as the moon? The same number, but quite a different manifestation. Organic life is not similar to the moon. The moon is a cosmic body, organic life is a film on the surface of the earth. The number of laws only shows the relation of a given unit to the rest, but not its being and consistency. Did you say that planets affect situations, wars and so forth? Yes, they may create wars. The whole solar system is a unit, so everything in it is connected with cosmic causes and it all affects life on Earth. Causes of things that happen on Earth are often outside the Earth. But when there are causes that can produce wars, it depends on the state of humanity at a given place and time. People can show more resistance or less resistance. If people at a certain time in a given country are in a better state, they show more resistance. Does the Earth affect the Moon and other planets as well? Yes, but we are only interested in what affects organic life and, through organic life, ourselves. How can we test the arbitrary statements about the role of organic life and about the Moon being the youngest in the ray? There are no arbitrary statements, it all comes from the system. It is not my system, I have not invented it. Just as a theory, it presents no interest. It is interesting only if we realize that it comes from higher mind. I started with the psychological side to give you a possibility to acquire valuation of these ideas. If you have got it, you will be patient with this side. Are we working against nature? I often get the idea that to a certain extent we are. We are working against nature, but nature is a relative term. In these concentric circles of worlds within worlds, if you work against nature, you work against one concentric circle, but it may not be against another circle. It is not all one nature. You cannot work against nature outside of nature. If you go outside of one nature, you are inside another nature. On what evidence is the assumption based that man can revolt from his place in the universe and that this is not another illusion? But man cannot. Man cannot go away from the earth, but he can be under different laws while remaining in the same position and on the same earth. He can be under one set of laws or another set of laws, and it is possible to observe this if we know what it means. We can observe people living under different sets of laws in ordinary life, and when we prove it even in a small way, we can easily understand that it can go further. You must think of what it means to live under different laws. Even such as we are, we have a certain choice, maybe not a full choice, but we can change many things just by choosing rightly. You have a great deal of knowledge before you can choose between influences? And this is a very important question, because it is not a question of knowledge but of being. Man lives under influences coming from different parts of the universe. In one state one kind of influence conquers, in another state another kind. In the life of the same man he can be one day under one kind of influence and another day under another. Do we put ourselves under more laws because of our false personality? A. Quite right, under many quite useless mechanical laws. What is the value of studying tables and diagrams? A. When you started studying the system you must have had many questions and thoughts about the world, about the relation of different things, and about yourself. In the world diagrams and study of laws give you a new point of view. You had thought of things in one way and now, through these diagrams and principles, you begin to think in another way. Will this theoretical knowledge of cosmology help understanding to grow? It is not theoretical, it is very practical. And certainly it will help understanding to grow, because it will create a firm ground for it. The ray of creation is a system of elimination, of simplification. It does away with all knowledge that is not practical. With the help of the ray of creation we eliminate from the universe all that has no personal relation to us, all that cannot be understood practically. As I said, in studying the ray of creation we use the principle of scale. This applies to our perception of things, and yet, from another point of view, it also refers to things in themselves. This is what must be understood. It is not only subjective, because things on different scales are under different laws. Besides, all big ideas like the ray of creation and the fundamental laws of the universe are necessary because they keep our thought in the right channels. They do not let it spread without any results, so they also help self-remembering. If you discard them, if you try only to self-remember and exclude all other ideas, it will not come. Now we must speak about the matters from which the universe is made. All the matters of the world surrounding us, the food we eat, the water we drink, the air we breathe, the stones of our houses, our own bodies are permeated by all the matters existing in the universe. There is no need to study or analyze the sun in order to find solar matter. This matter is in ourselves. It is the result of the division of our atoms. In the same way we have in us matters of all other worlds. In this sense, man is indeed a miniature universe. He has in him all the matters which compose the universe, the same forces, the same laws which govern the life of the whole world act in him. Therefore, as I said, by studying man we study the universe, and vice versa. But a full parallel between man and the universe can be drawn only if we take man in the full sense of the word. That is, a man whose inherent powers and possibilities are developed. An underdeveloped man, a man who has not completed his evolution, cannot be taken as a complete picture of the world. He is an unfinished world. As has been said earlier, laws are everywhere the same, on all planes. These same laws, manifesting in different worlds, that is, in different conditions, produce different phenomena. The study of the relation of laws to the planes on which they manifest themselves brings us to the study of relativity. If we take the ray of creation, we must remember that the worlds are connected with one another and affect one another in accordance with the law of three. In other words, the first three worlds, taken together, produce the phenomenon which influences the following worlds, and so on. In the first three worlds the absolute is the conductor of the active force. World 3 the conductor of the passive force, and World 6 the conductor of the neutralizing force. In other words, the absolute is carbon, World 3 is oxygen and World 6 is nitrogen. If we place the three forces in sequence, according to the order in which they unite, we will get the order 1, 2, 3, but the matters serving as conductors of these forces will, according to their density, stand in the order carbon, nitrogen, oxygen. So when the triad begins to form, they stand in the order 1, 3, 2. When matters stand in this order, phenomena are produced. But for subsequent creation, for the formation of the next triad, nitrogen must, as it were, return once more to the third place, to the order 1, 2, 3, and in this way become carbon of the next triad, for the second triad comes from the neutralizing force of the first triad becoming active. This change of place of matters in the triad is a kind of cosmic dance which produces action. Let us now try to see how forces emerging from the Absolute in order to manifest themselves in World 3 must first pass through World 6. An analogy shows us quite plainly the necessity of this direction of force. As I said, man's will can influence a fragment of tissue in certain parts of his body. But a tissue is composed of cells. In order to affect the tissue, man's will must first influence the cells composing the given fragment of tissue. The tissue is a different world from cells, but at the same time tissues do not exist apart from cells, for they are composed of cells. World 3 is a separate world from World 6, and at the same time it is composed of World 6, that is, of worlds similar to our Milky Way. So in order to influence a part of World 3, all worlds, the Absolute must first influence a certain number of worlds, all suns, of which World 3 is composed. Thus, in the passage of forces, worlds 1, 3, 6 stand, at first, in the order 1, 3, 6, then in the order 1, 6, 3, and then, for a further passage of forces, they must again resume the order 1, 3, 6. In the next triad the Milky Way is carbon, the Sun oxygen and the planets nitrogen. Since nitrogen stands between carbon and oxygen, the force coming from the Milky Way, that is, from the stars, must first pass through the planets in order to reach the Sun. This may look strange at the first glance, but if we visualize the structure of the solar system, we shall see quite clearly that it cannot be otherwise. No analogies are needed here. Imagine the Sun surrounded by planets moving round it, in the distance, some group of stars from which influences go forth towards the Sun. But the Sun does not stand in one place, we know that it moves, the planets, rotating round it, move with it in space, forming, each of them by its motion, a spiral round the central rod of the Sun, so that this central rod is entirely enclosed in the spirals of planets and no influence can reach it without first passing through the world of planets, that is, penetrating through the rings of the spirals. Further, planets becoming carbon of the third triad must find corresponding oxygen and nitrogen. In our ray of creation, oxygen is Earth. But there is no nitrogen in the astronomical ray of creation. Therefore the planets cannot pass their influence direct to Earth, and in order to make the passage of forces possible between the planets and the Earth, a special contrivance was created which represents the sensitive organ of the Earth: organic life on Earth. Organic life on Earth is nitrogen of the third triad. Forces coming from the planets fall first on organic life, which receives them and passes them on to the Earth. If we remember the extremely complicated organization of the ends of sensitive nerves in our own organism, for instance the ends of the nerves of taste and smell, we shall not think it strange that man is defined as a sensitive nerve end of the Earth. Of course, a meadow covered with grass differs in many ways from man. It receives only some planetary influences, and very few of these. Man receives much more complex influences. But people differ greatly from one another in this respect. The majority of men are important only in the mass, and only the mass receives one or another influence. Others are capable of receiving influences individually, influences which masses cannot receive, for they are sensitive only to coarse influences. Organic life on Earth, playing the role of nitrogen of the third triad, is by this very fact carbon of the fourth triad in the ray. In other words, it conducts the active force which meets with corresponding oxygen and nitrogen. Earth is oxygen and Moon is nitrogen through which the influences of organic life pass to Earth. Now, if we take the ray of creation divided into 4 triads and bear in mind that the sum total of each triad is a definite hydrogen, we shall get 4 hydrogens or 4 definite densities of matter. These 4 hydrogens can be taken as corresponding to the 4 fundamental points of the universe. The first corresponds to the Absolute, the second to the Sun, the third to the Earth and the fourth to the Moon. I said that the ray of creation can be taken as an octave. After Re, Represented by the moon, the octave has its due, which is also the absolute. So there are, as it were, two absolutes, one begins the ray, the other ends it. One absolute is all, the other is nothing. But there can be no two absolutes, for, by its very nature, the absolute is one. Therefore all includes nothing and nothing includes all. Our dualistically constructed mind cannot take in the identity of opposites. We divide everything, even the absolute. In reality, what we call the antithesis of opposites exists only in our conception, in our subjective perception of the world. But, even when we understand this, we are unable to express this understanding in words. Our language has no words which can include simultaneously thesis and antithesis. Our mind cannot grasp them as one idea, just as it cannot grasp the images of some Hindu gods, combining complete opposites in themselves. Now we shall examine the passage of radiations between the four fundamental points of the cosmic octave. We take radiations between each 2 points in the form of an octave and thus obtain 3 octaves: absolute sun, sun-earth, earth-moon. It should be noted that, although there are 6 intervals, only 3 of them require to be filled from without. The intervals between do and see are filled by the will of the absolute, by the influence of the sun's mass on the radiations passing through it, and by the influence of the mass of the earth on the radiations passing through it. All the hydrogens in this table represent matters with which we have to do in studying man. It has been scaled down twice in order to include only the hydrogens that have relation to man, both to his outer life and the inner life of his organism. Q. How do these hydrogens connect with man? A. For instance, hydrogen 768 represents all the food we eat, the air we breathe is hydrogen 192. And our impressions can be 48, 24, 12 and even 6. We have an enormous range of impressions, but we have no choice of air or food. We cannot inhale, for instance, hydrogen 96, for it is fire, incandescent gases. We cannot eat H384, for it is water, and we cannot live on water. You will see that this table answers all our requirements. It enables us to speak of all the matters in the human machine and to see their interrelation, and it makes it possible to connect man with the universe, because we can know from which level each matter comes. This table of hydrogens shows not only the density of each of them, but also the place of origin of these different layers of matter which are under different laws, as it was explained. Hydrogens which come from planes under a very small number of laws, near the will of the Absolute, have an enormous power and enormous potential energy. Thus we have a scale of 12 densities on which can be placed all matter known to or conceivable by man. For the lower densities we may find examples both in man and in the world around him. Up to the level of H96 or even 48, these may be studied physically by chemistry, biology and other sciences. Above H48 we can only study psychological effects of their presence or absence, knowing the level of hydrogens with which different centers work. Still higher hydrogens are only potential in man or exist in such small quantities that they are impossible to study. The study of these higher hydrogens in the surrounding world is also beyond the powers of perception of man. Number 1, 2 and 3. Q. How are the 3 intervals in the 3 octaves of radiations filled? A. It is a cosmic arrangement, otherwise the ray could not exist. They are filled by the forces of nature, just as you will see it in our organism. Some intervals in our organism are filled by nature, otherwise we would not be able to live. Q. Does a hydrogen consist of 3 elements as well as 3 forces? A. It consists of 3 forces working through 3 elements. 3 forces cannot work without 3 elements. A hydrogen is the sum total. Q. Do impressions generate energy? A. They are energy in themselves. Every time we get an impression we receive a certain matter. Matter is not separate from energy. Where there is matter, there is energy, and where there is energy there is matter. I want to give you one more diagram that may help you to understand things. I said that organic life is a special adaptation filling the interval between the planets and the Earth. It is created in the form of a lateral or an additional octave beginning in the Sun, Sol. Sol becomes Do and produces Si on the level of the planets, and then 3 notes, La, Sol, Fa, which are organic life on Earth. Then Mi of this lateral octave enters into the Earth and Re into the Moon. So organic life belongs not to the main octave but to this special octave which begins in the Sun. We do not know what Do and Si of this octave mean. Out of all this octave we know only La, Sol, Fa and Mi. Even about Re all we know is that when anything dies, whether man or a cockroach, its soul goes to the Moon. Q. When you say that we know what Mi is, do you mean the Earth? No, all that goes into the Earth, the physical body, all physical matter at death goes into the Earth. Q. Are souls created for every organism? The body is born and at the same time the soul is born too. It is simply part of the body, invisible, unknown to medicine, physics and chemistry, but without it the body cannot exist. When the body dies, the soul is free and is attracted by this big electromagnet, the Moon. Q. I still do not understand the influence of organic life between planets and Earth. Does it act in both directions? A. Try to begin from what you can understand, and later your understanding will increase. No one can understand everything at once. To understand means to connect. Organic life transfers planetary influences to Earth. As a matter of fact, the process does go both ways, but we cannot see either. We must take it as a theory, but analogies can be found. We can see how organic life transforms influences coming from the Sun and what a great part it plays in the structure of the Earth's crust. For instance, black soil is the result of earthworms, oil is the result of an agglomeration of fishes and sea organisms, coal is the result of forests, chalk, coral islands. All these are results of organic life which remain in the Earth. This shows how Mi enters into the Earth. All this is Mi of the lateral octave, of which La Sol Fa is organic life when it is alive. This shows how organic life transforms the Sun's influences. We do not see how it transforms planetary influences, but we can take the analogy of the Sun's influences. This shows that organic life is connected with both the planets and the Sun and transforms planetary influences, just as it transforms solar influences. Q. Is the ray of creation mechanical? A. Not the whole ray. When it comes to us, certainly all the laws are mechanical on our plane. Q. How is it possible that a mechanical ray can create a machine which is capable of achieving a permanent will? You must remember that the ray of creation starts consciously, and in the starting point there are evidently plans of everything, or some plans may gradually develop further down. But in the 48 laws that work on the Earth there are 3 laws from World 3, which is under the direct will of the Absolute. Laws coming from different planes are not equally mechanical. Some are more mechanical, others less. If we take the lateral octave starting from the Sun octave of organic life, we shall see that the Sun is much higher than the Earth, and it is evidently possible to create in this octave possibilities of development. Thus man, if he can be regarded as a seed, has in himself the possibility of growth. He is not only what he looks, there is something in him which cannot be seen, this hidden possibility of evolution. We can understand this relation of more mechanical and less mechanical only in ourselves. We know how mechanical we are, and that if we work we can become less mechanical. This is the only way to study mechanicalness. Q. If man, as part of organic life, fulfills a purpose in the scheme of the universe, what further purpose can he serve by gaining consciousness? A. That depends on what we want. You may be satisfied with certain purposes of nature, or you may have your own ideas. By becoming conscious you may serve your own purpose, but if you are not conscious, you only serve the purposes of nature. Nature wants man to be as he is in this place. This is the reason why only a few can escape, and they can escape because man is very small. Q. Then would you say that 99 people out of 100 have the dice loaded against them? A. There are no definite statistics about it. A very small minority has the possibility of development. Q. I have understood that the Absolute can know nothing of man. Is it absurd to believe that there may be deputy powers able to take an interest in man? A. Not necessarily deputy powers, but maybe special powers. There is no question but that there must be powers which take an interest in man, but we have no direct contact with these powers. We do not know them intellectually and do not know the approach to them. They appear in this small octave which begins in the sun. The sun produces dew on its own level and sea on the level of the planets. These two notes are the origin of organic life and probably its controlling principle. So when we know what dew and sea are, we will know about these powers. There are two things we must always remember about this small lateral octave. First, that it is incommensurable with the ray of creation, for it is on quite a different scale. Second, that we must always remember that we do not know what dew and sea of this octave are. When we think that life started here on Earth by some process or other, we may think that we know what it is, but when we hear that it does not start on Earth, we realize that we do not know. Chapter 9 Study of Man as a Chemical Factory. Food diagram. 3 octaves of food and their development. First stage with 1 mechanical shock, second stage with 1 conscious shock, third stage with 2nd conscious shock. Relative value of the 3 foods. Impressions. Self-remembering. Carbon 12. Laughter. Good and bad impressions. Impressions as different hydrogens. Control of impressions. Work on me. 12 centers and their speed. Higher centers and their characteristics. Connection with higher centers. Higher centers and drugs. Telepathy. Necessity to increase the production of higher matters. Energy and the storing of energy. Accumulators. Connection with the big accumulator. Yawning. All work must be concentrated on consciousness. Last time I gave you a scale of matter in relation to man and the human body. Every level represents a certain density of matter and a certain rate of vibrations, or, as it is called in the system, density of vibrations. The top dew represents the smallest possible density of matter and the quickest rate of vibrations. Vibrations get slower and slower descending the scale and come to almost nothing at the end, while the density of matter increases correspondingly and comes to its maximum. Each of these matters represents a very large range. Now we must study man as a chemical factory and see what role these matters play in the human body. Some of these hydrogens we can study physically or chemically, while the presence of others we can determine only psychologically. Thus this table of hydrogens gives us the possibility of studying both physical and psychological manifestations as manifestations of the same order but of different degrees of materiality. People often ask where man's energy comes from. From this point of view, man can be regarded as a chemical factory that receives raw materials from outside and transforms them into other materials of a finer quality. The 3 kinds of material which man gets from outside are the food he gets, the air he inhales, and the impressions he receives. Food is always H768, air is always H192, but impressions can be very varied. For the beginning of study, for understanding the principle, we take as a standard of impressions H48. H48 represents just ordinary colorless impressions without any character. If I see this piece of paper, this is impression 48, nothing mote. But actually impressions can be of very good or very bad quality. We will speak about that later. From these 3 kinds of material the machine produces all the matters needed for the work of centers. In the ordinary state the human machine works well enough for maintaining its own life, but as a chemical factory it is unsatisfactory, because it consumes everything it produces, it cannot export or store anything. Yet the development of man depends on storing the higher matters produced by his machine. So we must think about ways to increase the production. But before we can think about increasing production we must study the factory from the point of view of waste, for there are many leaking parts in the machines, and if we do not stop these leaks, increased production will only increase the leaks. We have already spoken about the leaks, so, although I will now show you how the factory works, and even how production can be increased, the leaks are not shown in the diagram. But they are all in you, And you must remember that you cannot increase production in your present state, for first of all you must stop all the leaks. After this is done, it will be useful to learn practical ways of improving the work of the factory. This is the principle. I will show you 3 stages or 3 states of this chemical factory. First, how it works in ordinary man 1, 2 and 3, then how it works with one definite kind of effort and, finally, how it works with a second definite kind of effort. We take the human machine as a 3-storied factory. The 3 stories represent the head, the middle part of the body and the lower part of the body with the spinal cord. Food enters the top story and passes to the bottom story as oxygen 768. In the body it meets with a certain carbon 192 and, mixing with this carbon, becomes nitrogen 384. Nitrogen 384 meets with another carbon, 96, and with the help of this carbon changes from oxygen 384 to nitrogen 192. It is an ascending octave, so these stages represent the notes do, re, mi. After mi there is an interval and the octave cannot develop any further by itself. It is very interesting that up to this point and one step further we can follow its development with the help of ordinary physiological knowledge. When food enters the mouth it meets with several different sorts of saliva and is mixed with them in the process of mastication. Then it passes into the stomach and is worked on by gastric juices, which break down sugars, proteins and fats. From there it goes into the intestines and meets with bile, pancreatic and intestinal juices, which transform it into the smallest elements. These go through the wall of the bowel into venous blood, which is taken to the liver, where it meets with other carbons which change it chemically, and so to the heart, which pumps the venous blood to the lungs. Here it is oxygenated by the entry of air and returned to the heart as arterial blood. In this diagram all the various matters present in the body which the food meets with up to me are divided into 2 categories, carbon 192 and carbon 96. Venous blood is Me 192 and arterial blood is Fa 96. At the point when Me 192 cannot develop any further, another kind of food enters air. It enters as oxygen 192, meets with a certain carbon 48 and with its help is transformed into Re 96, and this production of Re 96 gives a shock to Me 192 of the food octave enabling it to pass to Fa 96. Beyond this, physiological knowledge cannot go. Re 96 of the air octave meets a corresponding carbon and produces Me 48. And with the help of the same carbon Fa 96 of the food octave transforms into Sol 48. Sol 48 can develop further, but Me 48 cannot, so the development of the air octave stops at this point. Sol 48 of the food octave passes into La 24 and La 24 into C12, and stops there. Impressions enter as Do 48, but cannot develop any further, because at their place of entry there is no carbon 12 to help them. Nature has not provided it, or rather has not provided enough to produce any considerable effect, so Do 48 does not transform and the 3 octaves stop at that. Think about this diagram and connect it with what has been said earlier, that nature brings man to a certain state and then leaves him to develop himself. Nature gives man possibilities, but does not develop these possibilities. It enables him to live, provides air, for otherwise the first octave could not go on, but the rest he must do himself. The machine is so arranged that air enters at the right moment and in the right consistency and gives a mechanical shock. It is important to understand that the food diagram or the diagram of nutrition consists of 3 stages. The first stage that I have just described shows how things happen in ordinary normal man. The food octave goes on all the way from Do 768 to C12. There are 3 notes of the air octave and 1 note of the impressions octave. If we want to develop further, we must increase the production of higher matters, and in order to do that we must understand and know how to do it, not only theoretically but in actual fact, because it needs a long time to learn how to use this knowledge and to make the right efforts. If we know how to bring carbon-12 to the right place and if we make the necessary effort, the development of the air and impressions octaves goes further. The second stage shows what happens when the right shock has been given. Do-48 of the impressions octave is transformed into Re-24 and Me-12. The air octave receives a shock from the impressions octave and Me-48 transforms into Fa-24, Sol-12 and even a small quantity of La-6. You must understand that the air is saturated with higher hydrogens which, in certain cases, can be retained by the organism in the process of breathing. But the amount of higher hydrogens that we can get from the air is very small. This stage represents the work of the human machine with one mechanical and one conscious shock. The third stage shows what happens when a second conscious shock is given at the right place. The first conscious shock is necessary at Do-48. The second conscious shock is needed where Me-12 of the impressions octave and C-12 of the food octave have stopped in their development and cannot go on any further by themselves. Although there are carbons in the organism which would help them to be transformed, they are far away and cannot be reached, so another effort is necessary. If we know its nature and can produce this second conscious shock, Me-12 will develop into Fa-6 and C-12 into Do-6. The effort must begin from Me-12, so we must understand what Me-12 is psychologically. We can call it our ordinary emotions, that is to say, all strong emotions that we may have. When our emotions reach a certain degree of intensity, there is Me-12 in them. But in our present state only our unpleasant emotions actually reach Me-12, our ordinary pleasant emotions usually remain 24. It is not that our intense unpleasant emotions actually are Me-12, but they are based on it, and need it in order to be produced. So the beginning of this second effort and preparation for it is work on negative emotions. This is the general outline of the work of the human organism and of how this work can be improved. It is important to understand where conscious shocks are necessary, because if you understand this it will help you to understand many other difficulties in the food diagram. You must understand, too, that these three octaves are not of equal force. If you take the force of the food octave, you will see that it gives certain results, certain effects that can be measured. Although the matter taken from air plays a very important part, the air octave represents a very small quantity of hydrogens, whereas the impressions octave is very powerful and may have an enormous meaning in relation to self-remembering, states of consciousness, emotions and so on. So we can say that the relationship of the three octaves is not equal, because one has more substance, another less substance. This is our inner alchemy, the transmutation of base metals into precious metals. But all this alchemy is inside us, not outside. Q. What causes transformation of food into higher matter? A. It is mixed with other matters higher than itself and in that way it rises, then it becomes mixed with still higher matters and rises again, and so on. Take it in a simple way. Q. It never reaches the level of the highest matter it is mixed with. A. That does not matter. What matters is that it rises, it becomes higher than itself. Higher matters contain more energy, coarser matters contain less. So when they mix, higher hydrogens bring their energy into coarser matters. Q. Can higher matter be produced by prayer and mental exercises? A. It is not produced out of nothing, but in man's inner alchemy higher substances are distilled out of other, coarser material which otherwise would remain in a coarse state. Q. Why is it that the first conscious shock comes from impressions? A. The shock does not come from impressions. This is not quite the right definition. Impressions are a very important food, and in our ordinary state we are starved of impressions. We have enough impressions, but we cannot digest them. Q. Do we have to produce carbon-12, or is it in the organism? A. Generally a man has enough carbons for ordinary normal life, and there may even be a store of them. It does not mean that we have to produce carbon-12. We must bring it from one part of the machine to another part and this means special effort. We will not know we are doing it, But by making this special effort we will be bringing carbon-12 from one place to another. But, of course, if there is not enough in the body we cannot bring it there. If you have money, you can put it in one pocket or another, but if you have none you cannot. It is quite simple. Q is this special effort, the general training in the system. The first conscious shock is self-remembering, together with all you are advised to do from the beginning, that is, self-observation, non-identifying and so on. It is all part of this effort. Q. What is the second conscious shock which changes the character of the factory? If you like, I can tell you what it is, but it will not help, because it is precisely what we cannot do. It is the transformation of negative emotions into positive emotions. It is possible only with long work on self-remembering, when you can be conscious for a long time, and when higher emotional center begins to work. This is what brings us to the state of man number 5, so it is very far from where we are now. Me 12, combined with a special effort, can produce positive emotion. Q. It seems to me that to produce any useful results in the direction of being more awake it is necessary for both the conscious shocks to be working. Yes, to produce complete results certainly both shocks must be given. But when the first shock is sufficiently strong it already produces certain results. But, as a matter of fact, they generally work together, because from the very beginning we must learn not to express negative emotions, and this is already work on the second conscious shock. The first shock is in the nature of self-remembering, and then it produces struggle with negative emotions, so after some time one actually works on both. The more result you get in one, the more you have to work on the other. This explains another principle we meet within the system, that the more one does, the more is expected of one. It is the same in the food diagram. The more one tries to work on self-remembering, the more one must be able to control negative emotions, with the idea of being able in the future to transform negative emotions into positive emotions. But this is very far, because one has to have a great deal of material created for self-remembering. All the same, the two shocks are connected and, in a way, the one cannot work without the other. Q. Does the word shock in connection with the diagrams mean the same thing as shocks in ordinary life? Shocks connected with the food diagram must come from you. It is your own action. It is necessary to know the moment and remember to give shocks. And they must be very carefully given, for only the right kind of shock will help in those particular octaves, otherwise they will branch off. Q. Can you give a practical example? Practical examples are in the food diagram. You must try to find analogous things in your own actions. The first shock is provided by nature where air comes in. But at the second interval no shock is provided by nature and it must be provided by self-remembering. Also at the third interval no shock is provided and it must be given in exactly the way we have been speaking about, by transforming negative emotions into positive, produced by non-identification. The first conscious shock prepares for the second and the second prepares for the first. It is all simultaneous, you do not finish one and pass to the other. Q. Are shocks necessarily unpleasant? They necessitate effort, but they are not necessarily unpleasant. On the contrary, at the moment of this effort, with the entry of new energy, one may be very pleasantly surprised. Q. Can the effort to control attention act as the first conscious shock, and does it bring carbon-12 to do 48? No, it is not enough. There must be self-remembering, actually, self-remembering connected with self-observation, two activities. This is what makes consciousness. One tries to be more conscious of oneself and of one's surroundings, of everything. Q. Could we hear more about what carbon-12 is? Where does it come from? Carbon-12 may have many different manifestations, but generally we speak about it in relation to impressions. It is probably some energy of the emotional center. But the important thing is not the source. What is important is how to bring it. What it is and where it comes from does not matter, because we cannot see it, we do not know where this place is. Normally carbon-12 comes from the emotional center, and hydrogen-12 is the matter with which the emotional center should work. Impressions come in as oxygen 48 and can be transformed into nitrogen 24 only with the help of carbon 12, but it happens that exactly at the place where impressions can be assimilated there is no carbon 12, or only a little. So we must bring it there by a special effort, and this effort is self-remembering and self-observation. So the method is important, not the source. Intensified observation brought about by self-remembering always has an emotional element. When you remember yourself you bring carbon 12 to the right place and it can transform impressions. I speak in this language because you asked your question in this language, but it can be observed psychologically. Impressions come in and you do not feel them, which means that they come and do not go on. But you can make an effort to remember yourself, and then you begin to notice things. This means that impressions have become 24. Absence of carbon 12 at the necessary place means that we are not emotional enough. By self-remembering we bring an emotional element to that particular place. Q. Are the two other carbons at Me48 and Sol48 the same? A. I think there is a little difference at Me48, although they all have an emotional element. At Sol48 the same carbon works as at Do48. But at Me48 it may be instinctive emotional. It is quite possible that Me48 works through carbon 12 from the instinctive center which is always there. Q. What does Me48 represent? A. This too is arterial blood. It is a recognized fact that blood can be of very different kinds. It can be established physiologically that in different parts of the body blood has different qualities. Chemically it can also be established that its action is different, but what the difference is, science cannot tell. For instance, muscles are fed on blood 96, but brain cells are fed on blood 24, and some nerve cells are fed on blood 12 and even 6. Q. Do you mean that there is a chemical difference in the blood feeding muscles and brain? A. It cannot be established, although it is known that there is a certain difference. Generally the presence of certain matters is recognized by their effect, but they themselves cannot be separated chemically. Science does not know the history of the bloodstream. At each point it gives certain things and receives certain things. Before it reaches one or another organ it is one kind of blood, when it leaves it, it is different. Q. When one has a moment of awareness, does it lead to any immediate alteration in the blood? A. Yes it does, but that depends on how deep it is and how long. If it is 1 second, it produces certain alterations corresponding to 1 second, if it is half an hour, that is another thing. Q. Can you notice even the result of 1 second? A. Sometimes you can, if it is sufficiently deep. You can notice the result in the sense that you see more, that ordinary sensations become more emotional. But short moments of self-awareness, just on the surface, do not produce much effect, whereas if it is sufficiently deep and long you will have impressions that you will never forget afterwards. Q. What hydrogen is thought? A. It can be very different, just as blood is different. It begins with 48 and can go up to 6. Q. Can thought count as impressions? A. Yes. But the amount of impressions coming from inside is limited, but the amount of impressions coming from outside is unlimited. Q. Is everything in the first stage of the food diagram entirely mechanical? A. Certainly it is all mechanical, it is a cosmic arrangement. Man's organism works according to this general scheme, if he does no work on himself and does not try to change his state of consciousness. Q. In ordinary state one makes no use of impressions? A. Very little. In this diagram it is impossible to show the small quantity that gets transformed, so we say that impressions octave goes no further. But some pass on, although not enough for development. Q. As we are now, are all impressions on the same level? A. Oh no. Impressions can be very varied. In the food diagram we take them as H48 because that represents the great majority of impressions. They are, so to speak, indifferent impressions, may be of one kind, may be of another, but by themselves they produce no effect. Yet at the same time they are food. They reach us as 48, and in our ordinary state they do not go further. Man would not be able to live in these conditions, but there are some impressions 24, not as many as 48 but a certain quantity of them, and in very rare cases there may be impressions 12 and even 6, but these are exceptional. They do not enter into this diagram because they transform themselves. If they come as 24 they may easily be transformed into 12 and maybe further. But they come in a very small quantity in ordinary man, who is not learning to remember himself. Some of these ordinary impressions 48 are also transformed, but in quite a different way. They are developed further, or helped to develop further, by reactions of a certain kind, for instance, by laughter. Laughter, in the sense of humor, plays a very important part in connection with impressions. Again, remember that I said in an ordinary man. With the help of laughter many impressions 48 are transformed into 24, but this is only because it is necessary for life, for we could not live without impressions. You remember I said that our chemical factory works only for itself. It produces all kinds of very precious materials, but it spends them all on its own existence. It has nothing in reserve and nothing with which to develop itself. So if man wants to change and become different, if he wants to awaken his hidden possibilities, he cannot rely on the mechanical means of production. He must look for conscious means. But man's organism is such a wonderful invention that everything is taken into consideration, everything has its own key, so to speak. A function that looks useless, such as a laughter, helps to transform certain impressions which otherwise would be lost if there were no laughter or humor on our level. This level would be even lower than it is now. It can be said that for a man on the ordinary level who does not try to understand what self-remembering means, or who never heard of it, laughter fulfills a certain definite function in the organism. It replaces self-remembering in a very small, insufficient way, since it helps quite dull, uninteresting impressions to pass further and become vivid. This is the chief function of laughter. Of course, there are many different kinds of laughter, some quite useless. What I just said about laughter and humor refers only to ordinary centers. In higher centers it is no longer useful. It means that a certain impression falls simultaneously on the positive and negative parts of a center, and this produces a feeling of exhilaration. It helps to see the other side, increases the capacity of seeing things. But in higher centers there is no need for it. In higher centers we see things not as contradictions, not as opposed to one another, but we see them as they are. Laughter seems to have a physiological effect. Yes, maybe a contradictory impression that cannot be harmonized produces attention, and laughter relaxes it. Impressions 48 enter constantly. As I have said, a certain amount changes mechanically, but a greater amount remains unchanged. They can be changed by our becoming conscious, or trying to become conscious. If we are more awake, our impressions become more vivid. Impressions based on or requiring only hydrogen 48 are impressions we almost miss or notice very little. An impression that attracts attention and leaves a trace already passes to 24. If you try to analyze your past and write down what you actually remember of some particular episode in it, you will see how little you do remember. This is a better way to study the material of impressions. Is an impression anything I get through the medium of the five senses? An impression is the smallest unit of thought, sensation or emotion. I cannot understand how impressions can be food. Taking in impressions means that a certain energy comes in with them. All energy that you receive is food. The food you eat is coarse material, air is finer, impressions are the finest and the most important food. Man cannot live a single moment without impressions. Even when he is unconscious there are impressions. Are some impressions good and others bad in themselves, or are they what you make them? Some impressions may be bad in themselves. I do not know how impressions can be good in themselves, because if one is asleep the best impressions will produce nothing. So even if impressions are good in themselves, in order to benefit from them, it is necessary to be more awake. But bad impressions can come in sleep, There is nothing to stop them. Q. I really meant impressions that are pleasant or unpleasant. A. Many pleasant impressions may be quite bad. Try to understand one thing: impressions can be classified by hydrogens. Every impression is a certain hydrogen. We have spoken of impressions 48, but there may be much higher impressions. On the other hand, impressions can belong also to the lower hydrogens of the third scale, down to the lowest. The most important thing in the division of matters in the hydrogen table is that it shows where each hydrogen comes from. Suppose you have a certain hydrogen to think about. Looking for its position in the table of hydrogens, you can see that it has a definite place. It may come from the interval between the absolute and the Sun, or perhaps from a little above the Sun, or from below the Earth, between the Earth and the Moon, and so on. This possibility of placing hydrogens is an enormous advantage. At present you cannot appreciate the significance of the fact that in every matter we can know not only its density but also the level it comes from, its place in the whole scheme of things. Our science has no approach to this yet and does not realize that matters are different by reason of the place they come from. You must understand that H12 has an enormous advantage over, say, H1536. So an impression that comes from 12 is one kind of impression, and an impression that comes from below the Earth, say from the Moon, is of quite a different kind. One is light matter, full of quick vibrations, the other consists of slow, harmful vibrations. So if you find that an impression is heavy, unpleasant, it is difficult to find the right adjective to describe it. You can tell by this very fact that it comes from some low part of the ray of creation. Things that make you angry, make you hate people, or give you a taste of coarseness or violence, all these impressions come from low worlds. Q. Are we, in normal circumstances, in a position to receive the impressions we need? It depends on what you call normal circumstances. In normal circumstances, in the sense of existence, we have enough, otherwise we would die. Since we do not die, it proves that we receive enough. But we are not satisfied with that. We speak about awakening and development, and here a cosmic fact comes to our aid. We cannot improve our food, because it is the only food we can eat. We cannot improve air, because it is the only kind of air we can breathe. But we can improve impressions. This is our only chance. How can we do that? Not by traveling, or going to the theater, or something like that, but simply by awaking, or trying to awake. Q. Is it possible to receive higher hydrogens in our present state? A. It depends on what your present state is and on how much you have. It is like alchemy, you can make gold only if you have a certain amount of gold. Higher hydrogens have magnetic properties, they attract other higher hydrogens. If we have very little, that can attract only very small quantities, corresponding to what we have. But if we have more, we can get more. Remember the sentence in the New Testament which says that it shall be taken from those who have not and given to those who have. It refers to this. Q. Can you accept or reject impressions just as you can eat one thing rather than another? You can use some impressions and not others, if you have a certain control, but that requires a certain degree of awakening and a certain training. The more you remember yourself, the more control you will have. If you remember yourself sufficiently, you can stop certain impressions, you can isolate yourself, they will come, but they will not penetrate. And there are other impressions to which you can open yourself and they will come without delay. It is all based on self-remembering. Q. If an impression tends to cause a certain reaction and that reaction is prevented, is that injurious? All impressions must produce some reaction, but you can control these reactions according to the general balance of your work, the tendencies of your life and so on. Any control and experience in this must be connected with work on the lines of this system, and then it cannot be injurious. Nothing connected with self-remembering can be injurious. Q. At first the effort to remember oneself seems to reduce impressions. A. They cannot be reduced, they can only be increased if it is self-remembering. If it is thinking about self-remembering, it may appear to diminish certain impressions. Q. Can you tell us more about different kinds of impressions? You can know much more by observation than by asking questions, because you yourself know what attracts you more, what attracts you less, what repels you, and so on. There are many subjective things. One person is attracted to one thing, another is repelled by the same thing. Certain impressions go to the intellectual center, others to the emotional center, yet others to the moving or instinctive center. Some of them you like more, others less. This is all material for observation. Each center has its own apparatus for receiving impressions, but they often become mixed. Sometimes the intellectual or the emotional center tries to receive impressions intended for another center, but each of them is meant to have separate impressions. For instance, the impression of smell cannot be received by the intellectual center, it is received by the instinctive center. Impressions are easier to analyze than food. People can persuade you that something is good food and sell it in a tin, and then you find that you cannot eat it, but by observation, by comparing, sometimes by talk with other people, you can understand which impressions belong to higher levels and which to lower. Q. Are the impressions we must not admit the ones which give rise to negative emotions? You can define it like that, only sometimes they do not immediately give rise to negative emotions. Q. Even if you can distinguish between one kind of impressions and another, I do not see how you can accept or reject them. A. By being awake. If you are asleep, you cannot. But when you are awake, maybe not at once, for it needs certain work. One time you are conquered by wrong impressions, another time you are conquered, then the third time you manage to isolate yourself. But before that it is necessary to know what kinds of wrong impressions affect you, and then you can find special methods for isolating yourself. Q. You mean that if you observe you can avoid those impressions which make you negative? A. I did not speak about things that make you negative, but about bad impressions. You change the meaning. I spoke about impressions themselves. As to what can make you negative, that depends on your state. In a certain state anything can make you negative, even the best thing in the world. Q. Could one stop having impressions if one wanted to? A. No, certainly not. You cannot stop impressions altogether, but, as I said, you can keep off undesirable impressions and attract to yourself another kind of impressions, for we must already understand that certain impressions we must not admit. There are many wrong impressions which may spoil one's whole life if one admits them for a sufficiently long time, or if one has the habit of looking for certain bad impressions. For instance, people stand in the street looking at a street accident, and then talk about it until the next accident. These people collect wrong impressions. People who gather all kinds of scandal, people who see something wrong in everything, they also collect wrong impressions. You have to think not so much about choosing the right impressions as about isolating yourself from wrong impressions. Only by doing this will you have a certain control. If you try to choose right impressions, you will only deceive yourself. So, although you cannot bring desirable impressions to yourself, you can, even from the very beginning, learn to control them by isolating yourself from certain kinds of wrong impressions. Again, you must remember that, in order to control impressions, you must already awake to a certain extent. If you are asleep, you cannot control anything. In order to control quite simple, obvious things, you must awake and practice, because if you are accustomed to impressions of a certain kind which are wrong for you, it will take some time. I will know that it is necessary to isolate yourself, but maybe 10 other eyes will like these impressions. Q. Is the impression that a creation of objective art can produce an example of higher impression? It depends entirely on you and your state. If you are in intellectual center, it may produce no impression. If you are in moving center, it will produce still less, but if you are in emotional center, it can produce an impression. Q. Does each hydrogen determine the activity of which one is capable? This is formatory. Try to think along the lines that are given. We are speaking about impressions. You do not understand it, and yet you try to bring in more. It means that your mouth is full of food and you try to put in more and choke yourself. Swallow first. Q. That is what I find so difficult. I never really follow. It must be difficult. All work is difficult. Nothing is easy in the work, but you can get something because it is difficult. If it were easy, you would get nothing. Q. How is it that man, as he is able to appreciate the high hydrogens that must be in B influences? A man's centers are made for work with very high hydrogens and for receiving very high impressions. He may not receive them, he may live on lower impressions, but he is capable of receiving very fine impressions and he gets these from B influences. Q. Then why is it that some people are born like that and some are not? A. People are different, they are not made on the same pattern. Besides, there may be many defects due to degeneration, diseases, pathological states. All normal people must be able to receive these impressions, but first they must be normal. Q. When hydrogens are transmitted from higher worlds to lower, are they made lower? No, they can be transmitted in a pure form. The question is, can you receive them? They can only be received by certain parts of senders. Q. Can you receive them and then debase them? If one part of you receives high influences and another part low influences, this may create an explosion. Q. Can we in time observe which hydrogen is which? To a certain extent you can. After a certain time of observation you will know the difference, for example, between emotions 24 and 12, or between impressions 48 tasteless things and impressions 24. But you must understand that each hydrogen shown in the table is a dew and between it and the next hydrogen there is a whole octave. So there is an enormous distance between one hydrogen and another. To understand the principle we create standards for thinking. We cannot begin by studying the whole scale in detail. Q. What is the point at which the possibility of further transformation of the 3 octaves of food exist? As I said, the possibility of further transformation exists at the point where impressions enter the body as dew 48, but ordinarily fail to develop for lack of carbon. 12. At the place of entry in mechanical functioning, the entry to impressions by the senses immediately gives rise to associative thinking or imagination on the level of H48, or to emotional reactions of a more or less instinctive nature. Very occasionally in times of emotional stimulation or danger, for instance, it may happen that carbon 12 is brought to the point of entry of impressions. Everything is then related to the emotional state, and man has the impression that all he sees is extraordinarily vivid, new and significant. But in ordinary man such experiences are accidental, they lead nowhere and are quickly overlaid with imagination. The emotional condition which gives rise to them passes, and is replaced by an impulse or desire leading in a quite different direction. Such experiences in an ordinary man are disconnected and have nothing to do with the intentional development of consciousness. With the attempt to self-remember, many new sensations begin to awaken in man, particularly sensations connected with his own existence and his relation to the surrounding world. And these in turn may give rise to the realization of the different influences playing upon him and to the possibility of choosing between them. Q. How do you know when emotional center is working with H12? A. After a time you will know by a different taste. It is the same as knowing the difference between thinking about eating and actually eating. With a certain practice of self-observation we can distinguish each of these manifestations and put labels on them. In the ordinary way we recognize differences in emotions. One is more emotional or less emotional. Observing with a certain purpose we shall see how this or that emotion must correspond to a certain density. Only you must not begin with H12 for it is very unusual. When we know its taste we will never mistake anything else for it. Q. Must we draw a distinction between impressions and the things which produce them? A. Yes, a drum is different from the sound of the drum, so you cannot say that the moment you hear it the drum enters into your being. So it you want to take it theoretically, you must separate them. But for what purpose? What is important now is to understand that if we do not remember ourselves we are open to impressions which may be very low on the scale of hydrogens. Q. But the hydrogen varies according to which center the impression is made on? A. A hydrogen means a certain matter. How can it differ by being in one room or another? I have explained already that each center is adapted to work with a certain hydrogen. One center needs a lower, another a higher hydrogen. If it uses a wrong hydrogen, that produces wrong work in one or another sense, depending on which hydrogen is used and how it is used. Usually centers try to steal better energy, but sometimes they work on worse energy, try to be lazy. Sometimes instinctive center tries to work on energy 48, for instance, this leads to very bad work and one becomes ill. Often illness is the result of that. Q. Can one control that? A, to some extent. It has to do with negative emotion. Energy can be distracted from the right places and put in the wrong places by negative emotion. As long as one cannot control negative emotions, one cannot control anything else as regards instinctive center. There is only one way of saving energy and many ways of wasting it. Q. Do vivid impressions use a different energy from faint ones? A. Not use, they bring energy. If you have vivid impressions, it means that certain hydrogens enter into you. Receiving impressions means getting a certain matter into yourself. Q. When one has a very high impression, why does it often make such a devastating effect? A. If a really high impression produces a devastating effect, it means that we are in a very bad state, all the machine works wrong, all centers use wrong hydrogens, we are too asleep, have too many buffers. It should not produce such an effect in a normal machine. Higher impressions should produce not a devastating but a liberating effect. Q. What is the relation between C12, Me12 and Sol12? You will understand this later. If you like, I can say that Me12 refers to the emotional center, Sol12 to the instinctive center and C12 to the sex center. We can work only on Me12. We have too little of C12. And Sol12 passes higher to a very small amount of H6 which, though it is so small, keeps the higher centers alive. Q. What is the characteristic of Me12? How to recognize it? A. As I have already explained, it is the energy behind negative emotions. It does not mean that all negative emotions reach the intensity of H12, but they can reach it, and intense negative emotions bum Me12. Q. Why does one need to study the food factory? Does it hold an important place in the system? A. A very important place. Again, it depends on what you want. If you want to know yourself with the idea of improving the work of your machine, you must know everything about yourself that is important, and knowing how your machine works and what materials it receives is very important because, with the help of these diagrams, you can understand what you are doing, otherwise, even if you try to do something, you will not know. Q. It is difficult to see where the third four centers in the food diagram. Is it just the result of the other two? A. Very often it looks like result, but if you think 1 minute you will see that it is not like that. Take the process of digestion. All the stages of the process are continually going on in the organism. Suppose one is not actually eating at a given moment, but the third and fourth triads of the digestive process are in action. This means that a certain amount of what you call result, which is the third force, is already there, for if it were not there, perhaps things which look in the diagram as if they precede that stage, would not happen. It is necessary to understand that not only carbons but also nitrogens must be there. We cannot determine the moment when the food diagram begins. It begins when one is born, or soon after, and then it goes on throughout life. For example, it is well known in ordinary physiology that certain processes in the mouth happen in the way they do because certain other processes in the stomach happen in a certain way. It is all connected, and what looks like result is very often the cause. Well, as I said, what is important to understand first is that this table of hydrogens shows from which layer of hydrogens each matter comes. With the help of this table you can see that all the hydrogens in our body, what we eat, what we drink, the air we inhale, all our impressions and many other things, all come from different layers of matter in the ray of creation. In this way we can see the relation of every action, every thought, every function to a certain part of the universe governed by its own laws. We think it is all on Earth, But although things happen on Earth, their origin is not on Earth, it may be above or below the Earth. And this is what the table of hydrogen shows. Energies or matters existing in the outside world can only be understood or assimilated by man insofar as he already has corresponding hydrogens in himself. Thus, in order to become receptive to the higher matters or influences, he has to produce in himself sufficient corresponding hydrogens to set his higher centers working. From this point of view, self-study becomes the study of the working of different energies in oneself, of their present wastage in useless and harmful functions, and their possible accumulation for the purpose of self-development. The study of hydrogens and their relation to one another also helps us to understand centers and their different speeds. Intellectual center works with H48, moving and instinctive centers with H24, emotional center should work with H12, but it never receives the right fuel and never works as it should. If we could make it work faster, it would make a great difference to our perceptions and other faculties. Q. I do not understand about the speed of emotions. How can it be measured? A. By realizing how many different feelings can pass in you during one thought or during one swing of the pendulum. Q. By speed of emotions, do you mean the time between the cause and effect of an emotion? No, it is the quantity of impressions. You put it objectively, but it is subjective. It means that in one thought one can have thousands of emotions. Q. The rate varies according to the degree of consciousness. A. Your observation will vary according to the degree of consciousness, but the fact will remain the same. But, as I said, the emotional center in us does not work with its proper speed, because mostly only the moving parts of it work, and when a center works with the moving part its speed is much slower, whereas when it works with the intellectual part it is much quicker. Q. If we use the emotional center at its highest speed, can we have positive emotions? A. Then we become connected with higher centers and can have positive emotions. But we must be conscious first, because it can happen only when we have a sufficiently complete control over consciousness. Q. The food diagram shows that there is very high matter in man as he is. How does it show itself? A. Without higher matters man would not be able to live. The soul, which consists of higher hydrogens, must be fed. Essence must be fed. Even personality must be fed, although personality lives on something different. As I said, higher hydrogens can be extracted from air, but impressions, special, purified impressions, can give much more. The human organism is built on cosmic principles, so quantity is very important. Q. To me diagrams are only knowledge. I do not get any understanding out of them that helps me to struggle. A. They cannot help with struggling, but they can help your thinking. Even now, in this initial form, diagrams can help you to solve many of your troubles and problems. They can serve as a formula to find your position in regard to them. They may not give an answer, but they will give you knowledge about where and how you can look for an answer. This is the real meaning of diagrams. They speak in a language that you learn a little ahead. We will be able really to use this language only when we are able to use higher centers. Suppose you get control over higher emotional center. With knowledge of the diagrams you will be able to interpret many of the new feelings, sensations, ideas that will come to your mind, and transfer this interpretation to the ordinary mind. Without diagrams you will not be able to do it. They are the intermediate language which will connect the language of the higher emotional center with our ordinary centers. At the same time, this language is a kind of ladder by which we can climb from ordinary thinking to the thinking of higher emotional center. Q. In our present condition, do higher centers function, or merely lie idle? A. There are three different theories about this. One is that they function and that we could not live without their functioning, but that they are not connected with ordinary centers because of the enormous difference of speed, that it is necessary to eliminate from the ordinary centers all the wrong functions and bring them to their highest possible speed, which can happen only when we pass to another level of consciousness. The second explanation is that higher centers are latent, they are fully developed, but they do not work as they should. The third is that they do not work because there is no fuel for them, that the hydrogens which can serve as fuel for them can be produced only in another state of consciousness. They are in a state of sleep, but when we produce enough material for them they will awake. All these explanations are right, and they all come to the same thing. We have to become conscious and control our lower centers in order to bring them to their best possible state. Then there will be no difficulty in making contact with higher centers, because even in our present state, very occasionally, very rarely, we have glimpses of higher states, at least some people have. So the important thing for us to realize is that higher centers will not keep us waiting when we awake. The thing is to awake and pass to another level of consciousness, then higher emotional and, later, higher mental center, will respond at once. If higher centers were working in us as we are now, we would be in a bad way. We would just be conscious machines without a possibility of being anything else, because will can only be created by effort. We are such as we are in order to become different. We are very unsatisfactory, but, because of that, we can become stronger and more conscious. If we were connected with higher centers in our present state, we would go mad. Such a connection would be a great danger so long as we can have negative emotions. For this reason there are automatic breaks in the machine making the connection impossible. First we must prepare lower centers and change the state of our consciousness. Q. Have higher centers characteristics which we may regard as extraordinary? A. Yes. For instance, what is called magic may be the manifestation of a world of a higher plane on a lower plane. Suppose higher emotional center manifests itself on a lower level, it will be a miracle. It is very necessary to understand the relation in which higher centers stand to lower centers. In our state the intellectual and the emotional principles are sharply divided, but in higher centers this difference disappears. Then the higher emotional center does not use words. Words are too clumsy, too difficult to operate with, and besides their meaning changes even in 1 generation, and 1,000 years produces a complete change of meaning. This is why we do not understand the New Testament. There is no similar meaning of some of the words now, so we cannot even guess what they meant then. The higher mental center is still quicker and does not use even allegorical forms, as higher emotional center does. We can say that it uses symbolical forms. It gives the possibility of long thought. It is all in us, but we cannot use it, because we work with a very slow machine. Higher centers do not reach us. The gap is too great between them and ordinary centers. The difference of speed is so enormous that ordinary centers do not hear higher centers. They have many important functions about which we do not know, but we cannot use them as minds. They are too quick and we are too sleepy. So if we get a connection with higher mental center, it simply leaves a blank. Q. Are there negative emotions in higher emotional center? A. In higher centers there are no positive and negative parts, and, as I said, there is no division between intellectual and emotional. Higher emotional center is only called emotional. On higher levels what is emotional is also intellectual, and what is intellectual is emotional. Work of higher centers is very different from work of ordinary centers. We can sometimes observe this work and the different taste of it in moments of self-consciousness, when we become temporarily connected with higher emotional center. Q. Cannot drugs put us in touch with higher centers? The idea of drugs is not new. Drugs were used in ancient and medieval times, in ancient mysteries, in magic and so on. It was found that interesting states result from the clever use of drugs. But the system objects to drugs. The use of drugs does not give good results because drugs cannot affect consciousness, they cannot add consciousness. By stupefying lower centers they can put us into contact with higher centers, but it would be of no use to us, because we can remember only as much as we have consciousness. Since we have no consciousness, connection with higher centers will only result in dreams or in unconsciousness. All these trance states sometimes described in books constitute the very dangerous road. Bringing oneself into a trance is connected with creation of imagination in higher emotional center, and this is a blind alley. If you are there, you cannot get out and cannot get any further. Our idea is to control imagination. If, instead, you transform it by certain methods into imagination in higher emotional center, you get bliss, happiness, but, after all, it is only sleep on a higher level. Real development must go by two lines: development of consciousness and development of centers. Besides, such experiments are usually disappointing because as a rule people use up in the first experiment all the material they have for consciousness. The same thing can be said of all stupefying, mechanical, self-hypnotizing methods. They give the same results as drugs. They put ordinary centers to sleep but cannot increase consciousness. But when consciousness is developed, higher centers will present no difficulty. Higher emotional center is supposed to work in the third state of consciousness and higher mental in the fourth. Q. Do you think there is anything in telepathy? A. For men 1, 2 and 3 it does not exist at all, it is imagination. But men of a much higher development control forces which can produce so-called telepathy, because it is a function of the higher emotional center. If one can, even temporarily, control higher emotional center, one can produce telepathic effects. But ordinary mind and ordinary emotions cannot do it. Q. I wonder by what process Jesus was able to expel devils and whether anything in the system could be used for similar purpose? Has it anything to do with higher centers? Jesus probably dealt with big devils. We have to begin with small devils, a kind of vivisection, until we are able to deal with big devils. I said earlier that so long as certain negative emotions exist in us, higher centers cannot work and should not work, for it would be a disaster. In ordinary books on theosophy one finds the idea that many things are hidden because they are dangerous, but in reality the danger is not in ideas but in the distortion of ideas. People may become dangerous if they hear something and begin to apply it in the wrong sense. One can use the forces of higher centers to strengthen one's negative side. Q. Can one damage higher centers? A. One can, by sleeping too much. I mean not in the physical sense, but by being always asleep and irresponsible. Then, little by little, the possibility of their awakening is destroyed. You see, all the time, from different sides, we came to the conclusion that man does not work well. We hear about higher centers, and at the same time we are told that we are not connected with them, that they do not work for us, or, if they do, we know nothing about their work. We realize that our ordinary mind is not sufficient for dealing with the problems we want to solve. There are many things we want to know, but our mind cannot do anything about it. This simple diagram, and other diagrams we study in this system, show us how to study ourselves, how to improve and what to improve in ourselves. But no improvement is possible until we stop leaks, for it is no use increasing the production of energy if there are leaks everywhere. Q. How can we stop leaks? A. By self-remembering. It is necessary to develop consciousness, and this will bring with it the possibility of using better organs of perception and cognition. Without higher centers we cannot do much, and this is why a philosophical approach is not much use. It can invent certain theories and then it stops. It does not develop the higher centers which alone can understand the ideas fully. Philosophy does not touch them. Q. You stress the importance of preserving energy. Does each center have its own storehouse of energy? A. Yes. I will show you how to begin to think about this. We will take the human machine from the point of view of centers. It is the same machine. Energy created in the organism is kept in a certain big accumulator which is connected with two small accumulators placed near each center. Supposing man begins to think and uses the energy of one of the small accumulators of the intellectual center. The energy in the accumulator gets lower and lower, and when it is at its lowest he gets tired. Then he makes an effort, or has a short rest, or yawns, and becomes connected with the second small accumulator. It is very interesting that yawning is a special help provided by nature for passing from one accumulator to another. He goes on thinking and drawing energy from the second accumulator, is again tired, yawns, or lights a cigarette, and becomes connected again with the first small accumulator. But that accumulator may be only half filled and is quickly exhausted. He becomes connected once more with the second, which is only a quarter filled, and so it goes on until time may come when both accumulators are empty. If at that moment a man makes a special effort of the right kind, he may become connected directly with the big accumulator. This is one explanation of miracles, for he will then have an enormous supply of energy. But this needs a very great effort, not an ordinary effort. If he exhausts the big accumulator, he dies, but generally he falls asleep or becomes unconscious long before that, so there is no danger. In ordinary life, this connection with the big accumulator sometimes happens in extraordinary circumstances, such as moments of extreme danger. This is why there is this system of small accumulators. If one could be easily connected with the big accumulator, one might, for example, never stop being angry for a week, and then one would die. So generally one does not become connected with the big accumulator until one has control over negative emotions. Emotions are stronger than other functions, so if one were to get into a negative emotion and had unlimited energy, it would be too dangerous. Q. Can sufficient energy be stored in small accumulators? A. For ordinary work, for ordinary life it is sufficient, but sometimes people who are habitually tired use only half the accumulator and already say that they are too exhausted and cannot do anything. In actual fact, so long as there is anything in the small accumulators, we have no right to be tired. That is why physical efforts are useful. We are afraid of being tired. Of course, we could have much more energy than we have if we did not waste it on negative emotions and other useless things. Q. To remember oneself, one has to have energy? No, that does not enter here, because for this we always have energy. It is not energy that is lacking, it is understanding, knowing how to do it, and a certain laziness which prevents us from self-remembering. Q. I want to ask about the big accumulator. I do not understand that practically. A. Efforts. Efforts. The more efforts you make, the more energy you can get. Without efforts you cannot get energy. Even if it is in you, it may be in the wrong place. Do not think about it theoretically, think simply that you have much energy in you that you never use, and you must make more efforts to use it. Q. What I meant to ask about was what unlocks the energy in the big accumulator and how does it get its energy? A. That is exactly what I said. Do not think about the big accumulator, think about yourself. Sometimes you must begin with small efforts. If you do not make small efforts, you will never be able to make big efforts. It is quite right that energy is necessary, but the energy is in us. We have enough energy, at least in the beginning, and if we use it for work it is not lost but comes back. If you lose energy on negative emotions, for instance, or on mechanical actions, mechanical thinking, then it is lost. But if you use energy for struggling with mechanicalness, you get it back. This is how energy is accumulated. Q. Can you tell me about the process by which attention is renewed when one controls it? A. In this case attention depends on the amount of spare energy. If you have energy in reserve, attention will work. If you have no spare energy, it will be exhausted very quickly. So it depends on the amount of energy, and your reserve of energy depends on how you use it. If you waste it on unnecessary things, then at the moment you need it you will find that you have none. But if you can save it on every possible occasion and use only the necessary amount for every kind of work you are doing, then you will have results. This is why we have to start from the very beginning to struggle with the things that waste it. They must be studied, and studied first of all. Q. Does a person who works in a more balanced way use each accumulator properly? A. Yes, by training one can do an enormous amount of work, but if a man without training starts doing the same work he will use too much energy on quite simple movements and will use his accumulators in a wrong way. If you want to think more scientifically about it, you must realize that training, taken in an ordinary sense, prepares accumulators for working rightly. Actually, although I put only 2 accumulators near each center, there are a great many more. Each center is surrounded by accumulators. Q. Does switching over from one accumulator to another need a moment of consciousness? A. No, It is automatic. Instinctive center knows how to do it and can work quite well, without our being conscious. Consciousness may be necessary for special work in connection with the big accumulator. When we want something extraordinary, something that cannot be got in the ordinary way, it is necessary to invent new methods. Q. Does the principle of accumulators apply to the ordinary mechanical energy we are using all the time? A. Certainly. Everything is mechanical. Energy is just fuel. Q. Then one type of energy is not higher or lower than another? A. Yes, taken in the sense of hydrogens it can be higher or lower. Different centers use different energy, but fundamentally it is one. You have seen in the food diagram how energy is created. There are many variations of hydrogens used for different organs and accumulators. Q. Can you say that this special adaptation of energy is made in the body? A. Yes, but at the same time centers have a great tendency to use wrong energy, so this must be kept in mind. But the question of how to make more energy is one thing and the question of how it makes itself, how it happens, is another. It is better to divide these things. Q. If one is tired, and suddenly receives a lot of impressions and as a result of it tiredness goes, is it because one gets energy from them? A. It is more complicated than that. With new impressions one becomes more awake, and so connections with a big accumulator begin to work better. Direct impressions are not yet energy ready for use, they must be distilled and mixed with other things to produce energy. Impressions that come are undigested food. All the three kinds of food must be digested and mixed in right proportions. But impressions can awake you. When energy in the body reaches a certain pressure, it begins to attract energy from its surroundings. Q. If one travels, does one get more impressions? A. The capacity for receiving impressions remains the same. Q. When a man yawns, does he connect with the other accumulator? A. Not every time, for one can yawn from imitation. Besides, yawning is pumping energy, it is not necessarily switching over, although a really good yawn may produce a switch over when necessary. Q. When you say yawning is a pump, where is the energy pumped from? A. From the organism. It is so arranged that every function has the necessary energy everywhere. There are so many accumulators that it is sufficient to know the principle that there are accumulators. Energy is distributed in the machine in a very complicated way and passes from one accumulator to another, is diluted, concentrated and so on. Q. Do the small accumulators get filled from the large one during sleep at night? A. They are refilled constantly. But the big accumulator is refilled during sleep with the energy derived from the three kinds of food. All energies are kept in the big accumulator, either a mixed or in a higher form. When a demand comes, a corresponding hydrogen is sent. If energy is produced, it is stored in the big accumulator. If more is produced than is necessary for life, it can be stored in many places. Q. Can energy be conserved by means of silence? A. Sometimes, but if you are silent all the time you may lose more energy in silence than in talk. That is why the first principle in this system is discrimination. There are no general rules. Q. Is it possible eventually to come in contact with the big accumulator? A. Yes, it is possible, but we are not even on the first step. It may be possible, say, on the 22nd step, so there are 21 steps to climb before we can do that. What can be done now has all been explained. You must try to remember yourself, not identify, try not to express negative emotions and so on. These are the things with which we can start. Q. Does the energy required for self-remembering come from proper working of centers? A. Yes, certainly, when all centers work wrongly there can be no accumulation of energy. But this is not sufficient. It is necessary to increase the amount of energy, and it can be increased only by efforts, small efforts, such as struggle with habits, self-observation, trying to control attention and so on. Everyone has some particular efforts he can make, The efforts of one person may be no good for another, or too easy, or impossible. Q. What regulates the amount of energy that goes into the accumulators of each center? A. Habitual work. Sometimes they cannot be filled, sometimes they refuse to be filled, and sometimes they do not need to be filled. There are many reasons for this, and you cannot control it. But by making efforts, or by remembering yourself, you increase the possibility of control. Q. Has the big accumulator a large capacity, and is it quickly recharged? A. It depends. It may be half empty, or filled with bad energy, or it may be full but we do not use it. It is important to understand that there is a big store of energy in the big accumulator, much of which we never use. It remains dead capital. Q. If one is more conscious, can one draw more energy? A. Yes, but a special training is also necessary. If we know how to connect with the big accumulator, we can produce quite different results. Q. How quickly can it be learnt? A. I cannot say, it depends on how you study and work. In our attitude to the system, there may be a destructive element that can destroy the result of our work. If one has a right attitude to oneself and to the work, without a destructive element, then it can be attained. Q. Does it all depend on consciousness? All work is really concentrated on consciousness. In work on centers, we only try to stop definitely wrong work. There are no exercises to increase the work of centers, all the work is on consciousness. When consciousness is increased, centers will adapt. But wrong work of centers must be stopped, for if we remained abnormal and became conscious, our centers would go mad, they would not be able to stand it. But it cannot happen, one cannot become conscious unconsciously. People often ask, what does one gain by becoming conscious? This is because they do not know what the result of consciousness is. When we are conscious, we become connected with higher centers and then the whole picture changes. Chapter 10. We cannot do. Importance of realizing the truth of this idea, illusion of doing and what produces it. In life everything happens, but in the work we must learn to do, going against the current inner doing, a vicious circle, and the way out. Coordination of centers. Doing begins with not doing, in our control, doing the impossible and what it means, putting more pressure into one's efforts. Work on will. What is will in the full sense of the word, and what is our will? Our will a resultant of desires, inner conflict and struggle. Giving up will. We only have short moments of will. Discipline. Necessity of remembering oneself. Consciousness means will. Aim as the controlling factor. Necessity of returning constantly to the question of aim. Self-will and willfulness. Friction. Work against self-will. One can do nothing without school. Necessity of regular work. Crossroads. Creating moon in oneself. Center of gravity. Super effort. What creates stimulus for work? We must return to the inner part of the work to work on oneself. If you think about it, you will realize that the central part of your own work is understanding of the fact that we cannot do, of why we cannot do, and of what it means that we cannot do. How can you understand that? Either by trying to do what you have never done before, or by doing things in another way. Then you will see whether you can do or not. Half of the questions asked are about doing, how to change this, destroy that, avoid some other thing, and so on. But an enormous effort is necessary to change even one small thing. Until you try, you can never realize it. You see, you do not think enough, observe enough. You can change nothing except through the system. This is generally forgotten. The system shows how things can be changed and done differently, and from where one can begin. Even with the system it is tremendously difficult, but without the system it is impossible, absolutely impossible. When you realize that, you will begin to understand the value of the system, because with the system there is a chance, without the system there is no chance at all. This idea that we cannot do is very important, and we must always return to it. If this idea is not clear, or certain features of it are not dear, ask questions about it, because it is necessary to understand and remember it. Everything happens. People can do nothing. From the time we are born to the time we die, things happen, and we think we are doing. This is our normal state in life, And even the smallest possibility to do something comes only through the work, and first only in oneself, not externally. Even in oneself, doing very often begins by not doing. Before you can do something that you cannot do, you must not do many things which you did before. For instance, you cannot awake by just wanting to awake, but you can prevent yourself sleeping too much and too long. Q. Does one sometimes have a choice between two possible happenings? A. Only in very small things, and even then when you notice that things are going in a certain way and decide to change them, you will find how extremely uncomfortable it is to change things. Q. Why is it that I cannot give up the idea of being able to do? I have proved to myself so often that I cannot. A. This is the most difficult and the most necessary thing to realize with your whole being, because so long as we think that we can do, we shall always put off the things that we actually can do if we work. As I said, we can do things only in relation to ourselves. These are the things we have to begin with. But we shall never begin to study ourselves so long as we think we can do. This is one of our greatest illusions. Q. I can see that I have no choice in larger things, but it seems to me that I can do small things. A. These small things happen according to certain definite circumstances which control them. You think you control them, but in reality they happen. We cannot do because we are asleep. How can sleeping people do? It is necessary to be awake. When one is awake, one can do. Doing is magic. You must understand that nothing happens at the time it happens. The necessity of it happening was created long ago. Things happen by themselves. Whether you do or do not do something may have been decided 10 years before. Maybe your actions had taken a certain direction 10 years previously, and that determines what you will do tomorrow. You cannot change it. We think we can take a certain decision and act accordingly. In reality, we are controlled not by internal decisions but by external influences. If the internal decision corresponds to the external influence, we will do it, otherwise we will not. But we can create in ourselves powers to do. Nature has made us machines acting under external influences, but with a possibility to develop our own motor. If there is no inner motor, we will always turn round in the same place. Q. If a man sets an ideal for himself of how he ought to behave, would this not be what is meant by doing? The question is whether he can do it and whether he does it, because to make plans, to have ideals is one thing and to do it is another thing. It may be just good intentions. One of the chief features of our being is that we cannot do what we decide. Q. Sometimes I have found that, with a little extra effort, you can make a great difference to other people in ordinary life. Isn't it doing? It is an illusion, because if a thing must happen you will make this extra effort. If it is not to happen, you will not make this effort. You think you can make or not make this effort, that you can do or not do. But try to think in the right way, that you can do nothing, that things happen mechanically. One thing comes after another and just happens or does not happen, and you cannot help it. Q. But if you help a poor person to make his life tolerable? A. If you help a poor person, it happens. If someone takes from this poor person what little remains to him, this also happens. One person will give him a penny, another will take away the last he has. It is first necessary to understand the principle that nobody can do anything. If you think of life, not personal life but the life of humanity, wars, revolutions, you will see this clearly. You must try to find a right case for observation, because if you find something too small you will not see it. But if you find the right case, right conditions, right circumstances, you will very soon see whether you can do something or not. The simplest thing is to try and remember yourself. Can you do it or not? People think they can do because sometimes they make certain plans and really get what they wanted. But this only means that they have got into a certain stream of events and things happen to coincide with their plan. When things happen like that we think that we did it, that we made a plan and did everything according to this plan. In reality, it does not mean that we did it on purpose or knowingly, and it does not mean that one can choose one stream of events or another stream. It is just accident. In every kind of work, in business, in travel and so on, it sometimes happens that things go successfully, but this only means that at a given moment, in a given place, things went mechanically in a certain way, nothing more. It is difficult for us to realize, for example, that when people build a bridge, that is not doing, it is only the result of all previous efforts. It is accidental. To understand this, you must think of the first bridge that Adam built and of all the evolution of bridge. At first it is accidental, a tree falls across a river, then man builds something like that, and so on. People are not doing, one thing comes from another. Q. I think it is an almost childish question, but I can never see how things cannot be different. One does something and one cannot help thinking that one could do it differently. But if you behaved in a certain way, it means that you could not behave in another way. If you could, you would have behaved differently. We are so accustomed to think that things could be different that we do not try to change the things we could change. We can change today, but yesterday is finished. If we change today, tomorrow things can happen differently. It looks like a contradiction, but it is precisely our belief that things can be different that prevents us from doing what we can to make them different. When one really begins to understand that one cannot do, one will need a great deal of courage. Will that come from getting rid of false personality? One does not came to this understanding just like that. It comes after some time of work on oneself, so that when one comes to this realization, one has many other realizations besides, chiefly that there are ways to change if one applies the right instrument at the right place and at the right time. One must have these instruments, and these again are only given by work. It is very important to come to this realization. Without it one will not do the right things, one will excuse oneself. I do not understand why one should excuse oneself. One does not want to give up the idea that one can do, so that even if one realizes that things happen, one finds excuses, such as, this is an accident, but tomorrow it will be different. That is why we cannot realize this idea. All our lives we see how things happen, but we still explain them as accidents, as exceptions to the rule that we can do. Either we forget, or we do not see, or do not pay enough attention. We always think that at every moment we can do. If you see in your life a time when you tried to do something and failed, that will be an example, because you will find that you explained your failure as an accident, an exception. If the same situation repeats itself, you will think you will be able to do, and if you fail again, you will again explain your failure as just an accident. It is very useful to go through your life from this point of view. You intended one thing and something different happened. If you are really sincere, you will see, but if you are not, you will persuade yourself that what happened was exactly what you wanted. When things happen in a certain way, we are carried by the current, but we think that we carry the current. If one feels for a moment that one is able to do, say, to put through a particular job in one's ordinary work, what is the explanation of that? If one is trained to do something, one learns to follow a certain trend of happenings, or if you like, to start a certain trend of happenings, and then these develop, and one runs behind although one thinks one is leading. But if one has a right attitude? No. Attitude has nothing to do with it. Attitude may be right and understanding may be right, but you still find that things happen in a certain way, any ordinary things. Try to remember instances when you tried to do something differently and see how you always came back to the same thing. Even if you made a slight deviation, enormous forces driving you back to the old ways. Are all our actions controlled by automatic responses to outside influences? No. We have many things already established, such as habits, usual ways of thinking, associations, buffers and many other things, so it is not simply influences to which we have a natural response. Many things are the result of previous influences. I cannot separate the idea of not being able to do from fatalism. When and how have we the power of choice, and how do we differ from animals? In the present state we differ very little. Our power of choice begins only when we begin to realize our situation, our mechanicalness, and when we begin to struggle for something else. There are possibilities for that, but this is a formatory way of thinking, either determinism or freedom. Some things are determined, some less determined, some are in our power, if we know how to change them or how to turn them only, we must know. Everything is relative. Q. When you said that we cannot help the same things happening, did you mean until our being has changed? A. I did not speak about work. I said it was necessary to understand that by ourselves we cannot do. When this is sufficiently understood, we can think about what it is possible to do, what conditions, what knowledge and what help are needed. But first it is necessary to realize that in ordinary life everything happens. Only when this is emotionally understood is it possible to go further. Q. I do not understand the distinction between what one can and what one cannot do. Why is it that one can struggle with negative emotions but one cannot make oneself awake? A. Sleep is the form or the level of our being. One can do something with the help of the system, if the way is shown, but being awake indicates the level of being itself. So all this struggle with negative emotions, trying to stop unnecessary thoughts, trying to remember oneself, all this leads you to awakening, but you cannot awake before you awake. Q. But is it their doing when people try to become conscious? A. Yes, then one sees that one cannot. In trying to become conscious, all man's work is his own. It is only in this system that you are told clearly that you can do nothing. All the other systems begin with doing in one sense or another, for they say, do this or do that. This system is different. It is esoteric teaching, but in it you can begin in the conditions of ordinary life. It is not necessary to go to a closed school or to a monastery. Because of that, it is particularly necessary to understand first of all that one cannot do anything and that the only thing one can start to do is trying to remember oneself, understanding the one and practicing the other. Q. I thought perhaps we ought not to take this idea that we cannot do too literally. No, quite literally. Only this refers to people who are not connected with any teaching. When one begins to study certain teachings or systems which give school methods, one has to try to do certain things. In the work we have to do, for if we do not try to do, nothing will happen. We have to do from the very beginning not much, but very definite things. If you cannot identify, it is already the beginning of doing. If you can refrain from talk when you have an inclination to talk, that is already doing. Doing begins with going against the current first in yourself, in personal things. You can try to remember yourself, then, when you begin to remember yourself, you can get certain results and you will see that you can do more things, but all with regard to yourself. You will be able to do something about negative emotions, for instance, and to think in a new way. But outside you, things will continue to happen. Q. Would you say that one way of beginning to do would be to alter things in oneself so that things happen differently? It is necessary once more to divide people into categories. Men 1, 2 and 3 can do nothing. In their case everything happens. If they do good things, it means that they cannot do bad things. If they do bad things, it means they cannot do good things. One thing is no better than another in that sense, because it is all mechanical. But when one begins to work, when one enters a school of any level, one already has to learn to do. As I said, one has to begin with oneself, to know oneself, to study oneself, try to eliminate certain things, try to create control over other things and so on. Q. Have we got to observe how we react? A. Observing is always useful, but we always react in the same way. We have only 5 or 6 ways of reacting, only certain things happen to us and we always react in the same way to them. But if we try to do all that is advised, and not to do all that we are advised to refrain from doing, things will change in the right way and one day, quite unexpectedly, we will be able to do something we could not have done before. Q. Can we direct things that happen to us? A. If we direct things in ourselves. If nothing unnecessary happens in us, We shall begin to be able to control things that happen from outside, but first we must control things in ourselves. So long as things are left to happen in ourselves, we cannot control anything outside. How can it be otherwise? One eye decides to control things, but instead all its attention will be occupied with things that happen in us and outside us. If man can do nothing, does it follow that all he can do is to control his own mental reaction to events outside his control? Quite right. That is the beginning. If he learns to control his reactions, then after some time he will find that he can control more and more, and, later it may happen that he will be able to control, again not all, for there is a very large gradation, but certain external events. But certain other external events cannot be controlled because they are of a different size. If I wish to obtain a particular result and fail, and if I then do the thing differently, will the result be still the same in spite of my effort? You must not deceive yourself. If you do something and the result corresponds to your expectations, it is simply luck, chance, that is all. And in some cases you may do something entirely different and still have the same result. It seems that one is caught up in a vicious circle. Certainly one is caught, and the system is the way out of this vicious circle, for in ordinary conditions of life one cannot get out. Would you say a little more about the effort to get out of that circle? If you take all that as given in the right way and work with sufficient effort, the school or the system, call it what you like, will give you this possibility of getting out. There is no way out without school and without knowledge. Again, if you get the knowledge and do not make efforts, it will be equally useless. When one is in a school, one is made to do, because one cannot make oneself, one cannot create sufficient force. But if one puts oneself in different conditions, it will produce certain results. School is necessary because it is the conductor of neutralizing force. Otherwise one may have desire, one may make efforts, but one would not know how to start. It seems simple, but it is not simple. What would be the active and passive forces in this case? Life can be taken as active force, and the passive force, I would say, is in inertia, habits, in all that happens. How can you distinguish between an effort that is mechanical and an effort that is not? There is no need to distinguish. Make efforts, and result will show. Do you mean that all I have really done in my life so far is to change one form of sleep for another? It changed itself. You did not do even that. In life one has no control, but in the work one can acquire control. In the work there can be an escape from this state where we can do nothing and things happen. Without the work there is no escape. A certain illusion of control is provided in life by ordinary education, but if circumstances change it all disappears. Then will you tell me please what is the chief thing that is holding me back from escaping? A mechanicalness. In yourself things continue to happen, things over which you should have control, but you have not acquired control. There are things in us which can and should be mechanical, such as physiological processes and things like that. And there are other things over, which we must acquire as much control as we can, because they keep us from awakening. You do not realize to what an extent one thing in us is connected with another. Everything is connected. You cannot do, or say, or even think anything out of the general line of things that happen. Our four centers, intellectual, emotional, moving and instinctive, are so coordinated that one movement in one center immediately produces a corresponding movement in another center. Certain movements or certain postures are connected with certain thoughts are connected with certain feelings, sensations, emotions. Everything is connected. Such as we are, with all the will that we can concentrate, we can acquire some degree of control over one center, but only one, and even that for only a short period of time. But other centers will go on by themselves and will immediately corrupt the center we want to control and bring it again to mechanical reaction. Suppose I know all I should know, and suppose I decide to think in a new way. I begin to think in a new way but sit in the ordinary posture, or smoke a cigarette in the usual way, and I again find myself in the old thoughts. It is the same with emotions. One decides to feel in a new way about something, and then one thinks in the old way, and so negative emotions come again as before, without control. So in order to change, we must change things in all four centers at the same time, and this is impossible since we have no will to control four centers. In school there are special methods for attaining this control, but without a school it cannot be done. On the whole, our machine is very cleverly thought out. From one point of view it has wonderful possibilities of development, but from another point of view this development is made very difficult. You will understand why it is made like that when you finally realize what consciousness and will mean, and then you will understand that neither consciousness nor will can develop mechanically. Every small thing has to be developed by struggle, otherwise it would not be consciousness or will. It has to be made difficult. Q. I feel that if I had to do everything instead of relying on accidents, nothing would happen to me at all, for my will is too weak. A. Not doing is in itself a kind of doing. But at the same time you touch here a very interesting question. When you get control, fewer and fewer things will happen, and you will have to do even small things because they will not happen to you. But this is probably very far. Q. Would you say that the sense of responsibility that one ought to do something useful in the world is imagination, since you say we cannot do? A. It may be imagination or imitation, or it may be right. But in that case we must consider what and how, and both is more important than what. Most people think about what to do but not about how. Often the things they decide to do are impossible, like stopping wars and other such things. Q. If we try to be conscious and try to see how things really are, would it change our situation so that things do not happen to us, but we do things as we wish to do them? A. Certainly, this is the aim, but a very far aim. You see, first of all, here is a wrong use of the word us. You must remember that when it was said that things happen to all people and that people cannot do anything, that referred to ordinary conditions in ordinary life, what is called normal life. But in this work we are trying to get out of this normal life, so we already must do. Only we must first learn what we can do, because in our present conditions many things will continue to happen, but in certain things we can already have choice, we can show our preference, our will, as much as we can have will. So us cannot be used in the same way as before. But you must understand that at first, the difference is not between doing and not doing, but between trying to do and trying to understand, and at present all your energy must be concentrated on trying to understand. What you can try to do has been explained. We are trying to find things we can control in ourselves, and if we work on them, we will acquire control. This is all the doing that is possible at the moment. Q. Is the full realization that we cannot do anything already a long step on the way to doing? A. Sometimes the step is too long, because every idea prolonged too far becomes its own opposite. So if you persuade yourself too seriously that you can do nothing, you will find that you really can do nothing. It is a question of relativity. As I said, not being able to do refers to people without any possibility of school work. Q. I think I need a teacher. I find I can do nothing by myself. A. A teacher cannot do anything for you. You are given certain tasks and you have to do them. It is always like that. Instead of trying to do, try not to do. You learn to do by first learning not to do. You are trying to do things that you consider desirable, try the other way round, not to do things that are undesirable. You see, this self-evolution is not obligatory, not mechanical, there is no guarantee. It depends on effort. People often ask, how is it that I have been working so many years and have had no experience of higher centers yet? And I ask them, have you really been working so many years? One counts from the time one has heard these ideas, but one does not try to calculate how much one actually worked, how many days, how many hours or minutes in each day. If one makes this calculation, one will see that there is no reason to expect any results yet, although one may have heard about it a long time ago. Q. If we are machines, how can we change our being? A. We cannot wait until we change. There is one very important principle in the work: you never have to work in accordance with your force, but always beyond your force. This is a permanent principle. In the work you always have to do more than you can, only then can you change. If you do only what is possible, you will remain where you are. One has to do the impossible. You must not take the word impossible on too big a scale, but even a little means much. This is different from life. In life you only do what is possible. It is necessary to put more energy into things, into self-study, self-observation, self-remembering and all that. And in order to put more energy into your work, it is necessary to find where it is being spent. You awake every morning with a certain amount of energy. It may be spent in many different ways. A certain amount is necessary for self-remembering, study of the system and so on. But if you spend this energy on other things, nothing remains for that. This is really the chief point. Try to calculate every morning how much energy you intend to put into work in comparison with other things. You will see that even in elementary things, simply in relation to time, you give very little to the work, if you give any at all, and all the rest is given to quite useless things. It is good if they are pleasant things, but in most cases they are not even pleasant. Lack of calculation, lack of these elementary statistics is the reason we do not understand why, with all our best intentions and best decisions, in the end we do nothing. How can we do anything if we do not give any energy or time to it? If you want to learn a language, you must learn a certain number of words every day and give some time to the study of grammar and so on. If you want to learn Russian and begin by learning 5 words a day, I will guarantee that you will never learn it. But if you learn 200 words a day, in a few months you will understand Russian. It all depends on elementary statistics. In every kind of work or study there is a certain standard. If you give it a certain amount of energy and time, but just not enough, you will have no results. You will only turn round and remain approximately in the same place. Q. I am one of those people who only learn 5 words a day, but I have always taken comfort in the thought that it is bound to work in the end. A. No, it is necessary to put more pressure into it. Notice that even in conversations here only few people speak, the others only want to listen, for it is more peaceful, more comfortable. Then, you do not follow up thoughts. I give you very many, but most of them you do not touch. It is laziness of mind, general laziness. This laziness must be overcome. You cannot get anything by being lazy, or by doing one thing and leaving everything else. As it is, I give you one line, you miss it. I give you another line, you miss that too. So in the end we have only missed lines. As I said, every kind of work, every kind of state, needs a certain definite minimum of effort and minimum of time given to it, and the work we are trying to do needs more than many other things if we want to get even perceptible results. What does it mean to work practically? It means to work not only on intellect but also on emotions and on will. Work on intellect means thinking in a new way, creating new points of view, destroying illusions. Work on emotions means not expressing negative emotions, not identifying, not considering, and, later on, also work on the emotions themselves. But what does work on will mean? It means work on one's actions. First you must ask yourselves, what is will in men? Number 1, 2 and 3. It is the resultant of desires. Will is the line of combined desires, and as our desires constantly change, we have no permanent line. So ordinary will depends on desires, and we can have many desires going in different directions. The line constructed out of all these angles is the resultant. This is our will. It may go in one direction one day and in another direction another day, and we think it is straight. So it is really the resultant of our blindness. We have to ask ourselves on what the will of man number 7 could be based. It must be based on full consciousness, And this implies knowledge and understanding connected with objective consciousness and a permanent I. So three things are necessary: knowledge, consciousness and a permanent I. Only those people who have these three things can have real will. That means a will that is independent of desires or anything else. You said no will was possible for us? A. Will is a relative term. There are different wills on different levels. A mechanical man who never thinks of development has only a multitude of small wills that are quite mechanical. He has a certain desire, one side of him wants to do something and another side is afraid he will be punished if he does it. A struggle ensues between the different tendencies and the result of this struggle we call will. Then in order to develop will one must go against desires? First of all you must become one. You are many and you have hundreds of eyes and hundreds of wills. If you want to develop an independent will you must become one and conscious. Will depends on unity and consciousness. If we are determined to do something we do not like, and manage to do it, are we not using will? It may be fear, perhaps you are afraid not to do it, or you may expect some reward either in this life or the next. Many things are possible. Generally we are either afraid of something, or expect some kind of benefit from it. As a rule the term will is used in a relative sense, but when we speak of will, we speak of a certain level. Before we can speak of the possibility of will we must at least have a central point which can control the rest. Will means liberation from the mechanical state. Can useful unity be obtained by engrossment in some routine work that employs the majority of eyes? It cannot be called full unity, it is only relative unity, the unity of the eyes employed in this work. One can train oneself very much by work of this kind, but it cannot touch the whole of you. There is no work that can touch the whole, it will always be only a small part of you. How can we change or wake if we have no free will? If we had free will we would not be machines. How can a machine have free will? And how can we change? It was already explained that there is a possibility of change, but a very small possibility, and many different combinations of favorable circumstances are necessary in order to begin. Later, with each step, it becomes more and more difficult and requires more and more effort, and then, after some time, it becomes easier. But first a certain combination of circumstances is necessary, and later hard work as well, because school is necessary. Without a school it is impossible to change oneself. Difficulties are so great and man is so weak that he can do nothing alone. At present our will belongs to eyes or groups of eyes based on one personality out of many. But real will means one will, so it can only belong to a single eye or, if you like, to essence. So first we must be one at least at certain moments and then try to work to create will. One cannot become unified at once. Will is bound to come and go, at one moment we shall have will, at another there will be none. It will be a long time before we can speak about anything reliable in us, let alone anything permanent. How does will grow? It cannot grow without effort. You have to save energy to collect enough for struggle with certain weaknesses. Suppose you realize something is a weakness and that you must struggle with it, but you find that you have not enough energy, you can then try to do some smaller thing which is not so difficult and in this way you will save energy. Generally speaking, we miss the opportunity of making small efforts. We disregard them, do not consider them important enough. Yet we can increase our capacity for making efforts only by making these small efforts which we disregard. Is creation of unity essentially preceded by inner conflict? By realization of inner conflict. Inner conflicts are constant. Nobody lives without inner conflicts, they are normal and always there. But when we begin to work, conflict increases. When we do not work, we run away, we do not fight. What does work mean? It means struggle with conflicting things. We have a certain aim, but many of our eyes do not want to go that way, so naturally conflict increases. But the creation of unity is not the result of conflict, it is the result of struggle with conflict. We are many and we want to be one. This is one formulation of our aim. We realize that it is inconvenient, uncomfortable and dangerous to be so many. We decide to be at least less divided, instead of 500 to become 5. I feel that I must do something and I do not want to. This is conflict, and by constantly recurring it builds up resistance and produces unification. Q. Does not resistance stop most people achieving anything? A resistance may be very different in nature, because we have many habits, physical and mental, which sometimes we cannot overcome. Habits may be so strong that there is no place for anything new. There we come again to the question of schools, because by oneself, even if one knows, one cannot overcome either internal or external resistance. Q. If everything is going smoothly and one is not aware of any yes and no conflict, is it a good thing to try and induce it? There is no need. The moment one starts working, trying to remember oneself, trying not to identify, to remember the system, at once friction begins. Friction creates energy. If things are easy, there is no friction, but if you put spokes in the wheel of mechanicalness, this creates friction, which creates energy. Q. What would unity mean? Is it unity between centers? A unity is not between centers, because centers are different, but between personalities or groups of eyes. Each center has its own work and our centers are too coordinated, for the work of one center mechanically produces work of another center. This is not desirable at all, and it is partly due to this wrong coordination that personalities are not sufficiently connected. Many of them are quite independent and contradictory. Q. Can desire to develop be called will? Call it desire, this is quite sufficient. It is not will. Will belongs to the whole and is another side of consciousness. Q. In our state of consciousness, can we know the difference between desire and will? Certainly desire is when you do what you want, will is when you can do what you do not want. Q. How can we make a right use of inner conflict? It is very simple. One part of us magnetic center or one personality wants to awake, but the larger part of us wants to sleep. You must decide on whose side you are, and then help that side in order to study how to begin work on will, how to transform will. One has to give up one's will. This is a very dangerous expression if it is misunderstood. It is important to understand rightly what to give up one's will means. We have no will, so how are we to give up what we do not have? First, you must realize you never agree that you have no will, you only agree in words. Secondly, you must understand that we do not always have will but only at times. Will in our state means a strong desire. If there is no strong desire, there is no will, and so there is nothing to give up. At another moment we have a strong desire that is against work, and if we stop it, it means we give up will. It is not at every moment that we can give up will but only at special moments. And what does against work mean? It means against rules and principles of the work or against something you are personally told to do or not to do. There are certain general rules and principles, and there may be personal conditions for different people. Q. Should one ask for further personal directions? A. Yes, but if one asks, one must obey. One is not obliged to do anything apart from following the general rules and principles if one does not ask, so before asking one must think twice. Q. If one is prepared to obey, will you give directions? A. If opportunity offers. It must be at a moment when you have will. There must be a definite desire to do something that affects work or other people. Usually we have bad will, we very seldom have good will. If you have good will, I do not speak about it, I simply say, go on, continue, learn. You do not know how to think about will. One moment you realize that you are machines, but the next moment you want to act according to your own opinion. At that moment you must be able to stop, not to do what you want. This does not apply to moments when you have no intention of doing anything, but you must be able to stop if your desire goes against rules or principles, or against what you have been told. It often happens that people go on studying and miss these moments. They think they work when nothing happens. We cannot always work equally. At one moment passive study is sufficient, at another moment it is necessary to go against oneself, to stop. Q. What causes these moments? A. Desire. As I said, our will is a resultant of desires. It is not a system expression, it is an old psychological definition but a good one. Desires may be very different, they may be intellectual desires, such as desire to know, curiosity, or emotional, instinctive or moving desires. If one strong desire conquers, it gives direction to desires. I now speak of desires that may have a connection with the work. We are told to keep rules. This presupposes we can keep them, which would be doing. It seems to me incompatible with the idea that we cannot do. Everything is relative. We can do some interactions, for we have a certain control. For instance, we have a certain control of our thoughts, we can think about one thing or another. This is the beginning of the possibility. If we continue to keep our interests directed in a certain line, our thinking process acquires a certain power and, after some time, it can create at least moments of self-awareness which, when it comes more often and stays longer, can begin to change other things. So there are ways out of this absolute mechanicalness. But if one is in conditions of ordinary life, without knowing that everything happens, one can do nothing. The real possibility of changing these conditions begins with control of thoughts and control as far as possible of consciousness, that is, with inner work on ourselves. By doing this inner work, by trying to acquire control of oneself, one learns how to do. It does not mean one can do, for one cannot, but if one begins, then, little by little, one learns how to do. Is self-imposed discipline good, or must it be school discipline? Discipline is good if it is discipline. But if it is just an arbitrary invention, then it can give no result. The most important aspect of discipline is not expressing negative emotions and not indulging in negative emotions. Mechanical tasks cannot give any result, but if you catch yourself at a moment of negative emotion and stop it, this is discipline. If we want to be in the work, we must verify all our thoughts, words and actions from the point of view of the work. So if you want to work, you are no longer free, you must lose the illusion of freedom. The question is, have you freedom? Have you something to lose? This is why self-remembering is necessary. Self-remembering is not only self-awareness, it means also a certain capacity to act in a certain way, to do what you want. You see, in our logical thinking, logical knowledge, we divide consciousness from will. Consciousness means will. In Russian, for instance, the same word is used for will and for freedom. Consciousness means will, and will means freedom. Is attention synonymous with will? No, otherwise it would not have been necessary to use two words. But controlling attention is the beginning of will. You spoke about bringing things under control. What is it in us which controls? That depends on what you want. In every particular line of action, aim is the controlling factor. In work on yourself or study, you have a certain aim. This aim will control your actions. But you did not mean that, you asked what is there in us that can control. To answer this, I must return again to groups of eyes, in this case the magnetic center. At present, in relation to our personal work, our aim is to be under the control of magnetic center and not of stray eyes, one of them interested in one thing and another in another thing. If every one of them wants to control us, it means that in the end nobody controls, but if we are controlled by magnetic center, it already means a certain control. The determination and definition of aim is a very important moment in the work. It usually happens that one defines one's aim quite rightly, in quite the right direction, only one takes an aim that is very far off. Then, with this aim in view, one begins to learn and to accumulate material. The next time one tries to define aim, one defines it a little differently, finding an aim that is a little nearer, the next time again a little nearer, and so on, until one finds an aim that is quite close tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. This is really the right way in relation to aims, if we speak about them without more precision. We can find many aims that have been definitely mentioned already. To be one. Quite right, a very good aim. To be free. How? only when one acquires control of the machine. One person may say, I want to be conscious, another may say, I want to be awake, or I want to have will. These are all aims on the same line, only at different distances. Q. I have come to the conclusion that most of my aims are too remote and I want to work more on the practical side. A. Yes, because before you can reach remote aims, there are many things you can do here and now, and that is where this system differs from almost all other systems. Nearly all other systems begin with aims at least 10,000 miles ahead which have no practical meaning, but this system begins in this room. That is the difference, and that is what must be understood first of all. Again and again we must return to this question of what we want from the work. Do not use the terminology of the system but find what you yourself want. If you say you want to be conscious, that is all very good, but why? What do you want to get by being conscious? You must not think that you can answer this question immediately. It is very difficult. But you must keep coming back to it. And you must understand that before the time comes when you will be able to get what you want, you must know what it is. This is a very definite condition. You can never get anything until you can say, I want this. Then perhaps you may get it or perhaps you may not, but you can never get it unless you know what it is. You can formulate it in your own way, and you must be sincere with yourself. Then you can ask yourself, will the system be able to help me to get it? If we remember our aim, think about it, find more and more reasons why we should work, our will move in one direction and will get stronger. If we forget our aim, we get slack. I have spoken about the question of aim because I advise you to think about it, to revise what you have already thought about aim and think how you would define your aim now, after a study of these ideas. I would say that what a man can get, what can be promised him on condition that he works, is that after some time of work he will see himself. Other things that he may get, such as consciousness, unity, connection with higher centers, all come after this and we do not know in what order they come. But we must remember one thing, until we get this, until we see ourselves, we cannot get anything else. Until we begin to work with this aim in view we cannot say that we have begun to work. So, after some time we must be able to formulate our immediate aim as being able to see oneself. Not even to know oneself, this comes later, but, to see oneself. Man is afraid to see himself. But he can decide to take courage and see what he is. Q is will part of being? A yes, the same as consciousness and understanding. Only, if you work too much on understanding and knowledge and disregard will, then instead of growing stronger your will become weaker, or remain the same as it was. If will remains undeveloped, the development of understanding cannot help much. One can understand a great deal and not be able to do anything about it. So from the very beginning one must start making serious efforts to develop will. As I said, with our will, the will of men number 1, 2 and 3, we can only control one center, using all the concentration possible for us. Yet centers are dependent on one another. Control of more than one center can only be obtained if you put yourself under some other will, because your own will is insufficient, and this is why school discipline and school exercises are necessary. We have no real will, we only have self-will and willfulness. If one understands that, one must have the courage to give up one's will. In a school special possibilities to give up one's will are made, so that if you give it up, later you may have your own will. But even without those special possibilities, if people watch themselves and are careful, they can catch moments when strong desire is present and ask themselves what they are to do in the light of the system. Everybody must find what his own situation is. Q. What is self-will? And what is the difference between self-will and willfulness? A. There is no particular difference. Both are manifestations of the same thing generally, manifestations of resistance. It is will created and controlled by opposition. This will we have, but it does not come from us, it comes from the obstacle. Self-will is when, for instance, someone sees that a man does not know how to do a thing and offers to explain, but the man says, "No, I will do it myself," I will decide it myself, I don't want to listen to anybody, and so on. Willfulness is much the same, only more general. It can be a kind of habit. It is mechanical will, generally based on wrong assumptions about oneself and one's experience. Self-will is self-assertion. If you compare self-will with a normal action, there is always some opposition in it. You want to do something you should not do. It is very characteristic in work. In studying ideas, you know that certain things you must avoid, but you want exactly those things. If you start with this in thinking about self-will, you will find your own examples. Q. How can we work against self-will? And is it possible for us, as we are, to recognize the moments when we have real will? Not real will. Real will is very far off. As I said, all we have is self-will and willfulness, or small wills that change all the time. As to how we can work against self-will, you can study the system. There are certain demands in the system, things you must not do or must do. What can be opposed to self-will? There are only two things opposed to one another, work and self-will. Self-will wants to talk, for instance, and you must not talk about certain things, because if you do, you will only tell lies. There is a rule that you cannot speak about the ideas of the system to people outside before you know and understand them. A struggle ensues, and the result is according to which of the two conquers. In this way, from the very beginning, you meet with ideas of the work opposed to self-will. If you forget about the work, you are not working against self-will. The only way to struggle against self-will is to remember the work. It may be that at one moment the work does not enter at all, but at another moment it does enter, and in that moment you can understand what giving up self-will means. Ask yourself, is it right from the point of view of the work or not? This is struggle against self-will. In an ordinary man, will follows a zigzag line or goes in a circle. This is why it is necessary to subjugate will. This subjugation trains it so that afterwards it can follow a definite line. When it becomes strong enough, it is no longer necessary to limit it. So will cannot be left as it is at present, for now it runs in all directions. It has to be trained, and in order to train will one has to do many unpleasant things. Q. Are opportunities for training will always present if you can find them? Yes, as I said, where there is friction. But that depends on what you want, on whether you want friction, on your decision, your state and your position. In the work every moment one has to overcome laziness, inertia, wanting to stop. If one does not work, there is nothing to overcome, but if one works at anything, one always has to overcome one's desire to stop working. Q. If I make myself do something I do not want to do, is that friction? Anything is friction, if you do it. But it is not enough merely to think about it. Only by friction can you create energy and develop will. Q. Are vast amounts of internal friction and discomfort always a necessary preliminary to new development? That depends on people. For some people more may be necessary, for some less. Again, it depends on what you want. If you just want to study, it is enough to see, but if you want to change something, it is not enough to look at it. Looking at a thing will not change it. Work means friction, conflict between yes and no, between the part that wishes to work and the part that does not wish to work. There are many parts of us that do not wish to work, so the moment you begin to work, friction starts. If I decide to do something and a part of me does not wish to do it, I must insist as much as I am able on carrying out my decision. But as soon as work stops, friction stops. Q. How can one create useful friction? You must start with some concrete idea. If you produce no resistance, everything happens. But if you have certain ideas, you can already resist identification and struggle with imagination, negative emotions and things like that. Try to find what really prevents you from being active in the work. It is necessary to be active in the work. One can get nothing by being passive. We forget the beginning, where and why we started, and most of the time we never think about aim, but only about small details. No details are of any use without aim. Self-remembering is of no use without remembering the aims of the work and your original fundamental aim. If these aims are not remembered emotionally, years may pass and one will remain in the same state. It is not enough to educate the mind, it is necessary to educate the will. We are never the same for 2 days in succession. On some days we shall be more successful, on others less. All we can do is to control what we can. We can never control more difficult things if we do not control the easy things. Every day and hour there are things that we could control and do not, so we cannot have new things to control. We are surrounded by neglected things. Chiefly, we do not control our thinking. We think in a vague way about what we want, but if we do not formulate what we want, nothing will happen. This is the first condition, but there are many obstacles. Effort is our money. If we want something, we must pay with effort. According to the strength of effort and the time of effort in the sense of whether it is the right time for effort or not, we obtain results. Effort needs knowledge, knowledge of the moments when effort is useful. It is necessary to learn by long practice how to produce and apply effort. The efforts we can make are efforts of self-observation and self-remembering. When people ask about effort, they think about an effort of doing. That would be lost effort or wrong effort, but effort of self-observation and self-remembering is right effort because it can give right results. Self-remembering has an element of will in it. If it were just dreaming, I am, it would not be anything. You can invent many different ways of remembering yourselves, for self-remembering is not an intellectual or abstract thing, it is moments of will. It is not thought, it is action. It means having increased control, otherwise of what use would it be? You can only control yourselves in moments of self-remembering. The mechanical control which is acquired by training and education when one is taught how to behave in certain circumstances is not real control. Q. Does giving up self-will involve giving up your own judgment? A. It depends in what. Generally it means giving up childishness, inefficiency and lying. You have mistaken ideas about what giving up will means. First, you think it is a final action, that you give up will and have no more will. This is an illusion because we have no such will to give up. Our will lasts for about 3 minutes. Will is measured by time. If once we give up 3 minutes of will, tomorrow another 3 minutes will grow. Giving up will is not one action, it is a continuous process. A single action means nothing. The second mistake is not remembering certain principles to which you give up will. There are many principles in order to follow which you have to give up your will. The third thing is to avoid thinking in extremes, imagining the most difficult cases. Start with simple, ordinary cases. Giving up will only means remembering about the work. This way you learn how to create will, it is the method of developing it. Q. Does giving up one's will mean not to act without understanding? A. You see, this is another of your mistakes. You think that giving up will means doing something. This happens very seldom. In most cases you are told not to do something. There is a great difference in this. For instance, you want to tell someone what you think of him, but you must not do it. It is a question of training. Will can be grown if a man works on himself and makes his will obey the principles of the work. Things that do not concern the work cannot be connected with it, but the more you enter into the work, the more things begin to touch upon it. However, this needs time. When their chance comes and people are told to do something, or not to do something, they often go against it for what seems to them the very best of reasons. So they miss their opportunity. Time passes and later they may see that they have missed their opportunity, but it can no longer be replaced by anything. That is the penalty of self-will. Q. It seems to me that if you give up self-will you actually get what you desire, for by giving up one's desire, one gets the desired result. A. Self-will does not include everything you want. If you are hungry and want to eat, that is not self-will. Self-will means preferring to act by ourself and, in our case, not taking into consideration the work and the principles of the work. If my self-will is to swear, for instance, and I give it up because it is against the principles of the work, where is the desired result you speak of? Some of our desires may be well hidden. For instance, a man may want to criticize someone and he calls it sincerity. But the desire to criticize may be so strong that he would have to make a really big effort to stop it, and a man cannot make really big efforts by himself. I must repeat, in order to create will, man must coordinate his every action with ideas of the work. He must in every action ask himself, how will it look from the point of view of the work? Is it useful or harmful to me, or to the work? If he does not know, he can ask. If a man has been long in the work, there is practically not a single action that is not connected with the work. There are no independent actions in the sense that one can no longer act foolishly and without discrimination. One must think before one acts. This is the only method by which will can be created, and for this method school organization is necessary. As I said earlier, self-will is always connected with self-opinions. A man always thinks that he knows. Then he comes to a school and realizes that he knows nothing. That is why preparation is necessary for school. One is usually full of self-opinions and self-will. A man who comes to a school must be ready to accept the teaching and the discipline of the school, or else he will get nothing. He cannot acquire will unless he gives up self-will, just as he cannot acquire knowledge unless he gives up self-opinions. Q. Must one break self-will oneself, or have it broken? A. One must break it oneself, and one must have broken it sufficiently to be in a school. One must be sufficiently free from it to accept things without a fight. One cannot keep all the old views and opinions and acquire new ones. A man must be sufficiently free to give up the old, at least for a time. He must be able to understand the necessity of discipline, for a will cannot be created until one accepts a certain discipline. Without school one can do nothing. One can try and nothing will come of it. When one is already connected with some kind of school, the chief thing is to start with work on giving up self-will. When self-will is sufficiently conquered, then it is possible to speak about different methods of work. Q. How can I learn to act differently in life so as to avoid the same limited and recurrent emotions which I now feel? A. To act differently in life is our aim. This is why work is organized, why we have to study different theories, remember different rules and so on. What you speak of is the far aim. We have to work in the system first. By learning how to act in connection with the system and the organization, we learn how to act in life, but we cannot learn how to act in life without first going through the system. Q. I want to make a decision to work from which I cannot draw back. A. This is one of our greatest illusions, that we can make decisions. It is necessary to be in order to make decisions because, as we are, one little I makes decisions and another I, which does not know about it, is expected to carry them out. This is one of the first points we have to realize, that, as we are, we cannot make decisions even in small things just happen. But when you understand this rightly, when you begin to look for the causes, and when you find these causes, you will be able to work and perhaps to make decisions, although for a long time only in relation to work, not to anything else. The first thing you have to decide is to do your own work and to do it regularly, to remind yourself about it, not to let it slip away. We forget things too easily. We decide to make efforts, certain kind of efforts and certain kind of observation, and then just ordinary things, ordinary octaves, interrupt it all and we forget. Again we remember and again we forget, and so it goes on. It is necessary to forget less and to remember more. It is necessary to keep certain realizations, certain things that you have already seen and understood, always with you. You must try not to forget them. The chief difficulty is what to do and how to make yourself do it. To make yourself think regularly, work regularly, this is the thing. Only then will you begin to see yourself, that is, to see what is more important and what is less important, where to put your attention and so on. Otherwise what happens? You decide to work, to do something, to change things, and then you remain just where you were. Try to think about your work, What you are trying to do, why you are trying to do it, what helps you to do it and what hinders you, both from outside and inside. It can also be useful to think about external events because they show you how much depends on the fact that people are asleep, that they are incapable of thinking rightly, incapable of understanding. When you have seen this outside, you can apply it to yourself. You will see the same confusion in yourself on all sorts of different subjects. It is difficult to think, difficult to see where to begin to think. Once you realize this, you start to think in the right way. If you find your way to think rightly about one thing, that will immediately help you to think rightly about other things. The difficulty is that people do not think rightly about anything. Q. The thing I find most alarming is the ease with which I fall into a state in which no effort is possible. Yes, but if you arrange with yourself to make regular efforts, that will help you to go on. This is one of the realizable decisions you can make. In the work you must make only possible decisions, and decisions which have to be remembered. Q. A few times a year a line of action becomes particularly clear to me. I have been subject to these moments all my life and have came to think it useless to take any serious action without what would ordinarily be called inspiration. There are periods in ordinary conditions when nothing happens, and then there come crossroads. All life consists of streets and crossroads. Turning at crossroads may even become more systematic if one has a center of gravity. Then one thing will continue to be more important and one will always turn in the same direction. But inspiration has nothing to do with it. It is simply the realization of a moment when you can do something. Sometimes when I am trying to decide whether or not to do something, I find what seem to be good reasons from the point of view of the system both for doing and not doing it. It is impossible to say anything about this in general. It depends on circumstances. Sometimes you can decide from the point of view of the system, and sometimes there are things in life you can decide without any relation to it, because you cannot always find a practical use for these ideas before you know them all. There is an expression in the system, to create moon in oneself. Let us talk about what it may mean. It is a symbolical expression, and symbols in the form of diagrams or symbolical expressions are used for very definite purposes. A symbol expresses many ideas at once. If it meant only one idea, the answer would be simple, but a symbol is used to avoid long descriptions and to put many ideas into one sentence. How to decipher a diagram or symbolical expression? In order to decipher a symbol, it is necessary to know the order of ideas included in it. Now, if we ask what it may mean to create moon in oneself, we must first ask ourselves, what is the moon's function in relation to organic life? The moon balances organic life. All external movements are balanced by the moon. What will happen if this function of the moon disappears? Will it be beneficial to an individual man or the opposite? We must realize that all this refers to being. What are the features of our being? The chief feature of our being is that we are many. If we want to work on our being, make it correspond more to our aim, we must try to become one. But this is a very far aim. What does it mean to become one? The first step, which is still very far, is to create a permanent center of gravity. This is what creating moon in oneself means. The moon is a permanent center of gravity which balances our physical life. But in ourselves we do not have such a balance, so, when we create this balance or center of gravity in ourselves we do not need the moon. But first we must decide what the absence of permanent I means. We have been told about many features of this, but they must be established definitely by observation, and in order to come nearer to the idea of creating moon in oneself we must distinguish what is important and what is unimportant. Then we must begin to struggle against the features which prevent us becoming one. We must struggle with imagination, negative emotions and self-will. Before this struggle can be successful, we must realize that the worst possible kind of imagination, from the point of view of obtaining a center of gravity, is the belief that one can do anything by oneself. After that, we must find the negative emotions which prevent us doing what is suggested in connection with the system. For it is necessary to realize that self-will can only be broken by doing what one is told. It cannot be broken by what one decides oneself, for then it will still be self-will. Let me repeat. Work on being is always struggle against what you like doing or dislike doing. Say you like roller skating and you are told to remember yourself. Then you must struggle against your desire to go roller skating. What is there more innocent than roller skating? But you must struggle against it all the same. Every day and every hour there are things we cannot do, but there are also things we can do. So we must look at a day and see what we can do but do not do. There can be no rule, you must remember yourself. If you are told to do or not to do something, and you do not try, it means you do not want anything, you do not want to work. You have sufficient knowledge. Now it is necessary to push work on being. We always try to escape from doing what is suggested. Q. What is the purpose of struggling against self-will? A. You remember how we started. The aim was to create a center of gravity, create moon in ourselves. We cannot do it through self-will. Creating moon in ourselves is connected with the idea of sacrificing suffering. When we begin to sacrifice suffering, we begin to create moon in ourselves. We always want to keep our suffering, yet moon can only be created from our suffering. Only we must remember that giving up suffering is one action and creating moon is the result of a continuous series of actions. Q. How is it possible to find the eyes that prevent you from doing the things you are told to do? At the first time you find you did not do something that was suggested, find the cause. The second time, find another cause, and so on. Then, as I said, find the negative emotions which prevent you hearing what is said and following it. Either you dislike me that day, or somebody else, or the weather, then you feel justified in doing nothing. Q. The making of effort is what you call struggle. But what do you call it if one does something without being aware of a struggle? A. That means it happened. 4 kinds of things can happen to us by accident: cause and effect, fate and will. Struggle must be by will, intention. And you must be aware of your intention. You cannot make effort and not be aware of it. What is important is will action. Q. In those 4 categories, will is not often used, is it? A. Will has to be used. We are never ready for work, but we must work all the same. If we are ready, then we are given other work for which we are not ready. In work one must try to use will insofar as one has it. If one has an inch of will and uses it, it will grow and one will have 2 inches, then 3 inches and so on. In the work we must learn to make super efforts. Q. What is a super effort? A. A super effort can have many characteristics, but generally it is doing not what you think best, but what you are advised to do. From our own intentions we are ready to do many things, but we are not ready to do or not to do what we are told. Q. In what way does super effort differ from an ordinary effort? It differs in degree, but not only in degree. Super effort is effort made consciously, as much as we can, for the definite purpose which is not required by any external circumstances. We never really make serious efforts, it is all pretense, for we do not know what it means to make efforts. In exceptional conditions, when we are obliged to make efforts, we make them, but not super efforts. Besides, ordinary efforts one makes in life are necessary, useful. A super effort may look useless for its purpose. Q. I feel I am getting into a vicious circle. The more efforts I make, the more I see I cannot do. A. Then make more efforts and realize it constantly, make it more permanent. You will see that you are not always in the same state. People in ordinary life cannot do, but for you it is different all the time. You must try to do. You are always identified and you must not identify, you must watch your talk, you are constantly negative and you must struggle against negative emotions, you must remember yourself. All this is doing. You must observe these things and try to change them. Q. Is it possible to transfer energy where it is wanted? I cannot do it. And this is generally connected with control. If you want to acquire control you must begin from where it is possible. So you must always study yourself and find weak spots where you can produce control. From another point of view, they can be called strong spots, for they are weak from the point of view of mechanicalness. You cannot choose to do one thing before another for preference. One person can begin in one way, another in another way, but everybody must make efforts in some direction and find out what is possible and what is impossible. But for one person it is more profitable to make efforts in one direction, for another person in another. Q. What creates stimulus for work? A realization of one's present state. When one realizes that one deceives oneself, that one is asleep and one's house is on fire, always, permanently on fire, and that it is only by accident that the fire has not reached one's room at this very moment, when one realizes this, one will want to make efforts to awake and one will not expect any special reward. Since we do not realize that our house is on fire, we always expect a special reward. What can one do in sleep? One can only have different dreams, bad dreams, good dreams, but in the same bed. The dreams may be different, but the bed is the same. Chapter 11 Necessity for Study of School Principles and Methods. 3 lines of work, right and wrong in relation to the 3 lines, the need for understanding aims and needs of the school, putting another in one's place. An organization is necessary for practical work. What is work? Valuation, working with people, working for the school, taking personal interest in the organization, the right kind of people. 4th way, school, right attitude, payment, how to pay, ? Center of gravity, discipline, rules, not doing what is unnecessary, surrendering one's decisions, meeting demands, shocks in school work, idea of choice, physical work, school knowledge, men of higher mind. Can schools influence life? In these lectures we have spoken about man, not enough, but sufficiently for practical purposes. We have spoken a little about the universe, but I see that the idea of school and school work is still very vague and sometimes mixed with formatory conceptions which do not lead anywhere. The idea of school must be taken simply, that is to say, a school is a place where you learn something. But there must always be a certain order in things, and you cannot learn without following this order. Speaking of schools connected with some kind of higher schools, without this connection a school has no meaning. I said that in such schools you must work on your being at the same time as your knowledge, because otherwise all your knowledge will be quite useless and you will derive no profit from it. Esoteric ideas that are not taken practically become mere philosophy, simply intellectual gymnastics that can lead nowhere. I have given you all the words necessary for the study of the system and explained the position of this system in relation to other systems. You will remember that I spoke about different ways, and from what I said about them it more or less followed that this system belongs to the 4th way, that is, has all the peculiarities and features of schools of the 4th way. Then I said that a school depends on the level of the people who study in this school, and level depends on the level of being. For development of being, school is necessary many people working in the same direction according to school principles and methods. What one man cannot do, many people working together can do. When I met this system I very soon became convinced that it was connected with schools and in this way had passed through recorded and unrecorded history. During this time methods were invented and perfected. Schools can be of different degrees, but at present I take as a school every kind of preparatory school leading in a certain direction, and an organization that can be called a school of the 4th way is an organization which introduces 3 forces into its work. What is important to understand is that there is a kind of secret in school work, not in the sense of something actually hidden, but something that has to be explained. The idea is this. If we take school work as an ascending octave, we know that in each octave there are 2 intervals or gaps, between mi and fa and between si and do. In order to pass through these gaps without changing the character or the line of the work, it is necessary to know how to fill them. So if I want to guarantee the direction of the work in a straight line, I must work on 3 lines simultaneously. If I work only on 1 line, or on 2 lines, the direction will change. If I work on 3 lines, or 3 octaves, 1 line will help another to pass the interval by giving the necessary shock. It is very important to understand this. Schoolwork uses many cosmic ideas, and 3 lines of work is a special arrangement to safeguard the right direction of the work and to make it successful. The first line is work on oneself, self-study, study of the system and trying to change at least the most mechanical manifestations. This is the most important line. The second line is work with other people. One cannot work by oneself. A certain friction, inconvenience and difficulty of working with other people creates the necessary shocks. The third line is work for the school, for the organization. This last line takes on different aspects for different people. The principle of 3 lines is that the 3 octaves must go on simultaneously and parallel to one another, but they do not all begin at the same time, and so, when one line reaches an interval, another line comes in to help it over, since the places of these intervals do not coincide. If a man is equally energetic on all 3 lines, it leads him out of many accidental happenings. Naturally, the first line begins first. In the first line of work you take knowledge, ideas, help. This line concerns only yourself, it is entirely egocentric. On the second line one must not only take but also give, communicate knowledge and ideas, serve as an example and many other things. It concerns people in the work, so on this line one works half for oneself and half for other people. On the third line one must think of the work in general, about the school or the organization as a whole. One must think about what is useful, what is necessary for the school, what the school needs, so the third line concerns the whole idea of school and all the present and the future of the work. If a man does not think about this and does not understand it, then the first 2 lines will not produce their lull effect. This is how school work is arranged, and this is why 3 lines are necessary. One can get additional shocks and the full benefit of the work only if one works on 3 lines. If we connect the 3 lines of work with the idea of right and wrong, then all that helps the first line, that is, one's personal work, is right. But on the second line you cannot have it all to yourself, you have to think of other people in the work, you have to learn not only to understand but to explain. You must give to others, and you will soon see that you can understand certain things only by explaining to others. The circle becomes larger, right and wrong become bigger. The third line already relates to the outside world, and good and bad become what helps or hinders the existence and work of the whole school, so the circle grows still larger. This is the way to think about it. I particularly draw your attention to the study and understanding of the idea of 3 lines. It is one of the chief principles of school work. If you apply it, many things will open up for you. This system is full of such instruments. If we use them, they open many doors. The first principle of the work is that efforts give results proportionate to understanding. If you do not understand, there will be no results. If you do understand, the results will be according to how much you understand. So the first condition is understanding, and even before that one must know what to understand and how to get the right understanding. Real work must be work on being, but work on being requires understanding of the aims, conditions and methods of the work. The aim of the work is to establish a school. For this purpose it is necessary to work according to school methods and school rules. And to work on 3 lines establishing a school means many things. There are 2 conditions in the work with which one must begin. The first, that one must not believe anything, one must verify everything. The second, an even more important condition, refers to doing. One must not do anything until one understands why one does it and for what purpose. These 2 conditions must be understood and remembered. It is true that one may realize one does not know anything and does not know what to do, then one can always ask for advice, but if one asks, one has to accept and follow it. So far you have worked on the first line, you have studied what was given and explained to you, and you have tried to understand. Now, if you wish to continue, you must try to work on the second line and, if possible, on the third line. You must try to think how to find more work on the first line, how to pass to work on the second line, and how to approach work on the third line. Without this your study will give no results. Now ask questions until you are satisfied that you understand about the 3 lines of work, what each line means, why they are necessary, what is necessary for each of them, and so on. The profit you may get is always proportionate to your understanding. The more consciously you work, the more you can get. That is why it is so important that all this should be explained and understood. Q. How does one need 3 lines of work? A. In the beginning all depends on the mind. Mind must be educated, it must awake. Later it will depend on emotion. For this one needs a school, one must meet other people who know more than one does oneself, and one must discuss things with them. Certainly, if you remain by yourself you will forget the things you learn, because there are so many momentums in us that things just disappear from our mind. That is why a man cannot work alone, and only the combined work of many people together can produce the necessary results. There are many obstacles, many factors which keep us asleep and make it impossible for us to awake. Things we learn will just disappear if nothing helps them, and what can help them? Only other people around. First one must work on acquiring knowledge, material, practice. Then, when one has got a certain amount, one begins to work with other people in such a way that one person is useful to another and helps another on the second line. Because of a certain special organization, one is in a position to work for other people, not only for oneself, and later one may understand in which way one may be useful to the school. It is all a question of understanding. On the third line you work for the school only, not for yourself. If you work on those 3 lines, after some time this organization will become a school for you, but for other people, who work only on one line, it will not be a school. You remember I said that a school is an organization where you can not only acquire knowledge but also change your being. A school of this nature is not always the same, it has magical qualities and may be one kind of school for one person and something quite different for another person. You must understand that all you can receive, all ideas, all possible knowledge, all help, comes from school. But the school does not guarantee anything. Take an ordinary university where only knowledge and instruction are given. It can guarantee you a certain amount of knowledge, but even that only if you work. But when the idea of change of being enters, no guarantee is possible, so people may be in the same school, in the same organization, and may be on different levels. Q. You spoke of the aims and needs of the school. Could you tell us what they are? A. First we must prepare ourselves for understanding them. We have school ideas, so we must make use of them, that will help us to understand schools. If we do nothing ourselves and talk about schools, it will only create imagination and nothing more. We must draw profit from the ideas we have. If we draw no profit from them, schools will not exist for us. You must have your own aim, and it must coincide with the aim of the school. It must enter into it. Q. Does the difference between the first and the third lines mean that a school has aims apart from the advancement of its members, such, for instance, as perpetuating its own knowledge? A. Not only. There may be many things, because it is taken in a different line of time. In relation to yourself you can take only the present. In relation to school a longer time. It may help if I remind you how this work began. A very long time ago I came to the conclusion that many things existed in man that could be awakened, but I saw that this did not lead anywhere, because one moment they were awakened and another moment they disappeared, since there was no control. So I realized that school was necessary, and I began to look for a school, again in connection with these powers which I called miraculous. Eventually I found a school and found many ideas. These are the ideas we are studying now. For this study, an organization is necessary, first, in order that people could learn these ideas, and, secondly, in order that they should be prepared for a further stage. This is one of the reasons for an organization, and only those people can have a place in it who have done something for themselves already. As long as they are in the power of false personality they cannot be useful, either to themselves or to the work. So the first aim of everyone who is interested in the work is to study himself and find what must be changed. Only when certain things are changed does one become ready for active work. One thing must be connected with another. One must understand that personal study is connected with the organization and with the study of general ideas. With the help of these ideas we can find much more. The more you have, the more you can find. Work is never at an end, the end is far. It cannot be theoretical, each of these ideas must become practical. There are many things in this system that an ordinary man cannot invent. Some things one can discover by oneself, some other things one can understand only if one is given them, but not otherwise, and there is a third kind of things which one cannot understand at all. It is necessary to understand these gradations. It seems to me that what we have been learning so far was theory, and now we need to make it a matter of personal practice? Quite right. Only it is wrong to think that until now everything was theoretical. From the first lecture you were given material for self-observation and for practical work. You must not think that this is the beginning of something new that has not existed before. What form of work could we have other than lectures and discussions? You must think what you need besides discussion. You need instruction, you need to be shown the way. One cannot find the way by oneself. It is the state of human beings that they can be shown the way but they cannot find it by themselves. You see, to put it more clearly, you enter the second line of work in this way. These groups have been going on for some time, and there were people and groups before you. One of the principles of school work is that one can get instruction and advice not only from me but also from people who have been studying before you came, perhaps for many years. Their experience is very important for you, because, even if I wished it, I could not give you more time than is possible for me. Other people have to supplement what I can give you, and you, on your side, must learn how to use them, how to profit by their experience, how to get from them what they can give you. Experience shows that in order to get what it is possible to get from these ideas a certain organization is necessary. Organization of groups of people not only for discussing things but also for working together, as, for instance, in the garden, in the house or on the farm, or doing some other work that can be organized and started. When people work together at anything for the sake of experience, they begin to see in themselves and in other people different things which they do not notice when they just discuss. Discussion is one thing and work is another. So in all schools there exist different kinds of organized work, and people can always find what will suit them without unnecessary sacrifices, because sacrifices are not expected. But you must think about it, you must realize that so far people have looked after you, talked to you, helped you. Now you have to learn to look after yourselves, and later you will have not only to look after yourselves but also after new people. This also will be part of your work. The chief point I speak about is understanding. I mean understanding of the work, of the necessity of work, of the requirements of the work, the general plan of the work, and interest in it all. This is what is obligatory. One cannot understand the methods of the work until one understands its general direction. And when one understands the direction, it will help one to understand many other things that one wants to understand. You see, one cannot avoid one's share in this part of the work. If for one or another reason one avoids it, one cannot acquire any more. Some people do not understand the very beginning of work, they do not think about work as work, they take it in the ordinary way. There is one thing that is necessary, obligatory, after a certain time, and this is valuation. Because one cannot work without it. On the one hand people want to work, but on the other they want to take things in the same way as usual. But if they want to work, everything in reference to the work must be regarded differently, everything, and they think they can take things in the same way. What I find lacking is work and understanding of work and valuation of work. Valuation is lacking chiefly. Everything is taken for granted, and at the same time it is taken from an ordinary point of view. As a result nothing changes. Much depends on personal attitude and personal work. A school for one person is not a school for another. How can one have the right attitude and valuation? First of all, before beginning to study, One must decide what one really wants to know. It is quite possible that what we study here will not interest one. One may find that one does not need it at all. So one must try to find more or less what one wants, otherwise one may only waste one's time. This is first. Secondly, one must understand certain fundamental principles, otherwise one will fail to understand many other things. Something will always stand in the way of one's understanding. A very important principle is that a person cannot study the system alone, and it is necessary to understand why. There are many reasons. The first reason is very simple and obvious: one cannot have a teacher all to oneself. If one finds someone who can teach this system, he will not spend his time on one person. And without someone who can explain things and work with one can do nothing. Secondly, if one works alone, or tries to, one cannot put someone else in one's place, and at a certain moment this becomes very necessary in order to pass to the next degree of knowledge and being. You will remember what I said about the staircase in the first lecture, in connection with the explanation of the growth of magnetic center and the work following. I said that a man can rise to the next step of the staircase only by putting another man in his place. This means that one climbs up this staircase, which represents the difference in levels between ordinary life and what is called the way. The way does not begin on the same level as ordinary life, one has to go up higher to reach it. This means that the level of our understanding, our ordinary mind, even our ordinary feelings have to be changed. Only, in thinking about putting other people in one's place, it is very important to avoid one dangerous mistake. Some people are inclined to think that this must be their individual work. They fail to understand that this expression is a formulation of a general principle. It is childish to think that it can be done by one person transmitting these ideas to another. First of all, it is necessary to understand that people cannot do it, and, secondly, that it cannot be demanded of them, because individual work can only refer to oneself. Putting people in one's place is school work, that is, the joint efforts of all the people belonging to the school. All school work is organized with this purpose in view. The different branches of the work all pursue the same end, to put new people in the place occupied by the people who are there at present, and in this way to help them rise to other steps. But nobody has thought about it in the right way. For instance, very few people think about these lectures and about the house in the country, who arrange them and how they are arranged and run. This is the answer to the question about putting someone in one's place, because other people look after you and arrange things for you. They studied the ideas of the system before you and came to a certain point in their study, and now they want to go further. For that they have to help other people to know what they know. They cannot do it by themselves, so they help to arrange lectures and other things for newer people. This is part of the general plan of school work. The principle of the work is that everyone must do what he can. Then, when other people come, it is for them to do what others have done before them. A certain period of effort is necessary and everyone must share in it. Why can a man do more in a group than by himself? For many reasons. The first, as I explained, because he cannot have a teacher all to himself. The second, because in schools certain sharp corners are smoothed out. People have to adapt to one another, and this is generally very useful. The third is that one is surrounded by mirrors, one can see oneself in every person. But is there a tie between me and other people here? There must be a tie, but the tie is produced by work. Everybody who works creates this tie. We must not expect other people to think about us. They will do so as much as possible, but we cannot take it for granted. Would you say more on that? Is there any obligation between oneself and the people in this room? That depends on you, on how you understand it, what you feel about it, what you think you can do about it. There are no imposed obligations. Obligations come from work. The more one does, the more obligations one has. If one does nothing, nothing is asked of one. Mr. Gurdjieff explained this in the beginning. He said it was dangerous to do something in the work if you do not want difficult things to be asked of you. Q. You said that the second line is work with people. I find it easier to work alone. Everybody finds that. Certainly it would be much better if you could sit here alone and talk to me, without any other people, and particularly these people, because these people are especially unpleasant. We all think that. I thought that when I began to study. It is one of the most mechanical things in the world. The whole system is arranged in such a way that you cannot get anything from the first line if you do not work on the second and third lines. In the first line you can get certain ideas, certain information, but after a while you come to a stop if you do not work on the other two lines. Q. While trying to work on the first line, how can one get an idea of the third line? By working on the first line to begin with, and then getting a picture of the whole, all the ideas of the system and the principles of school work. If you work on what we call the first line self-study and study of the system, every possibility in the work enters into it. So the more time and energy you give to the study of the system, the more you will understand what is included in it. In this way, little by little, understanding will come. In the first line you must be very practical and think about what you can gain. If you feel that you are not free, that you are asleep, maybe you will want to be free, to awake, and so you will work to gain that. In the third line you think about the work, about the whole organization. First of all, organization must be the subject of your study, like the ray of creation, the idea of organization, the needs of organization, the forms of organization. Then you will see that the organization is your business, not someone else's business. Everybody must take part in it, when they can. Nobody is asked to do what they cannot, but everybody must think about it and understand it. What is important in the third line is not so much actual doing as thinking about it. You cannot leave other people to think about it for you. There can be no school work on one line. School work means work on 3 lines. It must be taken from a personal point of view and understood that only with these 3 kinds of help can one move from the passive dead spot. Too many things keep you there. You always have the same feelings, the same dreams, the same thoughts. Q is the third line responsible for the progress of the system. Everything is. One line cannot exist without another. One line or 2 lines is not work. But first of all, understanding is necessary. You can study, time is given for that, but you cannot decide to do one thing and put off another thing. Q. You say that first we must understand about the third line. But that surely is not yet work? It depends. In a sense, to understand is already work. If not enough people think about the work as a whole and understand it, it is impossible to continue. A certain number of people must understand and be able to do what is necessary. You have never realized how difficult it is for the work to exist even in the form it has now. Yet it is possible for it to exist and develop if more understanding and energy is put into it. Then, with right understanding, it will be right development. But you cannot expect someone else to go on putting understanding and energy into it for you. Q. But the initiative does not lie with me? Certainly it lies with you. Only on a second line it does not lie with you, it has to be organized. You must come to the understanding of the third line yourself, only then will it be third line. It depends on your attitude and your possibilities, and these possibilities cannot be created artificially. If you feel that it is necessary to do something for the work of the school, and if you are able to do it, that will be third line of work. First you must understand what is needed, and only later can you think about what you yourself can do for the organization. Q. It seems to me that what you want from us is that we should feel that we are the organization, or part of it, that it is not something separate from us? Quite right, and more than that. You must understand what a school of the fourth way means. It is in ordinary life and therefore it particularly needs organization. Schools of monks and yogis are organized, but ordinary life does not give opportunities for studying the different sides that need to be studied. For this there must be a special organization. Q. You speak much of understanding recently. Yes, understanding is necessary, and a personal attitude. People do not make the existence of the school a personal concern, and it cannot be impersonal. In many cases, words stand in the way of understanding. People speak of first line, second line, third line, just repeating words and cease to understand anything. They use these words too easily. It is necessary to have your own personal picture of these lines, first of yourself acquiring knowledge, new ideas, breaking down old prejudices, discarding old ideas which you have formulated in the past and which contradict one another, studying yourself, studying the system, attempting to remember yourself, and many other things. You must think about what you want to get, what you want to know, what you want to be, how to change old habits of thinking, old habits of feeling. All that is first line. Then, when you are prepared enough and have made sufficient efforts for some time, you can put yourself in the conditions of organized work where you can study practically. On the second line, the chief difficulty in the beginning is working not on your own initiative, because it depends not on yourself, but on arrangements made in the work. Many things enter into that. You are told to do this or that, and you want to be free. You do not want to do it, you do not like it, or you do not like the people with whom you have to work. Even now, without knowing what you will have to do, you can visualize yourself in conditions of organized work which you enter without knowing anything about it, or very little. These are the difficulties of the second line, and your effort in relation to it begins with accepting things because you may not like it. You may think you can do whatever you have to do better in your own way, you may not like the conditions, and so on. If you think first about your personal difficulties in relation to the second line, you may understand it better. In any case, it is arranged according to a plan you do not know and aims you do not know. There are many more difficulties that come later, but this is how it begins. In the third line, your own initiative comes in once more, if you have the possibility to do something not for yourself but for the work. And even if you can do nothing, it is useful to realize that you can do nothing. But then you must understand that if everybody came to the conclusion that they can do nothing, there would be no work. This is what I mean by making a personal picture, not just using the words, first line, second line, third line. Words mean nothing, particularly in this case. When you have a personal picture, you will not need those words. You will speak in a different language, in a different way. Every line in the work, like everything else in the world, goes by octaves, increasing, decreasing, passing intervals and so on. If you work on all three lines, when you come to an interval in your personal work, another line of work may be going well and will help you to pass the interval in your individual work, or your individual work may be going well and so may help you to pass the interval in some other line. This is what I meant when I spoke about intervals in connection with different lines. The one thing to understand in the work is that one cannot be free. Certainly freedom is an illusion, for we are not free anyway, we depend on people, on things, on everything. But we are accustomed to think that we are tree and like to think of ourselves as tree, yet at a certain moment we must give up this imaginary freedom. If we keep this freedom, we can have no chance of learning anything. About thinking personally, I find when I try to do so I bring it down to a small scale. You mix things, the word personal has misled you. Personal does not only mean your own life and conditions. You must feel it is your own work. A school can exist only when people feel not outside it but inside, when they think of it as their own house. Then only will they benefit from it and will know what can help the work, what may be useful. I will give you an example of a personal attitude. You remember the small parable in the New Testament about a man finding a pearl and selling everything to go and buy it. There are also other small parables there which are all pictures of a personal attitude. Imagine a man taking it impersonally, it would be quite different. The New Testament always shows the necessity of a personal attitude, of personal profit. Many things become possible if we think about them in the right way. Every problem connected with the work, if understood rightly, gives you something. There is nothing from which you cannot get more profit than you do now. The first thing to learn in this system is how to get things. Everything you do must be done for a purpose. your own purpose. You benefit from all the three lines, but from each in a different way. In relation to the third line, it is very important to understand the general idea of why this work exists and how to help it. As I said, the idea is to establish a school, that is, to work according to school rules and principles, first studying these rules and principles and then applying them in practice. Many conditions are necessary for that. One of these conditions is that people are necessary. There are people who are prepared, who are capable of developing these ideas, but they do not know them. So it is necessary to find them, find the right kind of people and give them these ideas. But for that one must first understand these ideas oneself. Sometimes I am asked why expansion should be necessary for a system that is meant only for a few. It is not difficult to answer this question. It is quite true that this system cannot belong to all, it cannot even belong to many. But we must make every effort to give it to as many people as possible. Expansion of ideas of the system will be limited by the nature of the ideas themselves and by people's inertia and their incapacity to understand these ideas. But it must not be limited by our own inertia. The system can reach the right people, that is, people who can not only take, but also give, only if it is given to a large number of people. If it is limited to a small group, it will never reach the right people. Small groups, if they think that they can keep the ideas to themselves, will distort and spoil them. Distortion can be avoided only if work grows and if many people know about it. Small groups, limited and unchanging, will always add something personal to it. So the more the work grows, the more each individual can get from it. Another reason why schools cannot exist on too small a scale is that only a certain number of people gives a sufficient variety of types. For successful group work, variety of types is necessary, otherwise there is no friction, no opposition. People would think they understood one another. Q. What is the best way to start forming a fourth-way school? A. We cannot start. A school starts from another school. If people meet together and say let us start a school, it will not be a fourth-way school. But if a school is started, how to continue, how to develop, that is what you must think about. And for this you must first understand what work on three lines means and then work on three lines. Q. To some people the system appears as selfish. A. The system must be selfish in a sense. The first line of work is selfish, for there you hope to gain something for yourself. The second line is mixed. You have to take other people into consideration, so it is less selfish. And the third line is not selfish at all, for it is something you do for the school, not with the idea of gaining something from the school. The idea of gain belongs to the first line. So the system includes in itself both what is selfish and not selfish. Q. How can one understand the third line practically? A. When you begin to understand, this marks a definite moment in the work. Suppose you are in contact with a certain school, which level, or whether good or bad, we do not enter into. In this school you get certain knowledge, but what do you give in exchange? In what way do you help the school? That is third line. I am often asked what the third line means, how to understand it and how to start working on the third line. This question never presented any difficulty for me personally. From the moment I met the system I felt that it was bigger and more important than anything I ever knew, and, at the same time, that it was known only to a small group of people. There were no organizations behind it, no help, nothing. Science, art, the theater, literature had their universities, museums, books, a large following of people, the help of governments, the help of society, and at the same time all their combined content was very small compared with the system. At best they were only preparation for the system, and in spite of this they had all and the system had nothing. These were my ideas when I met this system. I decided to work on this line, and this was the third line of work. It is quite clear that the work needs an organization and a place for all the people who want to come, and therefore it is necessary to find people who understand this need and are willing and able to support the work in every way they can. Take as an example an ordinary school. It requires a certain plan and organization, and a certain number of people to run it, and one must know who will do one thing and who will do another. So everyone who wants to go on must realize that this work, its existence and its welfare is his own business, that he must think about it, must try to understand its requirements, must regard it as his personal concern that the work should go on, and not leave all this to other people. The most important thing is to make it one's own concern, to think of it as one's own work. There is a Russian proverb, if you like coasting downhill you must like pulling the toboggan uphill. If someone says, I am interested in the first line but not in the third, it is the same as saying, I like coasting down but do not like pulling the toboggan up. Try to think that I may go away and the work, as it is now, may disappear. Look at it from this point of view, do not take it as a permanent institution. Q. I try to take what I can from the work. But how to learn to give back? A. Sometimes one may be in the position to put the question in this form, but sometimes it is sufficient to understand what may be given, not what you can give, to know what is useful and necessary for the work without relation to yourself. Only then can you understand what may be useful at a given moment and see whether you can do something at that moment or not. So before you can put eye into it you must understand what can be done in general, what the work needs. Only later can you put eye into it. I do not consider so much what one or another person actually does, but I consider very much what he thinks. This is what is important. If he thinks and feels rightly, opportunity may come. He may not have the opportunity to do anything today, but circumstances may change and opportunity may present itself. But if he does not care about this side of things, if he does not understand it and does not think rightly about it, he deprives himself of the possibility to gain what he wants to gain. Q. If circumstances stop this work as it is now, is there a possibility of developing oneself by using what one has heard here? A. I cannot answer this. I can only say that if people do not work in these conditions, how can they work without these conditions? Experience shows that with all possible help a long time is necessary to get some results, so if one is by oneself there is still less chance. It is impossible to say what will happen in one or another case. One has a tendency to forget the most elementary things one has learned. Even what one thinks one has understood one forgets in a couple of weeks. Then, with the best intentions people distort ideas. Supposing they do not come to any groups, they must continue to think, they have problems, ask themselves questions and have to find answers to them. For instance, one of the usual forms of distortion by people who work by themselves or in separate groups is that they invariably take some kind of explanation as a principle. But if a man has learned to remember himself, that is another thing, it is a different state, different conditions. In the work the first condition is understanding what one wants to gain and how much one is prepared to pay for it, because one has to pay for everything. Sometimes one wants things without realizing what it involves and how much there is to pay. Try to think about it, perhaps you will see what I mean. This means that everything one may acquire needs a certain effort, and in order to make this effort, particularly to make it consciously, one must know why one is doing it and what one can get by this effort. And it is very important to understand too in which conditions one can work and without which conditions it is useless to try to work. Q. You say one must know how much one is prepared to pay. How can one pay? A payment is a principle. Payment is necessary not to the school but to the people themselves, for without paying they will not get anything. The idea of payment is very important and it must be understood that payment is absolutely necessary. One can pay in one way or another way and everyone has to find that out for himself. But nobody can get anything that he does not pay for. Things cannot be given, they can only be bought. It is magical, not simple. If one has knowledge, one cannot give it to another person, for only if he pays for it can the other person have it. This is a cosmic law. The idea of payment is very strongly emphasized in the New Testament in Matt 13 in several beautiful parables that I have mentioned. Man has to be a good merchant, he must know what to buy and how much to pay. Things cannot fall from heaven, they cannot be found, they must be bought. What one can get is proportionate to what one is prepared to pay. And one has to pay in advance. There is no credit. Q. There is no check on the price. You cannot find out whether it is too high. A. Some people think it is too high, refuse to pay and get nothing. Q. I do not understand about paying in advance. How is it done? A. The only way is to pay in advance, but how to do it is another thing. All that we study here is how to pay in advance. As a general principle, paying in advance means that if you are doing certain work and want to have something connected with it, then if you make it useful for the school, you earn the right to have it. Payment is a most important principle in the work, and it must be understood. Without payment you cannot get anything. But as a rule we want to get something for nothing, and that is why we have nothing. If we really decided to go for this kind of knowledge, or even for quite a small thing, and we went for it regardless of everything else, we would get it. This is a very important point. We say that we want knowledge, but we don't really. We will pay for anything else, but for this we are not prepared to pay anything, and so, as a result, we get nothing. Q. Has payment to do with some loss to oneself? A loss or effort. You may gain in that way, but you may regard it as a loss. Payment has many sides. The first payment is, of course, taking the trouble to study and understand the things you hear. It is not yet payment in itself, but it creates the possibility of payment. Payment, in the true sense of the word, must be useful not only to you but to someone else, to the school. But if you are not useful to yourself, you cannot be useful to the school either. Q. So in order to progress one must make small payments? A. Or big? Q. What are they? This is what we are speaking about. You must find it for yourself. It always means a certain effort, certain doing, different from what you would do naturally, and it must be necessary or useful to the work. Q. I do not understand the difference between efforts and payment. A. Efforts may be payment, but they must be useful, and not only to you. It is necessary to understand the work in general and the needs of the work. When one understands all that, one will find ways of doing something useful. Attitude depends on yourself and on your understanding. Opportunity depends on circumstances. Q. Is there a connection between work on oneself and payment? A. If you do not work on yourself, you will not be able to pay. This is the connection. Who will pay? False personality cannot pay. So in the beginning payment means effort, study, time, many things. But that is only the beginning. As I said, the idea is that in the way of attaining something in the work one gets only as much as one pays for. It is a physical law, the law of equilibrium. Q. Is payment sacrifice? A. Yes, but you have to sacrifice only non-existent things, imaginary things. All our values are imaginary. In the work one acquires new values and loses imaginary values. Q. Has one to break down every thought one has? A. You cannot generalize. Some of them may be useful. If all these things could be explained briefly, it would be easy. It is necessary to study many things in order to know what to pay and how to pay. And in life you get credit, but here you get no credit. By paying you must get something, but you do not know what you will get. Q. One must be willing to pay? A. Yes, but it may be difficult, not easy. Generally, paying must be difficult for you and useful for the work. But this is too general an explanation. Often we cannot define things until we come to facts. We cannot have old things and new things, there is no room for them, so first we must make room for them. This is so even in regard to ordinary things. If one wants much, one must give much. If one wants little, one will give little. Measure it, then you will understand. Q. I think perhaps one deludes oneself about wanting to change? A. Very often. This is a very good observation, because often one persuades oneself that one wants to change, but at the same time one wants to keep every small thing, so where is the change? Change is impossible if one wants to keep everything. To think about changing, one must also think about what one would give up. Q. Is there something in ourselves that prevents us from wanting enough to change? If we desired enough, should we get the help? A. Yes, certainly, but I would not put it like that. You have all the help possible, it is now your turn to work, your turn to do something. Certainly, with different conditions, different preparation, and also different circumstances, things could be better arranged. But the question is not how much is given, but how much is taken, because, generally, only a little part is taken of what is given. Q. Does it mean that it is important for us to plan our own affairs so that we have more time to devote to the work? A. I think almost everybody, with the exception of very extreme cases, can give sufficient time to take a certain part in the work without actually changing his life and affairs. Q. It is not possible for most of us to give up our lives. No. I said that people must think about this side of the work, and they must look at the practical side, what is possible and what is impossible. I am perfectly sure that in most cases people can continue to do what they have to do and live as they are accustomed to live. There is nothing in life that cannot become work if one tries to remember oneself, tries not to identify, to understand that everything happens and so on. It is not necessary to change circumstances, on the contrary, changing circumstances is even worse, especially in the beginning. Later it may be useful, but not at first. Q. What did you mean by saying that everything in life can be a possibility to work? A. I meant that every ordinary occupation in life can become work if one tries to apply the ideas of the work, then, little by little, whatever one does becomes work. Q. What is a practical application of this system? A. For instance, the possibility, by self-remembering, of increasing our consciousness. This immediately becomes practical, and there are many other things. Q. I am beginning to understand that most of the work one tries to do for other people in life is useless. Would it be true to say that the school teaches one to discriminate as to what work one is really capable of? Yes, certainly, this is one of the most important things, but the school does not teach you just to work for people, it teaches you to work for the school, and in this way you learn what you can do and how to do it. You must learn first to work for yourself, without that you cannot do anything. You must learn to be useful to yourself, to change yourself. Secondly, you must learn to be useful to people in the school, you must help them, and then you must learn to help the school as a whole. As I said, only when one works on all the three lines can one get full benefit from the school, and in that way one learns what one can do outside the school. Besides, in school one learns cosmic laws and one begins to understand why certain things are impossible. Q. If we are all mechanical, I cannot make out why we try to do anything. If we have a school, what is the object of having it? A. If there were no possibility to change, there would be no object of having it, but there is a possibility, and this makes all the difference in this system. We know that it is impossible to do, that everything happens, but we also know that there are possibilities to develop this power to do. Q. Does work on oneself gather momentum after a time or remain equally difficult, like pushing a cart uphill? A. I think it becomes more difficult, because it comes to more and more ramifications. You start on one line, then after some time you work on three lines, and each of them divides, and all the time requires attention and effort. There is no momentum there. On the other hand, one acquires more energy, becomes more conscious, and that makes it easier in a sense, but, by itself, work cannot become easier. Q. Is it necessary to work for the school before you can make any progress? It cannot be put like that. If you work for yourself and make progress, then the opportunity of working for the school may come, but you cannot make theoretical suppositions. It is your initiative that is the most important thing, both in the first and the third line. You are given material, but the initiative remains with you. But in the second line you have no initiative, or very little. Let me repeat what I said earlier. You have received these ideas and came here because certain people have worked before you and have put their energy and time into it. Now you must learn to share the responsibility. You cannot continue getting the ideas without sharing the responsibility. This is quite natural. So, if not today, then tomorrow one must do. Do what? One must understand what to demand from oneself. We study school methods, and this is the only way to study them. Q. Can you give an example of how to share responsibility? A. Number. As I said, it is a question of understanding what is useful, what is necessary. Then it is a question of seeing what one can do, if not now, perhaps later. It cannot be given in the form of a prescription. Q. Is it not true that for one's own benefit one should make payment which is difficult? A. Yes, but you must find it. Payment is not just making things difficult for yourself without any benefit for anyone else. Q. Should we avoid looking at the work only from the point of view of our special capacities? A. Naturally everybody must look first from the point of view of what he can do. But supposing his capacities are not useful, he must then find new capacities which may be useful. People often ask, how to learn to do? By working, by doing all that is possible in connection with the 3 lines of work. Often we cannot do because we do not know our own powers. Then we have not the habit of a certain discipline that is necessary in the work. Everything can be learned, but it requires initiative and understanding means effort, work. Q. It seems to me that I have more from the work than I have given. But I have nothing to give. A. I would not make such a complication out of it. We always have something to give, and we always have something to learn. So long as you are interested and continue to take things, you have a chance to pay. You lose the chance to pay when you take nothing. Q. I feel that it is part of our concern with the 3rd line of work that we have to try to become man number 4. A. That is not 3rd line of work. You do it for yourself, otherwise you cannot do it. All 3 lines are connected, but the 3rd line is what you do directly for the school, such as you are, without waiting to become number 4. Q. But it seems to me that until we reach a higher level of being, the understanding of which you spoke would not be for us? No, you are wrong. If you mean by a different level of being having a center of gravity, then you are right, but if you mean a different state of consciousness, you are wrong, because if you wait till you have a different state of consciousness, you will get nothing. So the answer to your question depends on what you mean by change of being. Struggle with false personality is also necessary. Because of false personality we can find nothing. This means that a certain change is necessary but not a big change. Q. Would you mind repeating again the characteristics of a center of gravity? Greater than, a permanent center of gravity comes at a certain moment in relation to the work, when one is already sure what one is doing, and sure of the system, and when this becomes more important than anything else. When it occupies the chief place in one's life, this is the moment when permanent center of gravity is established. But when one is interested in the ideas of the system, and yet at any moment something else may become more important, this means that one has no center of gravity. Q. Is it possible to look on 3 lines of work as being 3 different forces forming a triad? A. Yes, in a sense. But they always change. One is active today but was passive yesterday and may be neutralizing tomorrow. And they are different even in obligations. You see, like many other things, these 3 lines of work cannot be denned in words. At the same time the idea is very clear. The moment you understand it you will ask yourself, why did I want definitions? It is quite clear without words. You must try to remember all that was said about it. For many things were already said on this subject. For instance, remember what was said about prison. I remember a conversation with Mr. Gurdjieff many years ago. He put it in a very simple form. He said, one can be useful to oneself, one can be useful to other people, one can be useful to me. He represented the school. That describes the 3 lines of work. And he added, if one is only useful to oneself and cannot be useful to me or to other people, it will not last long. Q. But by being useful to oneself one automatically becomes useful to other people? No, it is separate. Only forgetting goes automatically, Nothing good happens automatically. It is quite right to get things for yourself, but if you think only about that, you limit yourself. One has to study oneself, one has to work on oneself, so one has time to study other lines. But after some time, if one does not accept this idea and keeps only to one line, one begins to lose ground. Q isn't the third line rather out of our reach at the moment? No, it is only necessary to understand. Again, one person may be in one position, another in another position, so there are no general laws about it. For instance, I began with the third line, I could do more on the third line, before I could do anything on the first and the second. Q. Isn't there a sort of organization to help people to work on the third line? Yes, there is. But an organization cannot help by itself, because each line must be based on some kind of attitude. An organization cannot replace an attitude, but at the same time an organization is necessary for understanding certain things. For instance, one of the most important things in the work is the understanding of discipline. If one understands this idea of discipline, one finds the possibility to work against self-will. If one does not understand it, one will think one works, but in reality one will not work, because it will only be self-will. Study of discipline is connected with the second line of work. Without understanding school discipline, one cannot have inner discipline. There are people who could do good work and who fail because they lack discipline. Yet change of being is possible only with school work and school discipline. For a certain period of time one must have it, and then, later, one can work by oneself. Discipline is connected with rules. Rules are the conditions on which people are accepted and given knowledge in a school. Keeping these rules or conditions is their first payment, and the first test. One of the most important things in every kind of school is the idea of rules. If there are no rules, there is no school. Not even an imitation school can exist without rules. If it is an imitation school, there will be imitation rules, but there must be some kind of rules. One definition of a school is that it is a certain number of people who accept and follow certain rules. Rules are not for convenience, they are not for comfort, they are for inconvenience and discomfort, and in that way they help self-remembering. You must understand that all rules are for self-remembering, although they also have a purpose in themselves. If there are no rules and the importance of rules is not understood, there is no work. The important thing to realize about rules is that there is really only one rule, or it is better to say one principle, that one must not do anything unnecessary. Now try to understand that. Why cannot we do in the right sense? Because we do so many unnecessary things every moment of our life. We do hundreds of unnecessary things, and because of that we cannot do and must first learn not to do anything unnecessary. First we must learn not to do unnecessary things in relation to the work, and later in connection with our own lives. It may take a long time, but this is the way to learn. You must do this, you must not do that, this is all specifications, but there is only one rule. Until you understand this fundamental rule, you have to try to follow other rules which are given. Rules are particularly important in connection with organization of groups, because, since people come without knowing one another and without knowing what it is all about, certain rules have to be imposed. For instance, one of the rules that applies to new people is that they should not talk to people outside about what they hear at lectures. People begin to realize the importance of this rule only when this form of talk turns against them, when their friends insist on their talking and they no longer want to talk. This rule is to help people not to lie, because when they speak about things they do not know, they naturally begin to lie. So if, after listening to 1 or 2 lectures, people begin to talk about what they have heard and express their opinions, they begin to lie. Most people are too impatient, they do not give themselves enough time, they come to conclusions too soon and so cannot help lying. But the chief reason for this rule is that it is a principle of school work not to give ideas but to keep them from people, and to give them only on certain conditions which safeguard them from being distorted. Otherwise they will be distorted the next day. We have had enough experience of that. It is very important to prevent these ideas from deteriorating, because it may be said that a school is something where people and ideas do not die. In life both people and ideas die, not at once, but die slowly. Another reason for this rule is that it is a test, an exercise of will, an exercise of memory and understanding. You come here on certain conditions. The first condition is that you must not talk, and you must remember it. This helps enormously to self-remember, because it goes against all ordinary habits. Your ordinary habit is to talk without discrimination. But in relation to these ideas you must discriminate. Q. It seems that in a school nothing is done without reason. Is one reason why this rule is necessary that talking would introduce a new factor, the result of which could not be predicted? A. Certainly. If people knew what to do without rules, rules would not be necessary. At the same time it is also a kind of education, because by obeying rules people create something in themselves. There would not be enough friction if there were no rules. Q. I take it that the main object of rules is to break mechanicalness? A. Each rule has many objects, but you cannot expect anything from rules alone. They are only a part of the general work, a help. Q. I find it almost impossible not to utilize the knowledge so far gained to assist one's friends. It cannot be utilized yet, because if you try to do something with the amount of knowledge you have, you will distort it. It is necessary to have more, because only then will you be able to judge whether you can do something with it in a given case or not, whether you can give something to this or that person or not. Now you cannot say. Besides, everything in this system must be explained fully or not touched at all, and in order to explain one thing you have to explain another. This is the difficulty. Do you see what I mean? For us many things are facts, or at least should be facts. If you tell them to people who have not gone slowly through this study, for them it will be something like faith. They will either believe or not believe, and since these things mostly go against ordinary ideas, it would be much easier for them to disbelieve. So why should we produce more disbelievers? It is impossible to convey these ideas sufficiently clearly to people who do not study them. Q. It is difficult to discuss something with anyone without it being colored by what we have heard here. A. Until it becomes easy you cannot begin to do anything, everything will be transformed into talk and will remain talk. Only when you are able to keep silent, keep something to yourself, only then can you accumulate more knowledge or material. If you make a hole in a balloon, the contents of the balloon will escape. If you make a hole in yourself, something will also escape. Rules are difficult to keep, because by remembering rules and obeying rules you accumulate conscious energy. This is chiefly why rules are made. One cannot describe rules or give a catalogue of them, but rules can be understood. Besides, emotional development needs discipline. Nothing develops the emotional center so much as giving up self-will. Rules are connected with the idea of conduct. When we become men number 5 our conduct will be perfect compared to what it is now. But we are not men number 5, so we must have rules. If we remember rules, understand and follow them, our conduct will be consistent and will lead in a definite direction. It will no longer be the erratic conduct of men 1, 2 and 3. All the ways need discipline. This explains why one cannot work by oneself. One cannot create discipline by oneself. If one understands this work, then discipline takes the form that one does not decide for oneself but works according to instructions. It takes a long time to acquire will, for self-will has to be conquered first. In the meantime another will is necessary, the will of the school, of the organization. Q. I do not understand why rules belong to the second line and not the third. A. Try to think. There can be no rules on the first and the third lines, there you must do what you can, there must be initiative, work must be free. On the second line there must be discipline. Q. What is more important on the second line, advantage to oneself or advantage to other people? A. It is impossible to put it this way. In the second line you must be able to forget your own interests, Your own likes and dislikes. Q. Are the questions which people ask at lectures and which are helpful to other people the second line of work? No, work is another thing, you know. It is necessary to understand what the word work means in the system's sense. It does not mean happenings like that somebody's question happens to give a useful result. Work always means a line of efforts leading towards a certain definite aim. Not one effort. One effort does not mean work, but a connected line of efforts, an uninterrupted line of efforts, only that becomes work. Q. If two people help each other, will that be second line? A. No, as I have explained, in the second line there is no initiative. But there must be a certain preparation for it. One must understand the necessity of working with people. When you begin to understand that it is physically impossible to work alone, that it is only because of these other people that you yourself can work, that will be understanding, but it will not be second line yet. You must understand that the people you meet here are as necessary for you as the system itself. This will be a beginning. Q. Is there any particular line that will help one to escape from doing unnecessary things? No particular line, all lines that are explained. You must be able to see what is possible. You are given many suggestions and one day you can do better work on one line and another day on another line. There is no special line for all days, for all time. And there is self-remembering, everything that was said about identification, considering, negative emotions, study of the system, many things. You never know which will be more useful at a given time. One moment one helps and another moment another helps. Q. Does this system involve self-surrender? A. Not in the usual sense. In the fourth way only a special kind of surrender is necessary, in certain kinds of work, in some special situations. For instance, as I have said, one must surrender one's decisions in questions connected with work in the school. This is an example of possible discipline. And one must remember why one is doing it and what one is doing. For instance, in remembering rules, one must surrender a considerable part of one's own judgment and simply remember them. Why? Because one must realize that one does not understand enough. When one does understand, there will be no need to remember rules. So you see, surrender does not mean blind sacrifice, and it is necessary only in connection with schoolwork, not outside schoolwork. I repeat, the way to acquire will is to put oneself under a certain discipline and not try to escape. People use in the work the same methods they use in life, they adapt. They try to make work as comfortable, or at least as little uncomfortable as possible, and in that way they lose what the work can give. Q. I do not see why adapting should not be admitted in the work. You cannot adapt to the work, you have to work in actual fact. Adapting may be right in certain cases in life, but in the work it is always wrong. Adaptation is not a sure method. You adapt yourself to one state or one set of circumstances, and then it changes and your adaptation fails. You must find a better method, because you never know what will happen next moment. For instance, you sit in your room and decide not to be irritated, then something happens unexpectedly and you are irritated before you know it. Q. How can we make this work more real? I realize that it is not what it might be. It is what it is because you are not what you might be. There is a certain principle in the work time is counted. For every person certain demands are made. If you have only been 1 month in the work the demands are small, next month they grow, after 6 months they are bigger, after a year still bigger. If a person does not meet these demands, the bill becomes very heavy in the end. If someone considers that he has the right to be on the level of the first month after being in the work for some years, he cannot pay the bill. Payment means first of all being able to meet demands. Demands always grow, and if you are behind your time things will look below their right level to you, whatever they are in reality, because you are below level. But if you work, if you grow, you will be on the level of the demands. I am showing you the side from which it is possible to approach this question. Many things are necessary in an organization, Understanding first of all, and effort. Q. I suppose meeting the demands entails giving up some things, but I am puzzled about what they are. A. Do not worry. When it is necessary to give up something, it becomes quite clear. If you do not see what you have to give up, it means that it is not the time to think about it yet. Intellectual thinking about it is quite useless, for when you have to give up something, it never comes in the form of a puzzle. Maybe someday you will see some particular kind of negative emotion and will realize that if you want to keep it, you cannot work. Or it may be some kind of imagination, or something else of this kind. It always begins in this way. Q. It seems paradoxical that we are trying to get free from laws and are putting ourselves under more. A. In order to get free, it is necessary to submit to many more laws for a certain time, for one can learn to be free only by obeying more laws. There are many reasons for this. One reason is that we are too lenient with ourselves. If we set ourselves a task, after some time we begin to make excuses. And then we deceive ourselves too much. So, as I said, if people want to continue to study, they must accept certain conditions. This means they must make the study practical. If people do not take work seriously enough, it is a waste of time. You have a right to go away and I have a right to stop lectures, so there are no obligations on either side. I have other work to do, but my giving up my time to this is necessary, because it is the only way to establish a school. If I can say, if I die tomorrow, work will continue, it will mean that a school is established. If it depends wholly on me, it will mean that the school is not of sufficient strength. Q. In a school, is it better to study only yourself and not other people? A. No, it is necessary to study other people also, but not only other people. Q. Surely it is easier to be objective about other people than about oneself? A. No, it is more difficult. If you become objective to yourself, you can see other people objectively. But not before, because before that it will all be colored by your own views, attitudes, tastes, by what you like and what you dislike. To be objective, you must be free from it all. You can become objective to yourself in the state of self-consciousness. This is the first experience of coming into contact with the real object. Q. Does one ever learn to administer shocks to oneself in order to work as one should? A. If you work on 3 lines, one line will give shocks to another. When you understand, not theoretically but from observation, how one line helps another, you will find out. Q. What I meant was, when one needs energy quickly for a special purpose, how can one get it? Is it by a shock? A. A good shock makes energy quickly. But shocks can be of 3 kinds, somebody else can give it to you, or you can give it to yourself, or it may come accidentally. Nothing else can create energy quickly. A good shock can make you remember yourself and remember the shock. It may be so good that you will be unable to forget it for some time, that will make you more emotional and the emotional center will produce energy. Q. You said shocks can be accidental? Accidental shocks do not count. Things happen, people find money in the street, but you cannot rely on it. When we speak about giving shocks, we speak about conscious shocks. We must understand how things happen. We start to do something and then come to an interval without so much as realizing the existence of intervals or knowing about their possibilities. This is our situation. Before we come to the possibility of aiming and attaining, we must understand that this is very far from us and we must study intervals in the given examples, such as the food diagram. By studying these intervals and the 2 conscious shocks which were explained, by learning to produce them, we may come to the possibility of quite a different kind of shock, but not before that. As a matter of fact, if we could produce enough necessary shocks that are strong enough, there would be practically nothing we could not attain. The only thing we need is shocks, but we cannot make them. Even if we think of them, we are not confident enough, we do not trust ourselves, do not know for certain that this shock will produce the desired effect. That is why organized work includes in itself many shocks, so it is not left to ourselves. We are so fast asleep that no shocks wake us, we do not notice them. Q. Does the realization of mechanicalness give one choice in one's actions, or must one wait for will? A. I would say it gives choice. At the same time, it is wrong to think that when realization comes it already brings the possibility and the power. One can know and not be able to do anything. It is a most difficult and unpleasant situation if one begins to see things and is unable to do anything. That is why in some cases it is better not to begin working unless one is ready to go on to the end. Otherwise one may remain between two stools. The idea of choice is a contradictory idea. From one point of view there is no choice, from a second point of view there is choice, from a third again no choice, and all are true. It is a very complicated idea. For instance, in the work there is choice, but work is connected with life outside. Things may become so bad that there is no choice, and then perhaps there is a moment of choice, but if we miss it, we miss it. Q. Is there any way to recognize these moments of choice? A. Only by trying to find these moments in the work, because this system is a method of acquiring new knowledge and power and, at the same time, a means of exercising this knowledge and power. Here we have more possibility to choose. If we exercise it, then perhaps later we will be able to apply it to other things. This idea is connected with crossroads. Crossroads are moments when one can do. A moment comes when one can help in this work or not. If an opportunity comes and one misses it, another may not come for a year perhaps, or even longer, if one does not arrange to use organized work which may make permanent opportunities. Q. Concerning work on the second line, is it necessary to ask for an opportunity? A. Everybody is given the opportunity, only, an individual person cannot organize work on the second line for himself, it must be arranged. In this connection it was found by experience that physical work is very useful in school. In some schools there are special physical exercises, but, in the absence of these, physical work takes their place. All this refers to the second line, it must be organized work. The idea is this: when a certain number of people work together, in the house, in the garden, with animals, and so on, it is not easy. Individually they can work, but working together is difficult. They are critical of one another, they get in one another's way, they take things from one another. It is very good help for self-remembering. If a person is interested in the idea, he can try it, but only if he feels the need of it. You must not think it is some kind of magical help. Work means action. Theoretically, work with other people is second line, but you must not think that being in the same room with other people or doing the same work is already second line. You do not know yet what the second line of work is. Q. You said once that physical work is the way to make centers work properly. What did you mean by that? A. Physical work, not sport, but hard work, one kind for one person, another kind for another person, puts centers right. Centers are connected in a certain way and energies are distributed in a certain way. When people are idle, centers try to do one another's work, and because of that physical work is a very reliable method for making them work better. This method is largely used in schools. In modern life, particularly with some people, wrong work of centers saps all the energy. But of course, even in organized work, if one works with identification it does not mean anything. Q. What is the difference between physical work in ordinary life and organized physical work in a school? A. Working anywhere else is much easier, you give yourself more freedom to choose the way to do it. Suppose you work in your own garden. You will do the things you like doing and do them in your own way. You will choose your own tools, your own time, your own weather, everything. So you introduce very much self-will into it. In organized work you have not only physical results, you also struggle with your self-will. Work does not cease to be dangerous by being specially organized, however, because in ordinary work will always remain self-will, while in school work self-will spoils the whole thing, and not only for oneself but also for other people. Self-will always knows better, and always wants to do things in its own way. All organized work is a chance to work against self-will. Besides, organized physical work needs emotional effort. That is why physical work cannot really be called physical, because it is emotional as well. If it were only physical, it would not be so profitable. If there is no emotional effort in the physical work you are doing, you must either increase your speed, or increase the time or the effort in order to make it emotional. Try to do some physical work harder and longer than you can do it with ease, and you will see that it requires an emotional effort. This is why physical work is important. Q. What sort of emotional effort? You will see. We are now speaking of physical work connected with the system. It is under quite different laws. You do it for a different purpose, and you have to remember why you do it. Q. Do some people need school and others not? A. School is for those who are prepared for school. The beginning of school work already means some preparation. In school, a new octave must begin. What is the duty of this personality which was magnetic center? What can be required from it now? Valuation of the work, valuation of the system and of everything connected with the system. If valuation is there, this personality will grow. If it is not there, it will not grow. Q. Can one be identified with a school? A. That means losing the school. One can be identified with the school in many ways: by liking it too much, or criticizing it too much, or believing in it too much. Q. Does a school interfere with how you behave outside school? A. In relation to the school, your actions are controlled by rules. Outside school, you will find that it is also necessary to apply certain principles which you use in school. If you do not try to apply them whenever you can, it is useless to know them. Then this is not a rule or a principle. You will find even outside school that if you want to do something, you must not do some other thing. In other words, you have to pay for everything, not in the sense of taking out money and paying it out, but by some kind of sacrifice. I do not like to use this word, but there is no other. In that way it will involve all your life. Q. Does the number of people in a school depend on the amount of knowledge produced? No, it depends on the number of people who have a certain being and who can look after other people, teach and instruct them and so on. You think schools are like mushrooms in a wood, but they are very different from mushrooms. A school is the result of long work. Even if you take this room and us sitting here talking, it is the result of 30 years' work of many people, and maybe many before them. This must be taken into account. Besides, knowledge in our sense means knowledge connected with the possibility of development of being. This knowledge must come from another school and must be valuable. Suppose I make you learn by heart the dates of birth of all French presidents, what use will that be? Yet very often this is called knowledge. Q. Is the reason why this knowledge may not be given without payment because people who take it without payment will twist it? A. Simply because they will lose it, will throw it away, because valuation depends on payment. You cannot have a right valuation of a thing you do not pay for. If it comes too easily, you do not value it. This is one side. And another side of the question is that if you value a thing, you will not give it away to other people. What does valuation mean? If you realize what effort was put into it, how many people have worked, and for how long, to give you this knowledge, you will not give it away for nothing, because, first of all, it will not be useful to them if they have it, and secondly, why should they have it for nothing? It would be the greatest injustice. But this cannot happen, because they cannot take it anyway. Q. As far as I understand, the main object of school is to produce Superman? A. I don't know about this producing Superman. This is not a Superman farm. Q. What relationship has the idea of school with cosmic order? A. This school, a school in which you can be, is a very small thing. It may help you, but it is a great presumption on our part to think that it has any cosmic meaning. It is very easy to understand the idea of school if you think simply about it. You want to have certain knowledge, and you cannot get it until you meet a school, I mean a school that has got this knowledge from another school, not knowledge invented by ordinary men. This is the only idea from which you can start. Q. Some time ago you have mentioned men of higher mind from whom this knowledge comes. Do they actually live, and can we recognize them? A. We cannot recognize them if they do not wish to be recognized. But if they wish to, they can show that they are on a different level. If we meet people of a higher level, we shall not recognize their being, but we can recognize their knowledge. We know the limits of our knowledge, so we can see when somebody knows more than we do. This is all that is possible for us in our present state. But we cannot see whether another person is conscious or not, or more conscious than we are. He will look the same, or even, and this is particularly interesting, it often happens that people who are more developed may look less conscious and we may take them to be more mechanical than we are. Q. Do schools exist to have a general effect on other people not in schools, or is it entirely for their own reasons? A. I would say both, only there is no contradiction between the two things, because how can schools have an influence on people not in schools? Only by preparing them for school, in no other way. You see, the chief difficulty in understanding school systems is that they cannot be diluted too much. If they become diluted, they become their own opposite, they cease to mean anything, cease to have any purpose. Q. Have not schools in the past influenced humanity? A. When schools influenced humanity, humanity was very small and schools very big. Now humanity is very big and schools very small. For instance, schools under the name of different mysteries influenced certain periods of Greek life, but Greece was a very small country. Egypt too was comparatively small, so it could be influenced. But how could this small school influence humanity at the present time? You ask without thinking. I remember Mr. Gurdjieff said that 200 conscious people could influence humanity. We calculated once what this would mean. Suppose one man number 7 exists in the world, he must have at least 100 pupils, because he cannot be in contact with lower degrees by himself. So if there is one man number 7, he must have at least 100 men number 6. Each of these men number 6 must have at least 100 men number 5, so that makes 10,000 men number 5. Each of these 10,000 men number 5 must have at least 100 men number 4, through whom he can have contact with other people, so there must be 1,000 men number 4. Each of these men number 4 must have at least 100 men 1, 2 and 3 whom he knows and with whom he can work, so that will make 100 men number 1, 2 and 3. This means that, even if we suppose that 1,000 makes one school, there would be 100 schools. Well, we know definitely that there is no such number of schools, so it is impossible to expect a man number 7, because the existence of a man number 7 would mean that schools would control life. Even man number 6 would mean that schools control the world. This implies that men number 7 and number 6 would only be in the world in special conditions, and it would be seen and known, because it would mean that life would be controlled by schools. And since we know that if there are schools now, they are very hidden, it cannot be so in our times. Q. Do you mean that man number 7 cannot exist on this planet or that he does not exist under present conditions? A. I did not say he cannot exist. I said we may have reason to think that he does not exist, because his existence would show itself. But it does not exclude the possibility that for some reason men number 7 may exist and not show themselves, only it is less probable. Chapter 12 Necessity to distinguish more important from less important ideas of the system. Limitations of being. Possibilities of changing being. Householder, Tramp and lunatic has namus sleep and the possibility of awaking realizations and words. How to increase emotional attitude, sense of proportion, self-remembering, to know and to see oneself, being serious, struggle with habits, understanding mechanicalness, efforts, self-study, self-observation, shocks. How to be more emotional, ? Putting more pressure into the work, training the emotional center, positive emotions, pleasant and unpleasant emotions, increasing valuation, how new things come, slowness of understanding, raising one's standard. Now it is time for you to think about everything you have heard from the point of view of what is more important, that is to say, to look for the center of gravity in all the different ideas you have studied and to try to find the chief points, because, as in everything else, there are more important and less important points. There are auxiliary things which help you to understand the chief points, and there are chief points which determine the whole. It is now time to distinguish between them. Right questions, right problems are those that refer to being and change of being, how to find the weak sides of our being and how to fight against them. We must understand that, before acquiring new knowledge, we must realize our limitations and the fact that our limitations are really limitations of our being. Our knowledge remains on the same level. It grows in a certain direction, but this growth is very limited. We must see what a restricted field we live in, always deceiving ourselves, always imagining things to be different from what they are. We think it is very easy to change something, but it is only when we sincerely try that we realize how difficult, how almost impossible it is. The idea of change of being is the most important idea of all. Theories, systems, diagrams are only a help, they help concentration and right thinking. But there can be only one real aim, and that is to change our being, for if we want to change something in our own understanding of the world, we must change something in ourselves. What is interesting in this connection, and what I would like to speak about, is the division of men from the point of view of the possibility of changing being. There is such a division. It is particularly connected with the idea of the path or way. You remember it was said that from the moment one becomes connected with influence, a staircase begins, and only when a man gets to the top of it is the path or way reached. A question was asked about who is able to come up to this staircase, climb it and reach the way. Mr. Gurdjieff answered by using a Russian word which can be translated as householder. In Indian and Buddhist literature, this is a very well-defined type of man and type of life which can bring one to change of being. Snataka or householder simply means a man who leads an ordinary life. Such a man can have doubts about the value of ordinary things, he can have dreams about possibilities of development, he can come to a school, either after a long life or at the beginning of life, and he can work in a school. Only from among such men come people who are able to climb the staircase and reach the path. Other people he divided into two categories: first, tramps, and second, lunatics. Tramps do not necessarily mean poor people, they may be rich and may still be tramps in their attitude to life. And a lunatic does not mean a man deprived of ordinary mind, he may be a statesman or a professor. These two categories are no good for a school and will not be interested in it, tramps because they are not really interested in anything, lunatics because they have false values. So if they attempt to climb up the staircase, they only fall down and break their necks. First, it is necessary to understand these three categories from the point of view of the possibility of changing being, possibility of school work. This division means only one thing: that people are not in exactly the same position in relation to possibilities of work. There are people for whom the possibility of changing their being exists. There are many people for whom it is practically impossible, because they brought their being to such a state that there is no starting point in them, and there are people belonging to yet a fourth category who, by different means, have already destroyed all possibility of changing their being. This division is not parallel to any other division. Belonging to one of the first three categories is not permanent and can be changed, but one can come to the work only from the first category, not from the second or the third. The fourth category excludes all possibilities. So, though people may be born with the same rights, so to speak, They lose their rights very easily. When you understand these categories and find them in your own experience, among your acquaintances, in life, in literature, you will understand this fourth category of people. In ordinary conditions, in ordinary times, they are just criminals or actual lunatics, nothing more. But in certain periods of history such people very often play a leading part. They may acquire power and become very important people, but we must leave them for the moment and concentrate on the first three categories. Q. Is this possibility of growth of being connected with willingness to obey certain laws and principles? A. Not necessarily. There are different ways. On the monk's way, for instance, you have to begin with obeying. There are other ways that do not begin with obeying but with studying and understanding general laws. You cannot disobey, because they make you obey. You can escape from some of them only through growth of being, not in any other way. Q. Does it follow, then, that people who have connection with a school, however slight, belong to those who can change their being? A. Certainly, if they are interested in school and are sincere in their attitude towards school, it shows that they belong to those who can. But you see, in each of us there are features of tramp and lunatic. It does not mean that if we are connected with a school we are already free from these features. They play a certain part in us, and in studying being we must detect them, we must know in which way they prevent our work, and we must struggle with them. This is impossible without a school. As I said before, tramps can be not only rich, they can be very well established in life and still be tramps. Lunatics can be very learned people and occupy a big position in life and still be lunatics. Q. Is one of the features of a lunatic that he wants certain things out of proportion to other things, in such a way that it will be bad for him as a whole? A. Lunatic means a man who always runs after false values, who has no right discrimination. He is always formatory. Formatory thinking is always defective, and lunatics are particularly devoted to formatory thinking. That is their chief affection in one way or another. There are many different ways to be formatory. Q. Is the tramp side in oneself a sort of irresponsibility that is prepared to throw everything overboard? A. Quite right. Sometimes it can take very poetical forms. There are no values in the world, nothing is worth anything, everything is relative. Those are favorite phrases. But actually the tramp is not so dangerous. The lunatic is more dangerous, since it means false values and formatory thinking. Q. What is it that determines which category a man belongs to? A. A certain attitude to life, to people, and certain possibilities that one has. It is the same for all the three categories. The fourth category is separate. About this fourth category, I will give you just a few definitions. In the system this category has a special name, consisting of two Turkish words. It is hasnamus. One of the first things about a hasnamus is that he never hesitates to sacrifice people or to create an enormous amount of suffering, just for his own personal ambitions. How a hasnamus is created is another question. It begins with formatory thinking, with being a tramp and a lunatic at the same time. Another definition of a hasnamus is that he is crystallized in the wrong hydrogens. This category cannot interest you practically, because you have nothing to do with such people, but you meet with the results of their existence. As I said, for us it is important to understand the second and third categories, because we can find in ourselves features of them both, especially the third. In order to struggle against the second, that is the tramp, school discipline and a general inner discipline are needed, because there is no discipline in a tramp. In a lunatic there may be a great deal of discipline, only of the wrong kind, all formatory. So struggle with formatory thinking is struggle against lunacy in ourselves, and the creation of discipline and self-discipline is struggle against the tramp in us. As to the characteristics of a man in the first category, that is the householder to begin with, he is a practical man, he is not formatory, he must have a certain amount of discipline, otherwise he would not be what he is. So practical thinking and self-discipline are characteristics of the first category. Such a man has enough of these for ordinary life but not enough for work, so in the work these two characteristics must increase and grow. A householder is a normal man, and a normal man, given favorable conditions, has the possibility of development. Q. Is there the possibility of the householder in everybody? A. Not in everybody. I already said that there are some people who have lost the capacity for practical thinking or the capacity for development. In such a case they are fully lunatics or tramps according to what they have lost. Q. You mean from birth? A. That we do not know. We cannot speak about that, we can only speak about results. We know that in the work one must have the capacity for practical thinking and practical attitude, and one must have sufficient self-discipline to accept school discipline. Q. What do you mean by practical thinking? A. Just what is called practical thinking in ordinary language, namely, the capacity to calculate things in different circumstances. This same capacity can be applied to ideas of the work, school principles, rules, everything. Q. It seems that people in the category of lunatics or tramps are further from any appreciation of truth than the householder? A. There is no guarantee of that. As facts go, they can be exactly on the same level in relation to that, but their potentiality is different. Like many other things, people do not differ as manifestations go, they do not differ, one from another among mechanical people. But possibilities are different. One can become different, another cannot, one can change only if a miracle happens, another can change by his own efforts and with certain help. You say, we all have parts of tramp, lunatic and householder? A. Try not to think about it in these terms. Find your own words what is meant by householder, what is meant by tramp, what is meant by lunatic. These words are not a description, they are only a hint at certain possibilities. Q. If one does not like self-discipline, is this a description? A. Not a description, only one feature. First of all, the tramp has no values, everything is the same, good and bad do not exist for him, and because of that, or in connection with that, he has no discipline. The lunatic values what has no value and does not value what has value. These are the chief characteristics, not a description. The householder has at least certain values from which he can start and a certain practical attitude towards things. He knows that if he wants to eat he must work. Q. About the fourth category of man, who has destroyed all possibility of development, does that situation arise in him because of some form of extraordinary selfishness? A. Yes, in most cases. It is useful to know about this category only because sometimes these people play a great part in life. But they are already there, we can neither help them nor destroy them. We must think about our own selves, our attitude, and chiefly about our understanding. Because if we understand, it is already better, we accept such people more easily and know their ways. Q. Are the distinctions between men 1, 2, 3 and 4 definite, or, like tramps, lunatics, householders, are we a bit of each? You know, you absolutely spoil ideas for yourself when you take them like this and mix them up. These ideas are very important. First you must take one, quite separately, and try to understand it. Then take another and try to understand that one. The division of men knows. 1, 2, 3 and so on is one thing and it was not given parallel to anything else. You must study it as it is what is meant by man number 1, by man number 2, by man number 3, what are the various combinations of these, how they are mixed and so on. Then take this second idea. In order to understand what is meant by householder, tramp, lunatic and the further degradations, so to speak, each must be taken separately. You cannot take them all together and talk about them in one breath. This division was mentioned in connection with the possibility of development. You must realize the enormous number of people who, by the state of their being, are incapable of appreciating any real ideas. Q. Could a tramp ever be outwardly successful? This word is used to describe people who in the ordinary way are often supposed to be very near the possibility of development, although actually they are very far from it, further than quite ordinary people. People can know many beautiful words, speak very easily, and yet be very far from the possibility of development. Q. What is the significance of the idea represented by these three categories? The important thing is that in each of us, even if we find we have some practical attitudes and certain values, an important part of us also has no values or has false values, like the tramp and the lunatic. Q. What can help us to get more discrimination? A. Divide in yourself the mechanical from the conscious, see how little there is of the conscious, how seldom it works, and how strong is the mechanical attitudes, mechanical intentions, mechanical thoughts, mechanical desires. Q. What is the best way to work on self-knowledge? A. You remember I said in the beginning that there are two lines by which our development can and must proceed. The first is the line of knowledge. This is comprehensible, we must increase our knowledge, for we do not know enough either about ourselves or about the universe. The second is the line of being, for our being is not what it should be, not only in the sense that we are half-developed beings so that our level can be raised, but also in the sense that certain things in us are underdeveloped even for our present state. I said that the chief features of our being are, for instance, that we are not one, that we are many, that we are not conscious. This is inevitable, but the fact that we do not realize it can be changed. We can know it, for example, we can know that at every moment not a single action, not a single thought comes from the whole but only from a small part of us. We can become aware of it. Change of being in most cases begins with our becoming aware of something we were not aware of before. But being itself can grow and develop, our level of being can change, and parallel with that grows our knowledge. Real work is work on being, but knowledge helps. At the same time, work on knowledge is also important, and then being helps. Because in the state we are in we cannot acquire even much knowledge. It will be broken up and divided between the different eyes. Sometimes people work for several years, acquire information, but do not work on their being. Then they leave, but they cannot forget the knowledge they acquired and it works in them, but their being does not correspond to it, and so their knowledge becomes distorted. As regards knowledge, you must also understand that there are three men in everyone: man no one, man number 2 and man number 3. One of them may predominate, but everyone has all three. So even in ourselves we have three categories of knowledge. Part of our knowledge is knowledge of man number 1, part is knowledge of man number 2 and part knowledge of man number 3. When you divide what each of them knows, you will see how a man with a strong predominance can be swayed by it. Some schools start in a wrong way from the beginning and develop imaginary qualities, such as visions and things like that, for work on being needs constant supervision and knowledge, otherwise many things can go wrong. One can take imagination for the real thing, and if one does not work on being in the right way, one's work can take a wrong turn. This is very important to understand. There must always be these two lines, one helping the other. Q. You said that one of the features of our being is that we are never one. Surely in the case of identification we are one, we are not many, but perhaps in a wrong way? Yes, but it is only one of the many groups of eyes, it is not the whole. And identification practically excludes all other eyes. Even at ordinary moments, if you are relatively not identified, one eye can be doing something and other eyes can watch and look in the same direction. At least a certain number of them. But in a state of identification they are completely shut out, one small eye occupies the whole field. This is a characteristic of our being, that one small eye calls itself I, meaning the whole thing. That is why I say that we always lie to ourselves and to everybody else when we say I, because this is not I but only a small thing pretending to be the whole. Q. What is it in us that makes efforts? Again, one of the eyes or a small group of them. Our aim is to be able to make right efforts of self-study and self-development with a bigger group of eyes, so that this small group of eyes that begins self-study may grow and after some time become sufficiently big and strong to control the whole thing and keep the direction. But in the beginning it has to be educated in all that we call schoolwork by a certain kind of study. If this small group of eyes with which you begin does not grow, you will not have enough strength to go on. Many people begin this work and then leave it. Nothing can be done about it, and one cannot tell beforehand. After some time you will see for yourself whether you have enough energy and interest, because work needs energy and effort. You can get neither knowledge nor being by being passive. You have to be active in relation to the work. The chief thing to remember and think about in connection with change of being is sleep and the possibility of awaking. You must find in yourself certain ideas, certain thoughts which will awake you. Q. Are there certain ideas that will always awake one, because I find some ideas help a lot one day and not another? A. Yes, certainly, but you must find things that help more often, certain realizations. There is a great difference between realization and words. Once you have realized something, you know that it is true. Then you must not forget it. The chief question must be how to awake. Realize that you are asleep, that everybody is asleep. Then realize that the only way out is to awake. It is necessary to concentrate on one fact: sleep and the possibility of awaking. If you think about it and feel it, then the chance appears. Until you came to this realization, there is no chance, really. You can talk about this system, about worlds, hydrogens, cosmoses and everything else in the same way as you talk about other things, and nothing will happen. Q. If one has the realization that one is asleep. A. If is already a dream. All dreams begin with if. Try to think without it. Yes, this realization is the only thing. It is necessary to find ways to awake, and before that you must realize what sleep is. Q. How is one to increase one's emotional attitude to the ideas of the system? A. Compare sleep and awaking. All ideas of the work begin with the idea of sleep and the possibility of awaking. All other ideas, life ideas, may be clever, elaborate, but they are ideas of sleeping people. We are so accustomed to these imaginary ideas that, after some time, we take the ideas of the system on the same level as these other ideas that lead nowhere. It is useful to think that every day when you meet here may be the last day. We do not know what tomorrow may bring, but we usually forget this. If you realize it, your emotional attitude will increase by itself and you will be able to think about what is really important. Try to think about the relative importance of things. It is very necessary to understand how to approach this problem. How can you think about the importance of something if you have no material for comparison? You must have different things to compare. Try to compare the ideas and principles of the work with things in life. Q. It seems that the two are entirely different. A. It will not help you if you say they are different. We want to find for ourselves and not for academic purposes what is more important and what is less important, so it is not the way to begin. You will never get the right proportion, the right material for comparison if you begin in this way. Think and you will see. Q. My difficulty is that I accept intellectually that something is important and profitable and something else is unimportant and unprofitable, but I have no feeling about it. A realization will bring emotional feeling. It must be realized more often, must be connected with more things. Just try to pass, more or less, the ideas you have heard through your head. Find which of them attract you more. Some remain just words for you, about others you have practical observations or experiences. That will help. Q. It was said that we have to cut out everything unnecessary in order to progress. I find it very difficult. A. I think this is the aim in everything. If you are doing something for a certain definite purpose, then certainly the fewer unnecessary things you do, the nearer you come to your aim. For instance, if you are hurrying to catch a train and at the same time want to linger over your newspaper, you will miss your train and will not read the newspaper. It is better to take the paper with you and read it in the train. But to cut out everything is impossible, and impossible things are not required. However, the principle remains that we have so many unnecessary things we consider obligatory that we can reduce them a little. Q. Is it usual that one becomes less interested in life as one becomes more conscious? A. It depends on what one understands by life, because this expression can have many different interpretations. One may be interested in one side of life which is absolutely incompatible with other interests, or one may be interested in a side of life that can become connected with these other interests. Q. Desire seems to be essential to becoming conscious, yet cannot desire become an obstacle to consciousness? A. Desire is a complicated thing. It is really a combination of a whole series of thoughts, feelings, even fears. Desire to be conscious comes when you are afraid of mechanicalness. First one must realize that one is a machine, and then be afraid of it. Then desire will appear. Q. Lately I have had a rather depressing feeling that in spite of the work I still seem frightfully mechanical. A. We are certainly mechanical and we cannot do anything about it at present, until we know ourselves better, not only in general, but personally, individually, for there are many general things common to everybody, and there are many individual features. First we study the general things, then the individual, and when we know ourselves, we shall understand where to begin. Now we are just trying to do elementary things, more for self-study than for actual results. Q. How can one cure periods of listlessness, when system ideas have no strength? A. Everything goes in waves up and down. It is necessary to acquire enough memory and enough elevation, so to speak, in order that at moments of depression one will not lose the thread, will not forget what has been. Q. But what to put in the place of the feeling of depression which comes when illusions disappear? A. Depression may be due to other illusions that take the place of the vanished ones. The first illusions were full of hope and the other illusions may be full of despair, that is all. Q. How can we strengthen and fix moments when emotion is felt and we want to work, and use this at moments when we do not want to work? A. By trying to connect these moments. When you are in this state of wanting to work, remember other moments when you were in the same state and make a mental link between them. Q. But will it bring with it incentive to work? A. In this system incentive must come from the realization of your present situation and of the possibility of change. Or it may be even more simple. Incentive to work may be brought by the realization that it is possible to know more than you know now. The second refers to knowledge and the first to being. Actually you must have both, and all this must be verified. Very soon after you begin to work, you realize that you begin to acquire certain knowledge that opens new possibilities of understanding. Nobody can escape this if he really tries to work. And after some time one will notice changes in oneself, which one cannot describe, but which produce quite different attitudes. This is inevitable, so it gives one a definite valuation and a definite understanding that one is getting something and moving somewhere, instead of standing still. Q. How can one strengthen decisions? A. It depends on the decision. The first thing is to know what is more and what is less important. If you learn to distinguish this, decision will not be difficult. You must learn to discriminate between mechanicalness and consciousness on our level. Things that are connected with work can be conscious. Things connected with convenience, gain, pleasure, profit are mechanical. Then there is another side. If the result of the decision is really important and is connected with your work, you have a right to ask for advice. In such a case you must particularly try not to decide alone. Q. I feel that my attitude to the work needs complete revision. The system is only of importance to one eye, the others do not want to learn or change. Is there some way in which I can be helped to want to work? A. But who will do this if only one eye is interested and the others are not? You speak as though you were something different from these eyes. One eye may decide, but another will come along and will not know about it. This is the situation and you must try to do all you can. Do not dream of things you cannot do or try to do more than you can. Nobody can help you to want to work, you must want yourself, but if you do not do what you can, you will lose and work less and less. If you try to remember yourself or to stop thoughts 3 or 4 times a day, this will very soon give you energy, only it must be regular. How can we increase our power to work? Only by working, there is no other way. If you learn to make small efforts, you will have small results, and if you make bigger efforts, you will get bigger results. Q. How can one be more sure that there is a concrete advantage in becoming more conscious and less mechanical? A. You must decide for yourself, find reasons for it. First try to understand what it would mean to be more conscious and less mechanical, then decide. Only then will it have real weight. If I answer, it will be my opinion. There are things that one must decide for oneself, only then can they have real meaning and show real understanding. We do not know what it means to become conscious. But we do not know our present state either, because we live in illusions. If we were free from illusions, a strong impulse to get out of this state and to change would become possible. One cannot describe fully what this change means, and it is better not to try, for imagination is always ready to work in us and deceive us. Better study the present state. If you do, you lose nothing, for we have nothing to lose. Q. I feel sometimes that I have no sense of proportion. How can I try to remedy that? A. But this is the whole thing. This is the aim of all work. All that we do has as aim to have a real sense of proportion. But you cannot have it before you work, so it is necessary to work, and then, as a result of work, you will have a better sense of proportion. Q. I think the greatest difficulty is to find the bridge between our ordinary life and serious work in the system. What is the bridge? A. There is no need to look for a bridge, because this system gives the possibility to begin work at once, just as you are. At the same time, when you begin to think about possible results of work and about what happens without any work, you will see that they are quite different. In one case everything happens, and in another case you have to be conscious in order to act according to what you know. There is no bridge between these. What bridge can there be between madness and sanity? Q. Does change of being free one from external events? A. That you must find out by experience. The more you become united in yourself and the more you are conscious, the less you will depend on circumstances. You will understand them better, find your way better, and thus you will become more free. As to what happens later, it must be experienced in further stages. It is useless to speak about it theoretically. You can judge now, by everything I say, that I am trying to bring you to practical things. Q. Self-remembering is much more difficult in some life circumstances. Should one avoid them? A. It is a mistake to think that life circumstances, that is, external circumstances, can change or affect anything. This is an illusion. As to whether to avoid them or not, try to avoid them, or try to take them as a role you have to play. However, if you manage to avoid them, you will find that nothing has changed. There may be exceptions, but the general balance usually remains the same. Q. If we are all weakness and no strength, from what source do we draw such strength as is needed even to begin work on ourselves? A. We have certain strength. If we were only weakness, we could do nothing. If we had no strength at all, we would not be interested in the work. If we realize our situation, we already have certain strength, and new knowledge increases this strength. So we have quite enough to start with. Later, strength comes from new knowledge, new efforts. Q. I find it very difficult to work in the right way, because I do not see what kind of effort is right at one time and not at another. A. Trying to remember yourself is always right, if you can make yourself try. Whatever you are doing, just try to realize that you are doing that, or that you are not doing something you have to do. If you try this persistently, it will give results. Effort to remember yourself is the chief thing, because without it nothing else has any value. It must be the basis of everything. Only in this way can you pass from the mechanical to a more conscious state. Q. I still cannot see in what way self-remembering is distinct from thinking of oneself. Thinking of yourself is another thing. If you want to remember yourself, the best thing is not to think about yourself. As long as you think about yourself, you will not remember yourself. It is difficult to explain the difference in words. It is as though you think about yourself on one basis and you try to remember yourself on another basis. You realize that you do not remember yourself, that you are not conscious, and by making yourself remember this absence of consciousness you begin to remember yourself. I cannot explain it any better. You do not get the right method at once, but if you try for some time you will find some particular line of thought that will help you. Then you will discover that if you think about some particular things in a certain way it will make you remember yourself. And this is the first step to consciousness. Q. I do not know whether I remember myself or not at certain moments. It is sufficient to know that you do not. Catch a moment when you are particularly far from remembering yourself. At this moment you will remember yourself. Q. If I say to myself I will remember myself? Nothing comes. You cannot start that way. Either think of something that will bring it, or realize that you do not remember yourself. Q. I see now, at this moment, that I do not remember myself, but it goes no further. Go deeper. Nothing more is necessary. Realize more and more, deeper and deeper, that neither you nor other people remember, that nobody remembers himself. This will bring you to it better than anything else. Our difficulty in self-remembering is chiefly dependent on lack of realization that we do not remember ourselves. Later many other things may enter into it, but if you try to have them all at once you will have nothing. Try to observe how your time passes. Say you are in the theater, or you are here, or you go to see friends, then, when you come home, ask yourself were you aware of yourself, and you will find that you were not. Or if you are in a bus, ask yourself, when you get off, what happened on the way? You will see that you never remember yourself naturally, you have to make yourself do it. Q. Then how do accidental glimpses of self-remembering come about? A. It may be an intense work of centers, particularly when one function looks at another. When one center is observing another center, impressions may be strong enough or conflicting enough, or helping enough, to bring about self-remembering. Many things of that kind you can create intentionally, for you cannot rely on being made self-conscious by accident. Q. I feel it is not enough to be assured that we will know the state of self-remembering by its special taste, and I want to know how we may recognize it intellectually, without risk of interference by emotion or subjective thought. Emotion does not mean interference. Intellectual function can bring you only to a certain stage, further you have to travel on emotion. About self-consciousness, which is a higher state of consciousness, no one can say that it is a definitely possible or easy experience, for it means change of being, so it is difficult to tell a mechanical man how he will feel and look at things when he becomes more conscious. He is asleep. How can one say what he will feel or do when he awakes? We cannot make the first step towards higher states because there are many things we do not want to give up. Each of us knows perfectly well what he has to give up, but no one wants to do it. But in relation to self-remembering it is much more simple. If one really tries all possible means one will notice a difference between one state and the state of a man who does not try to remember himself. Q. When I try to self-remember, sometimes my idea of time changes. Is it an illusion? It is quite possible, but in relation to self-remembering we must not think about additional results, side results. We must only think about the definite fact that we do not remember ourselves, which means that we are asleep, and that we want to remember ourselves, which means to be awake. Maybe the subjective feeling of time and many other things will change, but this is not important. What is important is the fact that we are asleep, and the effort to awake is important. Q. How can I build up a real direction, a stronger aim? A. Again the same thing by building yourself, You can be stronger than yourself. Q. But we are the sum total of different I's. How can one know which I to trust? One cannot know, that is our state. We have to deal with what we are until we change, but we work with the idea of possible change, and the more we realize the hopeless state we are in, the more energy we shall have for making efforts to change. While I find it is only too easy to understand how mechanical I am in most ways, I find it difficult to reconcile my inconsistency with this idea. Is this the result of an imperfect understanding of the simile? No. You see, it is easy to understand mechanicalness with the mind. But to remember it always, to see it in facts, in things, to see how everything happens is always very difficult. It takes time. Why is it that some recurrent mistakes you may see, but cannot stop until somebody points them out to you? Even that will not help. You can go on doing it every day, until you find the cause. Maybe it depends on some other thing, and this thing on yet another thing, and so on. For everything you want to change you must find the beginning. But we do not speak about change now, we only speak about study. Change goes further. Naturally, if you find something very obvious, you must try to change it, but this is mostly for self-observation, because if something always happens in a mechanical way you cannot even observe it. The most fundamental idea of the system is changing oneself, isn't it? It is first necessary to know what to change. The most fundamental thing is to know oneself, although, as you have heard from the very beginning, if certain things do not change you cannot know yourself, for in our ordinary state we have a very strong antagonism to any change or any kind of work. People who only want to know and do not agree with change never learn to know themselves, just as people who only want to study the system intellectually get nothing and in most cases leave very soon. But to know oneself is a long process. First we must study. Must we not expect any results from our work? What is the use of working without results? But you cannot expect them too quickly, you cannot expect immediate results. You put a twig into the earth and you cannot expect a big tree next year. Growth is a process. Some time ago you said that before one can know oneself one must see oneself. Does seeing oneself mean a combination of self-observation and self-remembering? No, just having a right picture of oneself. Before you get that, you cannot begin any serious work, you can only study, and even that will be fractional. It is very difficult to make sure that one is telling the truth to oneself. Yes, that is why I said to see oneself first, not to know. We have many pictures of ourselves, we must see them, one after another, and then compare them. But we cannot say at the first glance which is right. It can only be verified by repeated experience. This is what, in the first group in St. Petersburg, was called taking mental snapshots of oneself in preparation for seeing oneself. Cannot repeated experience also be wrong? Yes, we can deceive ourselves even in that. But when the emotional element conscience enters, that will be verification. How does one take those mental snapshots? Without a camera. See how you look, how people see you in one or another set of circumstances. You have to do it yourself, although sometimes it may be useful to ask other people about their impression of you, because everybody has a wrong picture of himself. Everybody stands before a mirror and, instead of himself, sees somebody else. If you do that you will get an idea of your roles. Roles are often divided by buffers, so we cannot look from one role at another. Does to see yourself mean you both see your faults and also what to do about them? Sometimes it may be like that. But you are again trying to have a definition and an explanation, and I speak about actual practice, not about defining or translating it into words. I mean actually to see. Suppose you speak about a certain picture which you have never seen and about which you have only heard. You can know all that is possible to know about this picture, but if you have not seen it, you must first see it for yourself and verify all that you heard. Seeing oneself does not mean seeing always. You can see yourself for a time, then you cease to see. One cannot speak to a person seriously until he begins to see himself, or at least realizes that he does not see himself and that it is necessary to do so. Q. You said once that it is necessary to be serious in relation to the work. What does being serious mean? A. First, it is necessary to divide two things, being serious and taking things seriously. In thinking about this, people usually think about how to take things seriously, and which things, but never about what it means to be serious. I will tell you what it means. To be serious means to take nothing seriously with the exception of things about which you know for certain that they are important in relation to what you want. This looks too small, but when you apply it in practice you will see that it is the only solution and the most necessary thing. You see, people who are not cannot be taken seriously from this point of view. One moment they are serious, another moment they forget everything, a third moment they again try to find something, next moment they are quite satisfied with what they have. This means they do not exist. First they must exist. Q. You said that certain negative emotions make serious work impossible. Does that mean they must be absolutely exterminated before one begins, and what do you mean by serious work? By serious work I mean not only study but change. First you must study certain things, then you work to change them. But, since even study cannot go on without a certain change, because these two processes of study and change are not fully divided, a more serious study than just at the beginning can already be called serious work. With certain negative emotions serious work is practically impossible, because they will spoil all results, one side of you will work and another will spoil it. So if you start this work without conquering certain negative emotions, after some time you may find yourself in a worse state than before. It happened several times that people made continuation of work impossible for themselves because they wished to keep their negative emotions. There were moments when they realized it, but they did not make sufficient efforts at the time, and later the negative emotions became stronger. Q. What causes people to make efforts? A. Two things cause people to make efforts, if people want to get something, or if they want to get rid of something. Only, in ordinary conditions, without knowledge, people do not know what they can get rid of or what they can gain. Q. Has one to have long training? A. Everything has its own term of life, and if one waits too long it becomes useless and only bad results can come. Shortcuts come from time to time, but if we miss them, after some time they cease to come. It is necessary to remember all that was said at different times about effort, because effort is the basis of work. Everything we can gain is proportionate to effort. The more effort we make, the more we can expect. We want very big things, we do not realize what enormous things we want. In the beginning efforts are small only because in ordinary life we do not make efforts. Everything in life is done to avoid work, so it is difficult to realize and accept the necessity of effort. All our ways of thinking and doing have the tendency to avoid it at all costs. Q. As regards change of being, it seems to be possible only with the effort to do something different. Therefore it is a vicious circle, since you cannot do anything different, because your being has not changed. No, this is in life, not in school. It is different in any system or any kind of school. In ordinary life one can change nothing. We make one step to the right and one step to the left, and the situation remains the same. But if one works under school conditions, it is not the same. If one works quickly, change will be quick. If one works very little, change will be proportionate. You cannot buy a big house for a few pennies, you have to pay what it costs. Just think about it in this way: how much do you pay and how much change do you expect? We have talked enough and can understand enough. We must see how much we pay and then we will see how much we can get. We cannot expect more. Is that clear? How many real efforts do we make? If we deceive ourselves we cannot, no, but if we do not deceive ourselves we can see how much we can expect. Effort by itself does not help, because you do not know in what direction to make effort. That is why school is necessary. Man as he is can learn many things if these things are shown to him and explained, but by himself, if he gets these things, he will get them wrong and make mistakes, or he will simply not get them. If it were not like that, school would not be necessary. Some people at least could get these things by themselves. But they cannot, nobody can. Q. Then one cannot get much from books? A. One can get some ideas, but a person will get one thing and miss 10 other things. As a matter of fact, there are books in which very deep secrets are written, but people can read them and never get these secrets. It is quite safe. Again, this is connected with the fundamental idea that understanding depends not only on knowledge but also on being. That is why one needs a school. In school you cannot deceive yourself, and in school it can be explained to you why you cannot understand. It means there is something in you that you have to conquer in order to understand more. We do not see ourselves, but with help, with study, we can see much more. There are different degrees of seeing. Q. Surely, if one makes a resolution? A. That is only a word. If you were stronger, you would be able to make resolutions. As you are, you can make as many resolutions as you like and you will continue to talk about resolutions. The chief thing is our weakness in everything. We can have beautiful plans, we can say that we know what we want, we can even have an aim, but we cannot do anything. This is why we have to learn. We have to learn how to do small things first, step by step. We must begin with small efforts. If we do not make small efforts, we will remain the same one moment there, another moment not there. But if we make small efforts and remember about them, that will give a line, a direction. Q. What is the best way to make efforts at moments when one feels the desire to change? A. It is necessary to know in what sense you mean change. Also, effort cannot be described. When one understands one's situation, then inner contradictions and many other things give one a sufficient impulse for making efforts. So it is the realization of sleep, of inner divisions, buffers, negativeness and the unpleasantness of such things that will give one the impulse. Q. If I think I have changed a little since I have attended these lectures, would it be imagination? A. No. Certainly you have changed, because you begin to understand certain things you could not have understood before. But it may not be enough. Every small thing you learn changes something, but maybe more change is necessary. You see, it is always a big change as compared with how things would have been without it, but the change may not be great enough from the point of view of acquiring more change, or of getting something else, because change does not come of itself. It comes as a result of a definite effort in a definite direction. The need for effort always remains. Study is impossible without a certain struggle, because there are many mechanical things going on in us that cannot be used in the process of acquiring control. Q. Where is the hallmark to show that we have changed or not changed? A. Many things can be said about it. It is a difficult thing to do, but if you could imagine what would happen to you if you were not connected with any kind of work, this would answer your question. If you could compare yourself with yourself as you would be. Q. Wouldn't you develop more and more eyes as you struggle to change? A. You will still have many eyes, they will not disappear, but you will be able to control them and arrange them in a certain way. Q. We have been told that it is useful to struggle with mechanical habits, but it was also suggested that it is not wise to try and alter things. Can this be explained further? A. What I said about not trying to alter things referred to people in ordinary conditions of life, without school, without discipline, without methods of the work. I said then that in ordinary life people cannot change anything in themselves, because by changing one thing they unconsciously change another. Without knowing how to do it, it is quite useless. But in the work, particularly after some time, this danger does not exist anymore, because by doing all that is advised one avoids this possibility of wrong change, since wrong change always happens in one of the useless functions. If one changes something in the ordinary way, one either begins to lie more, or identify more, or express more negative emotions, because these things are more easily affected. But in the work we have many safeguards, above all self-remembering, which will stop another mechanical thing taking the place of the mechanical thing you destroy. Besides, you must understand that in order to change something it is necessary to know how things are connected and how to do it, and one cannot do it unless it is explained how to begin. There are definite points where one can begin, and in order really to change something one must follow the way that is shown. For instance, it is necessary to change our wrong way of thinking, to make our thinking less formatory. But first we must find examples of formatory thinking. Then we can struggle with the expression of negative emotions, with considering, with imagination. All these are ways to struggle with habits. At the same time you can also struggle with other habits, but your struggle will only serve self-observation, because you cannot change them. You can change them only through the channels that are indicated. To struggle with habits directly, and obtain right results, more knowledge is necessary. You do not know enough yet. But it will do no harm, because this effort will be balanced by self-remembering. Why has nobody discovered for himself the points from which to begin? Because one eye discovers something, but at that moment another eye becomes interested in something else and takes all the energy, then while the second eye works, a third eye comes along, and so on. Man is always running in different directions. We do not realize how important this is. I do not see how one is to get anywhere unless one tries to go against habits and to change one's everyday life. Yes, certainly one has to do something about it. The question is what one must change. People always try to change things that are not important, and what is important is disregarded and put off till tomorrow. Are there any good habits? Habits of moving and instinctive centers can be good habits. Habits in intellectual or emotional centers can never be useful. Are all habits forms of identification? Some habits are quite ordinary and harmless, but if you begin to put obstacles in their way it will give you good material for self-observation, and you will be able to distinguish identification when it enters. This struggle introduces friction, and without friction you would not notice yourself, you would live as though in a thick fog, without noticing it. But the second step depends on your decision. You can be simply irritated by this friction, or you can use it. Shouldn't we do as little as possible in our present state of consciousness? We must study ourselves. We can do nothing until we know. First we must know what we are and what to do. But in these lectures I have already given you several things you can do. One can study oneself as one is. It is very important to study that. And, I repeat again, from the very first steps one must try to change certain things, because in our state of chaos we cannot even study ourselves. We have to bring in some order. We want to make an inventory of our house, and so we begin to set down what there is in it, but suppose that, while we are doing it, other people in the house keep on moving the furniture, or the furniture moves itself. This is what actually happens. The furniture moves itself. So you must attach it to some definite place. School knowledge is knowledge acquired through higher centers. So it is quite a different method. We are given certain principles and certain divisions which are not known ordinarily, and if we begin to study ourselves from this point of view we will discover many new things. When you are quite certain of these divisions and of these principles, then, observing yourself on this basis, you discover things you cannot discover without knowing them. With the ordinary mind we see things only vaguely and they become confused. We cannot distinguish one from another, so we mix things. But if we are told how to do so, we can divide them even with our ordinary mind. So the observation of man 1, 2 and 3 is more complicated, more roundabout, but not necessarily wrong. Observation may be quite right, but if he does not know how to divide his observations he cannot arrive at right results. Very much is based on right divisions. Is it good to start making observations of one division first? A. No, you cannot do that, because you cannot know what you can do best at a given moment. So do what you find you can do best. For instance, you may decide to observe the intellectual function and, instead, you may find yourself in an emotional state. You cannot do one thing and then another and then a third, until you have control. And control comes last. Q. Is there quite a lot of benefit to be derived by observing other people as well as oneself? A. Yes, but there are dangerous moments. If one is capable of applying to oneself what one finds in other people, then it may be right, but as a rule one thinks that other people are one thing and oneself a different thing. In that case one may see things in other people and never apply them to oneself. Q. It seems that self-observation and self-remembering become more difficult under conditions of bodily fatigue or when one is feeling unwell. How can this dependence be overcome? A. Conditions of our body are conditions under which we live, so we have to observe and remember or not remember ourselves in these conditions if we intend to do it. We cannot begin with changing conditions. Q. Surely observation is like introspection, it turns everything inwards? A. No, introspection is the same as imagination, it is uncontrolled. It is useless and does not bring anything. But in observing you know what you are doing and why you are doing it, what you want to attain, what you want to know. It is not introspection, it is studying a very complicated machine. It is a really mechanics, not psychology. Psychology comes later. Q. How is it that one can observe oneself and still go on doing the same silly antics? A. Because there is not one person but many. One person looks on, and another continues the antics. If you can see the different people in you in one case, it is good. If you can see them in several cases, things begin to become uncomfortable. If you can see them always, it is the beginning of work. Q. I have observed that I am very unnatural. Does being a little more awake mean one is then more natural? A. Not necessarily, because people, as they are in ordinary life, are in a very bad state, so in order to become natural eventually, they first have to become unnatural. You cannot expect to become natural at once. It would be possible if we started on the right level, but we start below level. Q. Why is it that if one gets out of touch with the system all obstacles come up in their worst form, one is more negative, one does more useless talking and so on? A. Because of work one gets a sort of new control and at the same time one loses mechanical control. So if one loses touch with the work, one loses this very small conscious control and one has already lost mechanical control. As a result one is worse off. Q. Why is there more resistance in me to work in the system sense than to other kinds of work? A. Because other kinds of work are mechanical and mechanical resistance is less to mechanical action. But if you take an originally conscious action it meets with all possible resistance. Q. Can some deep shock that occurs in life be favorable to one's work? A. Yes, but such shocks cannot replace work. All that can be acquired in the line of development of consciousness can only be acquired by effort. A shock cannot replace effort, it can act on centers but not on consciousness. Consciousness does not develop or grow by itself. A shock can for a short time open up higher centers and connect one with them for a moment. It can concentrate for a certain time all the energy in our body that is dispersed everywhere, and draw it together. You can then awake for a moment, but as a rule you fall more deeply asleep later. You can even lose consciousness, or be in a very low state afterwards. So no shock can increase the amount of consciousness. This is a very important thing to understand. People usually mix the idea of consciousness and functions. Both must develop, but the development of one does not produce the development of the other. Q. What do you mean by development of functions? A. If centers are balanced and acquire sufficient speed, they become connected with the higher centers. This is the easiest way to understand it, but there can be other descriptions. In this state of consciousness we can only be aware of the work of lower centers, In self-consciousness we can be aware of more. But first we must start cleaning. Q. I understand that no effort to be conscious is ever wasted, and yet that, by being negative, we lose the energy we make. How can both be true? This is a great mistake, for it is quite against the principles of the work to say that no efforts can be wasted. People can make efforts all their life and they can all be wasted if they make them in a wrong way. Take any wrong school with some kind of twisted idea. People belonging to such a school can make an enormous amount of efforts and all of them can be lost. Even in the right way one can make efforts for some time and then, if one stops, all those efforts will be lost. So efforts can be wasted if they are not followed by a right attitude and by other efforts. Q. What explains the sense of urgency created in oneself in a better state? In the beginning it is magnetic center, for it has a dim realization of the unreality of ordinary conceptions, intentions, possibilities. Then, when one begins to study, at a certain moment realization of sleep becomes emotional and gains strength. Lack of understanding means lack of emotion. Only formatory center can work without emotion. Every right realization becomes emotional. One of our obstacles is that we are too dull, not emotional enough. The intellect is a very weak machine. This is why the emotional center must be free of negative emotions, because otherwise we use all its energy on them and can do nothing. Q. Is any energy produced by self-observation? Certainly. Every kind of work produces energy, only some kinds produce a small amount, so that it is necessary to make consecutive efforts for a long time to produce sufficient energy. And some other kind of work may produce much energy at once. Sometimes an effort may look quite small and be very big in reality, and sometimes a very big effort may be very small. Q. How can I learn to feel more? I live so much in my head. I get too little out of life and there is a barrier between me and the system. This is everybody's problem, because if people could feel more, many things would be easier for them. But they have been for a long time unconsciously creating so many protective devices against feeling that there cannot be any at present. It is necessary to find a beginning. Without a beginning nothing is possible. You must begin somewhere. There are things that are more difficult and others that are less difficult. What you really need is more observation and a certain kind of thinking about yourself or about something else. If you persist in this thinking it can make you emotional, only you must find for yourself what it is. It is impossible to give general advice, suitable for everybody. Every person has some points which bring him nearer to an emotional state. It is necessary to find them. Whatever happens later, at present one has to begin in this way. Q. Before I came to the work I was full of little enthusiasms. I see that many of them were based on imagination, but now I have almost no feeling at all. As I just said, this is one of our biggest problems, how to make oneself more emotional, because we cannot go far on intellect alone. The only thing is effort and remembering different lines of the work, trying not to identify, trying to remember oneself, trying this and that effort. If you make sufficient effort, you will become more emotional. But the fact that this is a constant question that people ask, or if they do not ask, they feel this problem shows that people do not make enough effort. You say more effort is needed. Do you mean effort to feel emotion or effort to work? It is simply effort to work. You cannot make effort to feel emotional, no effort will help in that, but you can make efforts. If you are doing something, you can do it without effort, trying to do as little as possible, or you can put much effort into it. Emotion can appear only as the result of a certain pressure. In ordinary conditions, in ordinary life, it only happens, something happens and brings you to an emotional state. The question is how to produce emotion, how to make ourselves emotional. And I say that in our present state there is only one thing: effort. But not effort to produce emotion. There is no such effort. But, very strong continuous effort in any work you do will make you more emotional after some time, not at once, certainly. A certain period of efforts on different lines is bound to increase your emotions. Q. Why should making efforts be so difficult? A. Efforts may look difficult because we are not prepared in our mind, we do not think rightly about them. We do not even accept mentally that it is necessary to make efforts. That creates the biggest difficulty. The necessity for making efforts comes as a shock, as a new thing. Q. I cannot by effort reach a state that sometimes comes accidentally. You say it comes accidentally. If it is what I mean, it comes as a result of your efforts, only it does not come at the time. But if you had not made efforts it would not have come accidentally, so it is not really accidental. The more efforts you make, the more you will have these accidental moments of self-remembering, of understanding, of being emotional. It is all the result of effort. Only in this case we cannot connect the cause and the effect. The reason why we cannot connect them is probably due to many small things, such as identification, imagination, and things like that. But the cause is there and at a certain moment it will bring a result. We must never expect immediate results. It is necessary to work for a long time to create permanent standards, in order to have immediate results, and even that comes only in very emotional states. If we could by will or desire or intention become more emotional, many things would be different. But we cannot. We are very low emotionally and that is why most of the work we do now, even if we really do it, can have no immediate results. But no right effort is lost, something always remains, only it must be followed by other and bigger efforts. So the first question is how to become more emotional, and that we cannot do, except indirectly, by making efforts. The second question is how to use emotional states when they come, and that is what we must prepare ourselves for, since it is possible. Emotional states come and we lose them in identification and things like that. But we could use them. Q. When emotional states come, is the only way to prolong them to self-remember? A. I said use them. Certainly if you remember yourself you will see many ways of using this state when it comes, it is a matter of observation. It will give you a different power of thinking, different power of understanding. It cannot be described because it must be a personal experience. Q. Can emotions be used to see more objectively? A. Yes they can, when you have control of them. Emotions can be used as definite instruments for acquiring knowledge only if you can control them. And what does control mean? It means not admitting identification and considering. Control is the second step, study is the first step. We speak about emotions, but many of them we know only by name. They are so mixed with other things, we identify with them so much that we do not realize all that we can get from them if we could take them in the right way. All that we call emotions, anger, fear, boredom, they can all be turned upside down, and then we will find that they have quite a different taste. All emotions can be useful, they are a kind of windows, or additional senses. Only now we cannot use them, except for creating new illusions, but if we use them for seeing things as they are, we would learn many new things. Q. How can anger or hate help? A. By turning it against yourself. Hate yourself, find in yourself what to hate. When one becomes angry with oneself one can see many things. Q. Then that means self-criticism? A. More than that, criticism is simply intellectual, but this is feeling. All intellectual activity is preparing material, and then the emotional center will begin to work with this material. Intellectual center cannot, by itself, help in awakening. Only work on the emotional center can do this, and we can only awake through unpleasant emotions. Awakening through pleasant emotions has not been invented yet. The most unpleasant thing is to go against oneself, against one's views, convictions, inclinations. Awakening is not for those who are afraid of unpleasant things, it is only for those who wish to awake and realize what being asleep means, and that much help is necessary, a great deal of shaking. This is the real point, how to provide perpetual shaking for oneself and how to agree to it. Q. To some extent it seems possible to train the thinking and moving centers, but can you say how we could train the emotional center? A. We can begin in two ways. First, as I have often said already, by not expressing unpleasant emotions. We have proof that it is possible, because we see that we do not do so through fear. For example, a soldier does not express his unpleasant feelings before his officer, because he knows that if he does his punishment will be severe. So if it is possible to refrain mechanically, it is possible to do so consciously. We can act on our emotions by separating mind from emotions. Mind can not only be trained but also taught to stand aside and look at emotions. Then, after a time, the emotional center begins to realize that it is not worthwhile going on if mind does not follow. Then, as a rule, everyone has about 5 or 6 kinds of emotion for certain occasions. So everyone can know beforehand what will happen. The repertoire is very limited, so we can and must study ourselves from this point of view. It is really much easier than we think, and it is quite possible to foresee in advance the things that will happen. If we talk seriously to ourselves for half an hour, we can stop our emotions, because we know all the associations that will produce them. It would not be easy if our repertoire of emotions were unlimited, but emotions for tomorrow are very limited. You know very well that it would be difficult to think of a new one. But you must know all the associations very well, and you must know the ways by which emotions ordinarily come. It is the most difficult thing. Emotional center is the strongest one we have. Reason wants to stop emotion, but it is weak, and emotion is strong. One can stop it only in an indirect way, and not at the moment. Q. Is it bad to try? No, it is good. Then, little by little, you may find out how to stop it, for it can only be done by skill. The only way is to create new attitudes opposed to the emotions you want to stop. Then, in the long run, the attitude may prove stronger than the emotion. So there are 2 ways to stop emotion: first, by being conscious; secondly, by creating right attitudes. But for each particular case a different attitude is necessary, so it is long work. We are not only machines, we are already damaged machines. In order to repair the machine, it is necessary to work hard. Q. What protective attitude against negative emotions do you suggest? A. As I said, first trying to remember yourself. If you are conscious of all that is going on in you, you can stop them when they are still small. When they are big, you cannot. Then, in observing yourself, you find things that make you more asleep, more mechanical. You must separate them from things that can be useful. Q. This is about oneself. But how to protect oneself from the negative emotions of others? A. Our identification brings to us the negative emotions of other people, it makes us susceptible to them. If you have a definite case, you can visualize the possibility of not being identified, and you will see that you will be less susceptible. But even better than visualizing it, try it in actual fact. The relation of identification to negative emotions is not a theory, it can be easily verified. Identification is more easy to understand than emotions. There are hundreds of different negative emotions, but identification is always the same. The first step towards non-identification is self-observation. One must watch all impressions the moment they come in. Identification works both in the case of attraction and repulsion. Q. I see mechanicalness to a greater degree now, and this seems to involve me in a greater identification, and fear, and a sense of being caught up. A. If you mean fear of mechanicalness in yourself, this fear can have a useful purpose, because you already know enough about it, how to struggle with it, how to oppose it. Q. I have been trying to stop expression of negative emotions in order to struggle with mechanicalness, but these efforts run down very quickly and the need to wake up gets forgotten. A. This is because you try it on small emotions. If you try not to express serious emotions, you will keep awake longer. If you remembered to struggle with the expression of really strong emotions, at the right moment you would see the difference. Q. I am puzzled by the question of expressing emotions. If it is beyond ordinary human experience to feel positive emotion, and we are told not to express negative emotions, is it meant that we are not to express any emotion whatsoever? No, it is necessary to navigate between the two. We must be as emotional as possible, for we miss many perceptions, ideas, understandings, because at the moment we are not emotional. Many perceptions come through emotion. We have no positive emotions, but we can say that we have negative emotions and pleasant and unpleasant emotions that are not negative. Q. Positive means not negative? Yes, and much more besides. An emotion that cannot become negative gives enormous understanding, has an enormous cognitive value. It connects things that cannot be connected in an ordinary state. To have positive emotions is advised and recommended in religions, but they do not say how to get them. They say, have faith, have love. How? Christ says, love your enemies. It is not for us, we cannot even love our friends. It is the same as saying to a blind man, you must see. A blind man cannot see, otherwise he would not be a blind man. That is what positive emotion means. Q. How can we learn to love our enemies? A. Learn to love yourself first. You do not love yourself enough, you love your false personality, not yourself. It is difficult to understand the New Testament or Buddhist writings, for they are notes taken in school. One line of these writings refers to one level and another to another level. Q. Have you a name for an emotion that is not negative? A. It can be pleasure or suffering. But both can become negative, for the tendency is there. Every emotion can either become negative or give birth to other negative emotions. Q. Does not instinctive center make a good substitute for the emotional? For instance, love of animals and small children. A. We cannot speak of animals when we speak about man. Instinctive negative emotions have their own place and their own normal causes, but the emotional center borrows their results and substitutes imaginary causes. It is very interesting to see the lack of symmetry between pleasant and unpleasant emotions. Pleasant emotions cannot grow much, they are limited. Unpleasant emotions can grow. But this refers only to our present state of consciousness. In another state the symmetry is re-established, for their pleasant emotions can also grow. Of course, we cannot verify this until we are in another state of consciousness. Why can unpleasant emotions grow? Because there are no limits to the abnormal state of the machine. But pleasures are limited by our powers of perception. This is one of the unpleasant sides of our situation. Q. I think we are so used to judging by results that my difficulty is that I cannot judge whether I have achieved something or not when I make efforts in the work. A. I quite understand. But you see, it is too early to speak about results. The time will come, it may be very soon, when you will begin to see some results, but not yet. In ordinary conditions we judge by results. If we study a language we know that after some time we will be able to read short sentences, then small paragraphs, then short stories. But if you take the psychological side of the work, you have to make efforts to observe, efforts to remember yourself, and at first you will see no visible results. Then, after some time, you will see some results, but you cannot bargain about it. Q. But how can I tell whether I have established something for myself that will take me further? Only you can answer that. It depends on you how much you understand, how much you are prepared. One day there is one situation, another day another situation. One day one works, another day one can make a small mistake which may make one lose all the results of this work. The next day again one may work. One is changing all the time. So up to a certain definite stage it is impossible to say. Q. At what stage is it that man cannot lose anything? A. It is so far that it is useless to discuss it. We can lose everything. But even this ability not to lose comes step by step. At a certain stage man cannot lose one thing, then, further on, he cannot lose another thing, and so on. It comes little by little. Q. I want to know how to increase my valuation of the work. A. It is impossible to answer this question, because only you can know how to increase your valuation of the work. You must think, you must compare ordinary ideas with these ideas, you must try to find in what sense these ideas help you. Everything we do in the work has the tendency to increase valuation, so try not to miss anything that is given, because all the ideas have the same. Every principle will increase your valuation of the work, it cannot diminish it. But there can be no special method for this. Q. I wonder if as much as one desires other things in life, so much it takes away from one's desire to work. A. Not necessarily. There are many things we can have in life and yet work. It is quite wrong to think they are always contradictory, though they may be contradictory. One may desire such things in life as make work impossible in one or another way. So one must learn to choose between desires, for some things are incompatible. It is formatory to divide things into things in life and things in the work and put everything together as you do. You must divide better, see better. Q. Is there any means of distinguishing between important and unimportant things? My whole life is filled with worrying over the next thing I am going to do, and I lose sight of the general idea of the system. Only experience can show that, and a sincere attitude. If you are sincere, or try to be sincere, and at the same time try to observe these things, after some time you will see that the difficulty of distinguishing becomes smaller and smaller, and you will see what is unimportant. One cannot describe what is important and what is not, because it is subjective. One moment one thing is important, another moment another. Again, personalities enter here. What is important for one personality may be unimportant for another. One of the first things to remember is about different personalities in you, and, particularly when you are in an emotional state, not to think personalities based on likes and dislikes are all wrong. One must always start with the personality based on magnetic center. Then you can see other personalities, whether they contradict it or not. This idea of different personalities, the idea that you are not one, that you are many, must always be connected with self-remembering. Q. I have never been able to get any evidence that anybody has achieved self-remembering. You will not see the evidence. If all other people were able to remember themselves and you were not, it would not help you. Q. Yes, it would, because they would have more information. A. For themselves, not for you. You must prove it to yourself. No one can prove it for you. Q. Because we work on ourselves, it does not mean that we shall gain higher consciousness, does it? No, it may take a very long time. We want to acquire control of higher states of consciousness, but before that the system speaks of acquiring control over ordinary faculties, over thoughts, over emotions. And in acquiring this control we must eliminate certain things and create the possibility of self-remembering. So first we must acquire control over simple, ordinary things. Only then can we expect more. In this system there are gradual steps, one cannot jump. Q. I find that I am prevented from thinking practically about the ideas of the system by a destructive attitude which starts by trying to find difficulties and objections. What is the best method of weakening this attitude? By studying. As a matter of fact, this is interesting as an observation, because many people, not necessarily only those in the work, live only on objections. They only think themselves clever when they find an objection to something. When they do not find an objection, they do not feel themselves to be working, or thinking, or anything. I notice from the questions people ask that they do not understand how new things come. The difficulty is that we are too accustomed to think in absolutes, all or nothing. But it is necessary to understand that everything new comes first in flashes. It comes and then disappears, comes again and disappears again. Only, after a certain time these flashes become longer and then still longer. Q. By what means can we prolong these flashes? A. By repeating the causes that produced them. I do not want to give an example, because it will lead to imagination. All I will say is that, for instance, by certain efforts of self-remembering one can see things that one cannot see now. Our eyes are not as limited as we think, there are many things they can see but do not notice. Q. What are our greatest difficulties? A. Absence of understanding and slowness of understanding, because understanding generally comes about 2 years behind time. Another principle I have already spoken about and which must be remembered is that work does not wait, it does not remain the same. 1 year has certain requirements, the next year something else is required, and so it goes on. And generally it happens that people are ready for the requirements of 2 years ago. People who wish to continue must raise their standard, and this must not be done at my suggestion. You must think for yourselves in what sense and in what form the standard should be raised. You must think about details, things which, to begin with, were only advised, must now become rules for you, but not in the sense of school rules, using the word school in its ordinary meaning. The necessity must be understood. We have come to the stage when we must be serious, and this means self-limitation, limiting false personality. Freedom of eye depends on limiting false personality, both cannot be free together, one or another must be sacrificed. Chapter 13 Different Categories of Human Actions. Right and Wrong Use of Triad. Study of human activities. Remembering the starting point in our separation. Learning to see false personality masks, buffers and weaknesses. Study of methods. Alarms. Impossibility of studying the system from an utilitarian point of view. Philosophical, theoretical and practical language. 3 degrees of school. Right thinking. Long and short thoughts. Role of intellect. Different values. Right and wrong. Curiosity. Critical attitude. Influencing others. Story of the sly man and the devil. I want to give you some new material to think about. Do you remember the starting point when the idea of triads was explained? It was said that every action, every manifestation is the result of the conjunction of 3 forces. This is the principle, and we must now try to understand how to begin to study it. In the study of triads and 3 forces one must be very careful and slow, using the principles given in the system and trying to apply and enlarge them when it is possible. One should particularly avoid hurry and invention. The first point in understanding the meaning of triads is to remember that manifestations of energy, any kind of action, in the world, in man's activity, inside the human machine or in external events always consists of triads. We spoke of 6 different triads comprehensible to the human mind, each representing a different combination of forces. In order to limit the question, not to make it too complicated in the beginning, we will consider only human activity. But here we come to a difficulty. We have never thought of activity itself being different. We know the difference between wood and metal, for instance, and we will not mix them. But we do not understand that one action can be as different from another as 2 different objects. For us, in ordinary thinking, actions are the same, only one starts with one aim and has one result and another starts with another aim and has a different result. We think only about motives, aims and results, but not of actions themselves. Q. Is then motive less important than we think? A. It does not determine the action. You may have one kind of aim, but your action may be of a different kind. This happens very often. People start doing something with a certain aim in view, but their actions are such that not even by accident can this aim be ever attained. It is necessary to coordinate aim with action, otherwise you will never attain what you want. This is what we must understand in relation to our actions, and we must try to find different categories of actions. When we begin to look at human activity from this point of view, remembering that there are different kinds of actions, independently of results, intentions, emotions, material and so on, we will begin to see it. It is not the capacity to see that is a lacking, but knowledge of this principle, which is new to us. We cannot begin at once to look for all the 6 different triads which can be found in human activity, for they will become mixed in our minds. We must find standards for 2, 3 or 4 kinds, as much as we can see. Look at your own actions and at those of the people around you, and you will see certain differences. It is good material for thinking. All the absurdities of life depend on the fact that people do not understand that certain things can be done with only one kind of triad. They use a wrong triad, a wrong kind of action, and are surprised that the results are not what they wanted. For instance, it is no good trying to teach by beating, or trying to persuade with machine guns. Find your own and better examples of the wrong use of triads, and you will see that certain results can be obtained only by an appropriate action. Observe yourself and life in general. If you turn this study on yourself, you will see, for instance, that if you wish to know or change something in yourself, and if you approach this problem in a formatory way, you will never get anything. Formatory thinking is an example of an action that does not lead to understanding. Q. Can you give an example of different human activities? A. Take two simple examples in order to understand the idea. To build a house, effort is needed at every moment. Every single brick must be put into place with a certain effort. No triad passes into another triad without effort. At last the house is built and furnished. Then, if you want to burn it, you just strike a match and put it to something inflammable, and the house is burned. If you go deeper into it, you will see that these are two different activities. You cannot build a house by the same activity as you burn it. In the second case, one triad passes into another without any effort, automatically, after the first initial effort of striking a match. Examples of the third kind of triad, in our experience, can be found only in conscious work, not identified work, or in some activity that has a peculiar quality of its own that cannot be imitated by others, such as artistic creation. Efforts at self-remembering and not identifying belong to this category. If you think about it, you will understand that in order to paint a good picture, for instance, one must use a different triad from the one used in building a house or the one used for burning a house. Something else is needed. Another triad may be called invention, discovery, craft. If you think about these four different activities, they will give you material for observing and comparing. Try to see why and in what they are different. Q. I do not see the distinction between craft and building a house. A. In one case only energy, only effort is necessary, in the other something more is needed, some knowledge or capacity for invention. Q. Did you put efforts at self-remembering with art? A. Yes. It is the same triad. Simple, blind effort, as in physical work, will not help in self-remembering. Neither will effort in the sense of invention, adaptation, help. Q. I find it difficult to think of analogies to these activities. A. Naturally, because you are not accustomed to think in this way. It is quite a new way of thinking. You are trying to think in the ordinary, logical, formatory way. And this is not sufficient. It is necessary to think not about words, but about facts. If you find four different kinds, in what do they differ? They differ in the form of effort. Q. Is formatory activity destructive? It is not destructive by itself, only deficient. But activities that begin with negative emotion are always destructive, they can be nothing else. Very often people do not realize this. Q. I do not see how I can ever be sure into which category to place an activity. You know enough to start. For every result there is a certain method. Different methods have different results. If you have a block of wood, you have to deal with it in a different way from dealing with a sick man. It does not matter about placing them in different categories. Example is the beginning of the whole thing. We try to pretend that things are more difficult than they are. But in reality we know all about it. We know that murder is one activity, and writing poetry is a different activity. We cannot murder successfully with the kind of energy used for writing poetry. Q. Are there also different types of thinking parallel to different types of activity? A. Yes, certainly. Every kind of activity has its own way of thinking, although we are not aware of it. But what happens is that people act in one way and think in another. Sometimes the two coincide, but often they are in a wrong relation to one another. Q. But is not action the result of thought? Does not right thought always mean right action? No, not at all. One can think rightly and act wrongly. Understanding is one thing, will and purpose, effort and decision are another. They are two different degrees of the thing. It may be said that right thinking is a step towards right action, but it does not yet mean that the action is right. Q. How can one set about using the right triad? A. At moments of effort, or soon after, you may realize that it is a wrong effort, that you cannot get what you want with it. For every definite aim there is a corresponding effort. If you catch yourself using a wrong effort, it means it is a wrong triad. You may not be able to use the right triad, but you can stop using a wrong one. What is new about this idea of activities is that they are different in themselves. For us, action is action. At present, it is enough to understand that the results of actions we see in life, particularly if we do not like them or find fault with them, are often due to wrong triads used to attain a given aim. If we understand this, we will understand that by a given activity we are bound to arrive only where we do arrive and nowhere else. To arrive at some other place we should use a different activity. But at present we cannot choose, because we do not know. Q. Can one learn what actions to use? A. Yes, certainly. You can learn from work. School work can be done in only one way. So you try one way, another way, a third way, and, sooner or later, you come to the right way. In ordinary conditions you cannot see the results of your actions, there are too many possibilities of self-deception, but in school work you cannot deceive yourself. Either you get something or you don't, and you can get something only in one way. There are other methods of learning about different kinds of action, by intellectual understanding, but we will wait for that. I should like you first to understand the general principle better. You see, effort, aim, motive, all enter into the word action and the idea of action, so actions are connected with motive but not in the way you think. A certain kind of result can only be obtained by an appropriate action, at the same time motive also determines action. Motive is sometimes important, but with the best possible motives one can do the worst possible things, because we use a wrong effort, and a wrong effort will produce a wrong result. Suppose you want to build something and use the kind of effort that can be used only for destruction, then, instead of building, you will only destroy things, with the best intentions. I have given you some examples, try to find parallels. Try to think, for instance, that neither the action that builds a house nor the action that bums it can paint a picture. At the same time, the action by which you paint a picture is not necessary for building a house. A much simpler effort is required for that. Only a few people can paint good pictures, but everybody can take part in building a house. Then the same effort which is necessary for building a house is not enough to invent, say, a new kind of electric bell. And the action by which you invent an electric bell will not produce a good picture. Different kinds of action mean different triads, but at present it is better to leave triads and not to think which action means which triad, for it will only make you lose the meaning of the idea. You must only try to see the differences. From ignorance or impatience people often use wrong triads and explain their failure by bad luck, or by the devil, or by accident. Q. When you carry out a certain action, should you try to think how that particular action compares with the examples you mentioned? A. We should think by emotional understanding whether the action corresponds to our aim. Then, partly by mind, partly emotionally, we can realize whether the way we are going on can or cannot lead to the desired result. Sometimes we can feel this. Then we can either stop it or try to do it in another way. For instance, you are talking to somebody, trying to persuade this person that you are right about something and he is wrong. The more you argue, the more he is convinced that he is right. Stop, and you may suddenly see that this person you understands you. This happens very often. The more you argue, the more difficult it is for him to understand. Or you may even pretend to agree with him and in that way make him understand what you want. This is only an example, But you can find many examples yourself. Q. I suppose in a case like that we should be capable of knowing whether to argue or agree? A. If you do not identify, you will see. Arguing is one way to persuade, agreeing is another. Generally, what prevents us from seeing what method to use is identifying. It is a question of approach. Some approaches are right and others are wrong. If you go on observing, you will see. Q. As regards the law of three, can one observe it in daily life? A. Yes, in self-study you can, but with patience. You will see that the system always plays the part of the third force between desire to change and inertia. If we have a sufficient supply of the third force, we are successful. In the work, the first force is desire to learn and decision to work, the second is resistance. The more we work, the more resistance grows. Only with the help of the system can we conquer resistance. It is a question of consciousness and will. Well, try to talk about something else. We cannot hurry with this question of different actions. It is actually beyond our possibilities of understanding at present, but if we go slowly, we may get something out of it. Almost every idea in the system is a test. If one can pass one test, one can go further. Please ask any questions you like and I will try to answer them. Many things get forgotten and become dull because we forget the starting point. But the moment we connect things with the beginning, we see why we came, where we are going and what we want to get. We realize, then, what we have got from the system and see that we cannot expect more because the material we have is not sufficiently digested. We must always remember the starting point, remember that it is connected not simply with words but with search for the miraculous. The system would have no meaning if there were no search for the miraculous. For instance, I am surprised that you do not ask more questions about separation between I and, for me, Ouspensky, because there must be many things that are not clear for you yet. In speaking, in writing, in thinking about the work or the people in the work, one must always ask oneself who is speaking, who is writing, who is thinking. If you do that, then, after a little time you will be able to distinguish who is speaking and will begin to recognize the different voices. You must know your false personality and find its features, its faces, manifestations and voices. You must know what it consists of. Sometimes you can actually hear when false personality speaks. It is not much use going on without that, for you will only go on turning round and round in the same circle and always returning to the same spot. When you can be sure that it is really you, you can speak. You must already know and mistrust your false personality. Q. If we do this, will it increase our progress in the work? A. Nothing can be guaranteed. It should be important to do that without a question of future reward, because the idea of separation is sufficiently important in itself. Q. How can I put more pressure into my work to wake up my desire to fight false personality? A. Catch a moment when your false personality wants to do something or does not want to do something, and stop her. When you find a conflict between you and her, it will depend on you how you will act. If she starts fighting, this creates an emotional storm. If there is no fight, emotions are asleep. All things come through friction. Friction between the place where I can grow and false personality. Work on oneself begins from the moment one feels this division between what one trusts in oneself and what one cannot trust. What one can trust is entirely created by work. Before, it was just an empty place, but if one begins to work, something begins to solidify. But, I repeat, one can know it better and trust it more only if one knows one's false personality, otherwise false personality will mix with it and pretend to be real I, or the beginning of real I. Q. Is false personality a kind of mask? A. People wear one or another kind of mask and believe that they are exactly like this mask when in reality they are quite different. Each of us has several masks, not one. Observe your own masks and other people's masks. Try to realize that in different circumstances you have different masks and notice how you change them, how you prepare them and so on. Everybody has masks, but begin with your own. We never study masks, so we must study them. It is very useful. Very often we begin to acquire masks at a very early age. Even as school children we wear one mask with one teacher and another mask with another teacher. Q. Is it a kind of self-protection, or is it imitation? A. It is a kind of self-protection, and yet not only that. Sometimes, as you say, it has to do with imitation. You can see 50 or sometimes 500 people wearing the same mask. Q. If you took off the mask, what would you find underneath? A. It is not so easy. You will find that behind this mask there is another mask. Or, if you do not work, it cannot be taken off, it grows to the face. But if you work, this mask is not necessary at all, and, without it, life becomes much easier, there is less lying. Q. Isn't a mask sometimes an ideal which one lives up to? Sometimes it makes you appear better than you really are. A. Sometimes better. That is why I said it is not only a protection. You see, we want to know ourselves. When we find something in ourselves that we do not know, we have to study it. We think we know ourselves, and now we find that all we know is masks, and that masks change. What they are, how they come, what their purpose is, that is another question. We have to study masks themselves, not the theory of masks. We always try to escape into theories. Theories are safe. Q. Is it possible to see false personality as a whole? A. It is possible, but not at once. It is necessary to work, to study it in yourself and in other people, then, little by little, you will see it as a whole, but for a long time you will see it only from one side or another side. Even that is better than nothing. But you must realize and never forget that it is there. That is the first aim of schools. If false personality remains on top, you cannot have anything, it will take everything to itself. Q. About different voices, I notice that my voice changes with different emotions and different people. A. Who has ears to hear can hear many changes of voice. Every center, every part of center, every part of a part of center has a different voice. But few people have ears to hear them. For those who can hear, it is easy to distinguish many things. For instance, if you speak the truth, it is one voice; if you lie, it is another voice; if you base things on imagination, yet another. It is quite unmistakable. Q. Do you mean the intonation? A. Yes, and also the actual sound of the voice. If you train yourself to listen, the emotional center can hear the difference. Q. You spoke about the possibility of a wrong separation. What did you mean by that? A. Suppose I call everything I like I and everything I dislike Ouspensky, it would be a wrong separation. The I from which I observe is a point, it has no material existence yet, it is only the embryo, from which I can grow it. I give it material existence, it would be wrong. Q. Should not some weight be given to it? A. Yes. But only in relation to the work. Who remembers the aim, who wants to work as I, the rest is Ouspensky. Q. I feel I have nothing in me I can trust. If I get a moment of understanding, false personality seems to take it and the part of me that understood is gone. What can I trust? This feeling that one cannot trust oneself comes at different moments in the work as a delusion, as an excuse, or it comes in the real form. But this is later on. At present it is realization of mechanicalness. For work, a certain time and a certain persistence are necessary. Now you must do what you can, with time you will be able to measure the results of your work. Q. Is vanity an essential of false personality? It is one of the features of false personality in one or another sense. In some people it may be the chief feature, and then it is very obvious and visible. But very often these features are behind other things and do not show themselves. Q. If work against false personality is a process, does it mean that one can go up and down? Yes, and you must understand in yourself the power and magnitude of false personality, then you will understand that very often people have nothing else, or even if they have some possibility it is quite outweighed by false personality. False personality decides everything. In ordinary life, false personality controls every moment, except perhaps moments when one reads or thinks of something. But when one works and magnetic center begins to grow, sometimes it happens that false personality may disappear for 10 or 15 minutes and give magnetic center a chance to manifest itself. That is how false personality disappears. It does not entirely disappear, it just goes away for a time. This is what we must try to do to make it disappear for a time. Q. Is it only by separation that one can work on identification? A. Only. Without realizing the difference between I and false personality, all efforts only strengthen the weaker side. As I said, this separation is the basis of all work on oneself. Unless this idea is understood, nothing can be attained. In everything one must start from that. This is the real difference between people in the work and not in the work. People who are not in the work think that they are what they are. People in the work already understand that they are not what they seem to be. This separation must pass through many phases, but it must begin. Q. When I see what a balloon of false personality I am, is the thing to do to try and see how I got that way. A. You have to study yourself. Only one thing can help and change your position, and that is getting to know yourself better. This implies many things. There are different degrees and depths of realization and understanding. When one understands sufficiently, one will do something. One will not be able to sit and let things go on by themselves. Try to make your question more concrete. What is it you have been trying to do, and what do you find you cannot? Then we can discuss it. Maybe you begin from the wrong thing, in a wrong way. Q. Can one find responsibility in oneself? A. Certainly. But in relation to what? You begin certain work, you have a responsibility towards this work, at least you should have. But who? If you call everything I, you must know by now that there are many I's. Some have responsibility, others have no responsibility, because they have nothing to do with this work. It is only a question of observation to see that. Q. I see that it all comes back to the question of how to understand more. A. I am trying to explain, first, how you should study yourself. You must find your particular obstacle which keeps you from understanding. When you find it, you must struggle with it. It needs time, it cannot be found at once, although in some cases it is so clear that one can see it almost immediately. But in other cases it is necessary to work before one can see it. Q. Will group work help in this? You must not put too many hopes in group work, because, although it is useful for showing many things, experimenting, testing and so on, in group work one is in an artificial atmosphere, artificial circumstances. The moment one comes out of a group, one is in natural circumstances. So group work may show the way, but work must be in ordinary circumstances. What is the use if you are very good in a group, and become identified and a machine the moment you walk out of the group? It will be quite useless. Q. If someone in a school here has a very bad feature, such as bad temper, is special assistance given to overcome it? A. Only when one has studied and used all the general methods does one come to special characteristics. It is necessary to place this feature, to find the cause. Causes may be different. Some bad feature may be so strong that it may be the last to go, one cannot tell beforehand. If you begin to struggle with obstacles in the wrong order, you will get no results. At the same time it is necessary to have it in view. Q. If it is a negative emotion and you observe and resist it, does it change? A. It depends on the emotion. In most cases it is simply delayed. We do not know how to resist. There is a special key for every emotion. We must find the master key, and for this it is necessary first to know the machine. Q. If one feels depressed or irritated, what steps can one take against it? A. First one must try to remember oneself, and, secondly, to remember that what is depressed is not oneself but one's imaginary picture of oneself. Man's progress begins from the moment he realizes that what he is one thing and his imaginary picture of himself is another thing. When he sees that he is smaller, weaker than he thought, that he is all sham, he is on the way to development. He has practically nothing, but enough to develop. Q. Since I have no permanent I, if I try not to identify with one I, do I identify with another? A. You must understand that you were given certain ideas in the same way as Mr. Gurdjieff explained them, that is, gradually, first giving one aspect of an idea and then another. Many things are explained first in an elementary way, and then more details are added. When we speak of a man who is not in the work, we say he has no I. If a man starts to study and make efforts, this already means a certain state. He has magnetic center, and magnetic center is the beginning of I. So he no longer has the right to say that he has no I. Naturally, he cannot say that he has a complete and permanent I, but he must already have a line of action, and this must mean an I. It is not yet fully conscious, but it grows. Q. What are the kind of things to look for in trying to separate false personality from the rest of oneself? A. It is necessary to understand the features of false personality, what makes it up. You may be able to see it in the glimpses you remember of the age to which you can attribute the beginning of false personality. There are two things that are permanent in us: buffers and weaknesses or features of false personality. Everyone has 1, 2 or 3 particular weaknesses, and everybody has certain buffers that are especially important, for they enter into all his decisions and his understanding of things. This is all that is permanent in us, and it is lucky for us that there is nothing more permanent, because these things can be changed. Buffers are artificial, they are not organic, they are chiefly acquired by imitation. Children begin to imitate grown-ups and create buffers, and some others are unwittingly created by education. Features or weaknesses can sometimes be found out, and if one knows a feature and keeps it in mind, one may find certain moments when one can act not from this feature. Everybody has many features, but 2 or 3 are particularly important because they enter into every subjectively important situation in one's life. Everything passes through them, all perceptions and all reactions. It is very difficult to realize what this means because we are so accustomed to it that we do not notice it. We are too much in those features. We have not got enough perspective. Q. Must the chief feature necessarily be bad? A. It is chief weakness. Unfortunately, we cannot think that our chief feature is strength, because we have no strength. Q. How can it be weakness if there is no not weakness? A. It means mechanicalness. We are mechanical in all things, but in 1 or 2 things we are particularly mechanical and particularly blind. That is why they are chief weaknesses, for we cannot see them. Other things, that are not weaknesses, we can see. Q. What would you call a weakness? Do you judge by ethical standards? A. No. As I said, a weakness is a thing in which you are most mechanical. Naturally, things concerning which you are absolutely helpless, where you are most asleep, most blind, are bound to be your chief weaknesses, because there are degrees in everything. If there were no degrees in our qualities and manifestations, it would be very difficult to study. We can study ourselves only because of these degrees. Even features are not always the same, sometimes they are more definitely expressed, and sometimes, in rare cases, they show themselves to us a little, and only in that way can they be found. But features are difficult to see in oneself. You will realize better what being more mechanical and less mechanical means if we take another example, say illness. If we are ill, we become at once more mechanical. We cannot resist the external world and things in it even as much as we resist them ordinarily. Q. You say, we have nothing but weaknesses. Surely desire to be free is not a weakness? There can be one or another kind of desire. Suppose one realizes one's weakness and wishes to get rid of it, and at the same time one does not wish to learn the methods of getting rid of this weakness. This would be a second weakness, helping and protecting the first weakness. Q. But if one makes constant efforts? Again, That will belong to the other side of you, to what I call you. This you is not a power or a force, it is merely a combination of certain desires to get rid of something. If you realize that something is wrong, and you formulate a desire to get rid of it, then if you can keep your mind on it sufficiently long, it becomes a certain plan of action, and if this line of action is sufficiently prolonged it can attain results. Only, it is necessary to add again that several different lines of action are needed to attain results, not just one line. We have to work at the same time on one thing and another thing and a third thing. If we work on one line we will get nowhere. Q. I did not understand it when you said once that we cannot change anything but we must act differently. A. Try to think, while we still remain as we are, we have to act differently. You cannot change at once, change is slow. But you have many things to do, and if you do them in the wrong way you will never change. Being a machine is not an excuse, although people use it. I am a machine, I cannot change anything, and so they do everything as before. Before you came to the work you explained everything by accident. Now you come to the conclusion that tomorrow will be the same as today unless you change. You cannot change, but you have to do. So it is necessary to understand on what lines you must do things differently. Everybody has 2 or 3 particular things where he is accustomed to act in a certain way and where he must try to act differently. These things are not the same for different people. You remember what I said about knowledge and being? The idea is to change being at exactly that point which is difficult for every person. One person must understand certain features and avoid them, another must understand what is lacking in him and try to acquire it and so on. That is why school is necessary. We need constant reminding about many things. Q. How can I make better use of moments when I feel the miraculousness of the system? A. Make more regular efforts, not occasional efforts. You know why I always speak about this? Because it is self-deception to think that one can awake without special and long work. We must realize how difficult it is. Thinking, not thinking, talking, not talking, feeling, not feeling, everything keeps us asleep. Now we speak theoretically about it, but work cannot be theoretical. The fact that one is asleep must become a permanent realization, one must feel it emotionally. But by itself this realization will not make one awake, special efforts are necessary to wake oneself up for a moment. Q. Is it not necessary to be fairly awake to formulate one's aim? A. This is another thing. Realizing and understanding are possible in a kind of half-sleep, just as one can find one's way home, so we can find the way to our aim. Awakening is a long process. Q. Is hesitation between 2 different aims a sign of sleep? A. Partly of sleep and partly of incomplete understanding. When one knows what is most important, one has no hesitation. What we must think about now is methods how to awake, which forms of work are best. But what is the use speaking about methods to awake if one does not fully realize the fact of sleep? What do you think about it? What do you feel about the state in which you are? Have you any observations? This is very important, because there are many things about which we can speak seriously only if we have no doubts about this point. So it is necessary to think about this state and its different effects and consequences. If you take one day of your life and try to go over it, you will see that there are many things you would not have done if you were not asleep, because they were unnecessary or wrong, or that you did many other things rather than one particular thing, because for that particular thing it was necessary to be awake. All these conversations, systems, theories can help only if, together with this, you work on yourselves. Q. One realizes the danger of being asleep, but has one something to compensate for the increasing fear of unpleasantness brought by awakening? A. If I am asleep and do not know it, the dangers are there just the same, so if I begin to see the dangers it is better than not seeing them, because then I can avoid them. Q. I find that when I discover a method to make me remember myself, this works for a few times and then wears off. A. You must always change those methods, they do not work for long, it is part of our state. Take it as a fact, there is no need to analyze it. The more new and unexpected things are, the better they will work. This is connected with the fundamental principle of all mental and physical life. We observe, in the ordinary sense, only changes in our associations. We do not feel permanent associations, we notice only changes. So when you are accustomed to them, you have to make some kind of alarm, then you get accustomed to this alarm and it does not work anymore. If you make your alarm clock ring permanently, you will notice it only when it stops ringing. Q. Does the realization of being asleep create its own force for awakening? A. If one realizes one is asleep, one must study means and methods to awake, but it must cease to be a word, it must become a fact based on observation. Only then is it possible to speak with more precision and more practically about it. When one realizes one is asleep, at that moment one is already half awake, but it is not long enough. The next moment something begins to turn in one's head and one gets carried away into sleep again. This is why one cannot awake by oneself, why elaborate methods are necessary. One must be shaken and shaken. Q. And who is to do the shaking? This is the question. A certain number of people who want to awake must agree among themselves that when one of them is asleep someone else may be awake and will do the shaking. But making such an agreement needs sincerity. Those people must really want to awake and must not get angry or offended when they get shaken. Q. What kind of shaking do you mean? A. Ordinary shaking. One finds one way, another, another. Alarms are also necessary, but it is even more necessary to remember to change them as often as possible. If one feels comfortable, one is asleep. But if one puts oneself in an uncomfortable position it helps one to awake. Pleasant things only help sleep. Q. Can one find one's own alarms? A. One can try, but it is necessary to have constant change and variation and choose things that will awake one. Otherwise we can awake for a second, decide to keep awake and imagine we are awake when we are really doing all this in a dream, with dream alarms. This is why constant control is necessary, and constant verification as to whether they really awake one or simply create new dreams, or whether one just does not hear them anymore. There is no reason to take too big a thing, but if one tries to take some small habit and check it, that may serve as an alarm, but only for about a week. Next week another will have to be found, perhaps something in connection with the people one lives with or something like that. One must find many alarms. Q. I find I am more aware of myself when alone, so I try to see as few people as possible. No, you must try to remember yourself in all conditions. If you remember yourself when alone, you will forget yourself when you are with people, and if you remember yourself among people you will forget yourself when alone. If you limit yourself to one set of circumstances, you lose at once. The best time to try to remember yourself is when circumstances are most difficult, and the most difficult circumstances are not when you can choose to be alone or not alone but when you have no choice. And why are the most difficult circumstances the best? Because then self-remembering gives the best results. In easy circumstances, if you decide to be alone or not alone, you may get some results. But if you find yourself in a most difficult situation and still manage to remember yourself, the results will be quite incommensurable. Q. Is there any action one could take, besides self-remembering, to discourage inner considering? A. Do that, and that will show you. It is all the same thing. If you consider, you cannot remember yourself. If you want to stop considering you must remember yourself. Without remembering yourself you cannot stop considering. Q. Does self-remembering help one to get over such a thing as poor health? A. I do not know about that. This is a doctor's business, not ours. We are told that it produces certain chemical effects, but not at once. We can study it only psychologically, we do not know about the chemistry, but we can say that we will feel different. Generally speaking, I can say that every time one tries to study the system from a utilitarian point of view, it fails. The system is not made for that. In some cases, self-remembering can produce a physical result one does not expect, but if one tries to work for this result, it will not happen. Q. But isn't physical health important? A. Certainly one must try to be more or less healthy, so if one is ill one must see a doctor about it. The question of health is important, but you cannot put it together with the question of consciousness. To use these ideas in the interests of health would be quite futile, though quite unexpectedly they may help. Q. Does consciousness require directed attention and will? A. All these things, attention, consciousness, unity, individuality, will, are different shades of the same thing. We divide them, but they are the same. We may have them all for short moments, but we cannot keep them. If you observe yourself for a sufficiently long time, you will find moments of practically everything. But only moments. Our aim is to increase these moments, to strengthen them, to fix them, as you fix a photograph. Q. How should one do that? All work leads in the same direction. Finding names for the things we do not possess will not help. It is necessary to do something about it. Q. Do moments of attention depend on absence of distraction? A. There is always distraction, only we should have control. If we rely on circumstances, work will be in emotional parts of centers, not in intellectual parts. If it is in intellectual parts, it needs directed attention. Our centers are there, fully developed, waiting to be used, but we do not use the higher parts of them. Q. Does one have to sacrifice anything besides all nonsense in order to attain higher states? A. Nonsense is perhaps a good word. But when you sacrifice it, it is not nonsense for you. Objectively it may be nonsense, but if you felt it to be nonsense there would be no sacrifice. Q. There is a conflict in me, and though I know what I want it does not make any difference. I still do the thing that is bad for me. A. This means that you only know. To be able to do is different. Knowledge by itself does not give enough power to do what you want. You have to accumulate energy slowly, chiefly by struggle with imagination, with expression of negative emotions, with talking and so on. This will give you the possibility to do what is better for you. Q. If you had a different attitude towards things, your emotions would be different, wouldn't they? A. What different attitudes? And what things? How can I answer? There are millions of things in the world and millions of different attitudes. You see, this is a practical question, it cannot be asked in this language. Try to see how your question will sound to another person, because you know what you mean by different things and different attitudes, but I do not know. Q. I am asking in connection with right attitudes as a weapon against negative emotions. Does an attitude mean accepting or rejecting? A. It is not a question of rejecting, it is a question of understanding. When I speak about right and wrong attitudes in this connection, I mean attitudes to negative emotions in general, and negative emotions in general are a subject for conversations about the working of the machine. When you speak about your own observation or your personal work, you must describe which negative emotion you mean, jealousy, fear, anger and so on. There can be no generalization, because negative emotions are very different and attitudes are different. About one you can say one thing and about another thing. If we take negative emotions altogether, they have a certain common quality, but when you speak about your own observations you must take things on a different scale, not speak of attitudes, negative emotions, imagination, identification, as though they were abstract things 10,000 miles away from you. It is possible to use these terms for the explanation of general features, but you cannot use them when you talk about your own work. You have a certain personal work to do. You come with a certain aim, you want to get something, and something inside hinders you, and yet you speak about attitudes, negative emotions, considering and so on. Speak about real things. These terms can be in a book, and you speak as though you were taking phrases from a book. You must understand that in our system, or in any system for that matter, whether it is acknowledged or not, there are three different languages, or three ways of thinking: philosophical, theoretical and practical. When I say this is theoretical or this is philosophy in answer to a question, it means that the language is wrong. You cannot ask something in a philosophical way and expect a practical answer. An abstract question cannot have a concrete answer. You must understand that the difference in meaning between these words philosophical, theoretical and practical is quite contrary to the ordinary meaning attributed to them. The philosophical is the easiest approach, the theoretical is more difficult and more useful, and the practical is the most difficult and most useful of all. There can be philosophical knowledge, very general ideas, there can be theoretical knowledge when you calculate things, and there can be practical knowledge, when you can observe and make experiments. In philosophical language you speak not so much about things as about possibilities. In other words, you do not speak about facts. In theoretical language you speak about laws, and in practical language you speak about things on the same scale as yourself and everything around you, that is, about facts. So it is really a difference of scale. Things can be taken on these three scales, and many things change completely according to the scale on which they are taken. They are one thing on the philosophical scale, quite different if taken on the theoretical scale, and on the practical scale quite different again. Try to find examples. Some things can be taken on all three scales, some only on two, and some on one. Even speaking with oneself, one must not mix these three scales, otherwise one will create more confusion than there is already and only understand less and less. Q. Is an effort to self-remember practical? It may be practical, it may be theoretical, and it may be philosophical. Q. Objective consciousness seems to belong to the philosophical scale? A. Quite the reverse, it is very practical. But if you mean for us, then, certainly, objective consciousness is a philosophical idea. At the same time, the study of descriptions of glimpses of this state is possible. If one studies these descriptions and tries to find similarities, it can become theoretical. Q. I should like to understand more about this division. I do not know what is practical. It means what you can do in all senses. Only, doing can be on one scale or another scale. Doing is always more important than thinking or talking. So if we take it that philosophical is thinking, theoretical talking and practical doing, the practical is more important. Q. What is philosophical thinking? A. Thinking on a very large scale. A thing may look very beautiful on the philosophical scale. The same thing taken on the theoretical scale may be a very narrow and stupid theory, and, taken practically, it may be a crime. When I first heard about the division into philosophical, theoretical and practical, I was told that schools of knowledge which came from higher mind could be divided into three classes. Practical schools were the highest, then came theoretical, and last philosophical schools. But ordinarily we understand by practical such things as gardening, making boots and so on. By theoretical knowledge we understand mathematics, geology, etc., and by philosophical we understand what we usually want, philosophy. But according to this system, philosophical schools are merely preparatory schools. Q. When I first came to lectures I thought the word school meant a school of thought, but now it seems to be just like the school I was in when I was a boy. A. Exactly. It is not a question of thought, it is a question of doing. Q. Isn't it in a way a school of thought too, since doing must come from thinking? Certainly there must be a certain amount of thinking, for without thinking we can do nothing, but thinking is only an auxiliary process, it is not the aim in a school of thought. It is sufficient to think about freedom, whereas we want to be free. We are not satisfied with merely thinking about it. Q. Would this school be of all three kinds or only one? A. I think it is better to say all three. It has three sides also. Some people take the system philosophically, others theoretically, and yet others practically. You must not forget that the same thing can be taken in different ways. Q. Is, then, this system connected with philosophy? A. It cannot be quite free from it. In some ways it is a legitimate form of thinking. But in thinking of man's development, of man's progress, it is better to look for psychological landmarks and not for philosophical ones. Psychological landmarks are facts, the others may be imagination. Even if a man's intellect is dealing with big philosophical problems, his being may be on quite a low level. But if a man is more conscious, then all his sides can develop. Q. Who assesses psychological values? A. There are definite objective signs by which one can judge definite inner standards. At a certain point they may become objective. As I said, we do not look for philosophical landmarks, we want psychological landmarks. It is very important to understand this. Philosophical conclusions may be just words, rhetoric, but about psychological landmarks there can be no mistake for oneself. Q. Is it lazy to use philosophical thinking? A. Not necessarily. Sometimes there are things you can take only philosophically, others only philosophically and theoretically. There are things to which we have no practical approach and for which we must find analogies. So sometimes it is quite right. But there are things which you can take only practically, for only then can you value them. Q. You spoke of thinking in new categories. This seems to me as impossible as being able to do. A. Quite right. At the same time, when you begin to understand different categories, you will be able to think, at least sometimes, in a different way. But this is not the whole description of right thinking. Very often you do not think in right categories because you do not have enough knowledge. Even in our state we can think better or worse. Q. When I try to think in a new way, I do not know where to start. A. You have plenty of material this system. Try to reconstruct it in your mind, to imagine that you are explaining to somebody the ideas of this system. Try to reconstruct what this system says about man and the universe. If you do not remember something, ask other people. This is a good exercise. Either you turn your thoughts and control them, or they turn by themselves. If they turn by themselves, you cannot expect positive results. In order that they should give results, you have to drive them. Q. Shall I have to find new words for all system words and ideas when I imagine that I am explaining the system to people outside? A. You cannot invent new words. There is a definite rule that when you speak of the system you must speak using exactly the same language in which you learnt this system, and refer to the origin. There will never be any necessity for you to disguise it. Q. Is it that we cannot think differently until we remove our old ways of thinking completely? No, you cannot wait for this, you have to do so now. One example of thinking in new categories is that thinking must be intentional. We do not realize that whether something is intentional or unintentional changes everything. Q. If you try to arrest the mechanical process of thinking and to think in a new way, does this not the other way of thinking tend to become mechanical too? A. Yes, everything has a tendency to become mechanical, so when you are trying to do something in a new way you must watch not only what you intend to do but many other things. Identification must not enter into it, imagination must not enter, you must learn to control associations and have only those you need, rather than letting them control you. Q. But is there any other kind of thinking besides associative? A. There is controlled thinking. You can limit your thinking to a certain definite point or aim. Associative thinking is accidental. We can go on thinking by old associations without any attempt to change them, or we can try new associations by introducing new points of view. Q. About right thinking, when I try to think of something connected with the system, it peters out. A. For right thinking it is not sufficient just to think about the system, it is the way you think that is important. You can think rightly or wrongly about the system or about something that has no relation to the system. So it is not a question of the subject but of the method of thinking. And the method cannot be described. You must find examples of wrong thinking and examples of right thinking, and then compare them. We must learn to control our mind, we must understand formatory and effective thinking and be able to use our whole brain instead of only a small part. The only thing that can help in this is to remember oneself. You must try to find some personal connection, some personal interest in the question you want to think about, then that will grow and develop. By personal I mean what you thought before, questions about it which came to you by themselves and that you could not answer, or something like that. And when you find that now you can see more, that may give a push to other things. Q. In thinking about some idea of the system, it is difficult to keep a line of thought compared with the ordinary things that happen in one's head. The material is so limited. No, the material is very big, something else is limited. Either a desire is limited, or effort is limited, but not the material. Q. I should like to know the cause of the resistance to keeping out other thoughts that come creeping in. There are two causes. The cause of resistance is one thing and the cause of the thoughts that come interrupting is another. The second shows our ordinary way of thinking. We can never keep a line because accidental associations come in. Resistance is another thing. It is the result of a lack of skill, lack of knowing how to deal with it, lack of experience of intentional thinking on a certain line. This capacity must be educated. I can tell you what is lacking in our thinking, but if you have no observations of your own about it, it will mean nothing to you. Each thought is too short, our thoughts should be much longer. When you have experience of short thoughts and long thoughts, you will see what I mean. Q. I have been struck by the limitations of our thinking capacity. What do they depend on? Only when you have examples of a better kind of thinking in yourself, using higher parts of centers, having more consciousness, will you see on what these limitations depend. We know our mind is limited, but we do not know in what it is limited. When you know these two ways of thinking and are able to compare them, you will know where the difference lies, and then it will be possible to speak about causes. Q is the development of a man with a very good intellect bound to be quicker than that of another whose intellect is not so good? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Not so much can be done by intellect as by balance of centers and development of consciousness, because even in the ordinary state man 1, 2 and 3 can be more awake or less awake, more conscious or less conscious. A man with a good intellect may be quite asleep, and then he may be too sure of his own intellectual achievement and too identified with it to start working. His intellect may stop him. This often happens. Often intellectual development prevents study because a man is too argumentative, demands definitions for everything, and so on. Development of intellect alone is not sufficient, very soon work on emotions becomes necessary. Q. I noticed that people who have never thought often seem to find less difficulty with the work than others who have thought. Which is better? Both are no good, one who does not think and one who thinks too much. Q. Does the same thing apply to people who are considered brilliant in life? People who are considered brilliant may be very different, so it is difficult to speak about them all in one category. They may be really brilliant, they may be just pretending to be brilliant, or other people may pretend that they are brilliant. But if you mean people who are very identified with their brilliance, then it may be very difficult for them, only not as a result of their brilliance but as a result of their identification. Sometimes an advantage in life means a disadvantage in work, for the better man 1, 2 or 3 one is, the more self-will and willfulness one has to conquer. The easiest and most advantageous from the point of view of the work is to be quite an ordinary man. Q. Is it not essential to become successful in life? Or should one be unidentified with life activities, whatever the result? Both are necessary. Success is not dangerous in itself, if only one does not identify with it. The aim is not success or failure, but non-identification. Success may help in many things. Q. How big a part does intellect play in the system? Intellect plays a very important part because we begin with it. It is the only center which obeys itself. But development of intellect can go only up to a certain limit. Possibilities lie in the emotional center. Q. Have we anything to control our thoughts now? If you have interests in the right direction, those interests control all other things to a certain extent. If we are not interested, we have no control. Q. You said that in trying to think rightly about these ideas you need to use the intellectual part of the intellectual center. Can you do that by trying to control attention when you think? A. No, it is a simultaneous action, you cannot divide it. The fact is that about certain things you can think only in the intellectual part if you think rightly and formulate rightly what it is you want to think about. Then, certainly, you have to keep yourself on this idea without going into imagination. So the function itself determines the place. Q. I have come to the conclusion that I do not know how to think about what I want to think about. Is it because of buffers? A. I think it is simply that we are not accustomed to think about these ideas. We do not think it is necessary to think about them. If we realize the necessity, then perhaps we will be able to. But buffers have nothing to do with it. Q. I think that the general experience is that early contact with the system brings more destruction than construction. A. From my point of view, the idea of construction and destruction is wrong. Nothing is destroyed, but if we imagine that we have something we do not have, then when we start working we may see that we thought we had something but now find that we have not. This means that it is an illusion and we have to sacrifice it. We can have real things or illusions. We lose nothing that we really possess, we only lose the idea that we possess something which we do not possess. It often happens that people become disappointed in the work because, from the very beginning, they start choosing and take some things and not others. So after some time they do not have the system but their own selection from it, and this won't work. Other people want to understand only intellectually and do not want to make experiments with themselves and observe, but without practical work it is impossible to move. Q. Shall we be told when we can start practical work? A. You have been doing some practical work from the very first. If you had done only theoretical work, it would mean you have done nothing. This work is practical from the first. As I have often said, the first condition is that we must never forget what we want to get. People come to this from different sides. Some want to know. They realize there is a certain knowledge and that, maybe, there are somewhere people who know, and they want to get this knowledge. Other people realize their weaknesses and understand that if they can get rid of them things will be different. So people come with different aims and they must never forget the beginning. They can be reminded, but that will not help much if they themselves do not remember. Q. I wish I could strengthen my aim. I go on reacting in the same way as before and seem to be as mechanical. I suppose it is necessary to try harder? Trying hard will not help by itself, it must be based on understanding. It is more a question of valuation, general valuation, valuation of the ideas. About almost everything you can think in a new way, a better way than before. You can understand and connect together many things you could not put together or understand before you came. Only, unfortunately, you want to keep all the old ways of thinking and have the new at the same time, and so there is no room for the new. Again, if you have some habits of negative emotion, you cannot remember yourself while you have them, so in order to remember yourself, in order to work, you must have a little free time. It is not so much that there is no aim as that you do not want to sacrifice anything. You cannot keep everything you possess and have new things as well. Q. Is it lack of unity in man that makes it so difficult to find the practical connection between the aim of the system and the aims of ordinary life? A. There are no aims in ordinary life, that is where you make a mistake. In ordinary life one aim crosses another aim and destroys it or changes its nature, so that in the end there are no aims. Q. You say that the man in the street has no aim. But when you get older you do not fly about so much, you become interested in one thing. It is one-sided. There are many other sides of one's being and knowledge that this line does not touch at all. Some people can develop a certain oneness even in life, but these are exceptions. If, as you say, one becomes interested in one thing, only one group of eyes develops this interest, others do not know about it, only a small minority is concerned. So there are two questions here. The question of minority and majority, and the fact that if a line of interest appears, it does not touch many other things and occupies only a small part of one's being. The whole being never takes part in it. I think that what was said before about this question of values in the work and in ordinary life must be understood better. In ordinary life there are so many imaginary values that it is useful to clarify a little. In life the best things have no meaning. People see what is small but miss what is big. In the work you have to do many different things first in order to feel that you are waking up. Then other things come, everything comes, for this is only the beginning. Aim is necessary in the work, but it cannot be an arbitrary or invented aim. There can only be one aim to awake, and it can only come when you realize that you are asleep, otherwise there is no necessity for it. All other aims, however one may formulate them, must be in line with that. Then, when one wants to awake, one begins to see obstacles, one sees what keeps one asleep, one finds a quantity of mechanical functions, talk, lying, negative emotions and so on, and one realizes that all life consists of mechanical functions that leave no time for awakening. One understands then the need to suppress them, or at least to make them less strong, then one may have time for awakening. Q. My problem is, do I really want to awake? A. What can I say? Suppose you come to a shop and ask, do I want to buy something here or not? It is the same in this case. So how can I answer? You must understand that at first you get only unpleasant things. Maybe, I only say maybe, the possibility to get something pleasant depends on the capacity to accept something very unpleasant. Maybe this is the only chance. And if you agree to have something very unpleasant, you always get more than you bargained for. If you agree to half a pound of unpleasant things, you get 20 pounds. The great question is, what is the coin in which we have to pay? Effort is not really currency yet, effort has to be exchanged for something else and something else again, until you get to something that can be currency. It is very complicated. But what frightened you? Q. Suffering is the word in my mind. I do not think it is in me to face unpleasant things. It is a matter of taste. What does unpleasant mean? It means paying. I quite agree that it is better to get things for nothing, but such a method has not been invented yet. Either one understands this and says, I will pay, only I must know how, or one doubts and says, I had better either not pay, or pay to myself. Then nothing happens. Q. At first I was anxious to work. Now I find there is too much to be done and I feel it is hopeless. A. Although it seems much in description, it all comes to the same thing. It needs time, it is an organic process. Things have been going wrong for many years, it is necessary to give them time to turn round. Q. Sometimes I feel very frightened that I do not know what I am doing or what I want. I allow myself to get very negative. A. First you must not allow, and second, when in a state of doubt, you must remember to try and bring up other eyes which have a certain valuation. This is the only way to conquer doubts. Q. There are times when I feel a great revulsion for this work and a longing to escape, because there is something in me which I do not want to give up. How can I struggle with it? Either you have to escape, or continue to hesitate until you become sure of one thing or another. You must not do anything while you hesitate, it is very important to remember that. Just as in the case of understanding you must choose only things which you understand better and think about them, so in relation to doing, you must choose things about which you are sure, and not spoil your life by things which you do not understand. If you think rightly, that is to say, if you collect and keep only the things you understand, and try to do things you understand, their number will increase. But if you fill your mind with things you do not understand, you will never move. This is a very definite part of the system's method. Many things we know very well, but we continue to deceive ourselves, mainly about words. It is very difficult to understand the value of words. Poor in spirit are those who do not believe in words, and rich in spirit are those who believe in words. Often people say, if I do this and that it will be beautiful. They do not understand that it is impossible to do exactly as they wish, that each thing will be a little different and in the end everything will be quite different. Then, when they see that it is different, they say, yes, but the original idea was good. It was not good. It only looked beautiful as an idea, but in realization it often becomes its own opposite. It will necessarily change because of friction. There are some ideas that can pass through triads and others that cannot, that can exist only in the form of one force, or half a force, or a quarter. Q. I believe that the understanding we are seeking is attainable only by some. Is it not probable that many of us may get to a blank wall of elimination and no further? Nothing can be guaranteed. But if one wants something and tries to work and does not show some particularly unpleasant feature very difficult to deal with, one has a chance. That is all I can say. One has exactly the same chance as everybody else. One person may have very good and beautiful features, and yet behind this have one small feature that makes work very difficult, more difficult perhaps than for somebody else who does not have such brilliant features. Q. Is conscience what would help most to know oneself? A. Yes, it is a necessary element, one has to pass through it. It is the most unpleasant thing in the world, because in the ordinary state we can hide things from ourselves. If we do not want to see something, we just shut our eyes and do not see it. But in the state of conscience our eyes will not shut. Q. How can one bring the ideas of the system into daily life? A. By studying yourself and studying the system. Everybody has many personal questions and problems, but at present the system stands apart. Little by little you will learn to connect it with more and more things, and after some time ideas of the system will enter into everything. Q. Is it then a waste of time to talk unnecessarily, to laugh and joke when one feels like it? A. There is nothing wrong in it by itself. What is wrong is what increases mechanicalness. Passing time in chatting and laughing is one of the most mechanical things. It depends on what you want. If you decide to have a rest, it may really be a rest. But if you cannot stop it, if it gets hold of you, then it is wrong. Q. I can observe what a great deal of energy I waste in vague imaginings, daydreams and worrying, but I am powerless to prevent this. And the whole system is a way of preventing this. But first you must study. You are dealing with a very complicated machine and you must know it. By studying it one learns what must remain, what must disappear, what helps and what hinders, what one must remove, what one must encourage. People either do not realize that they can change, or if they realize it, they take it too easily. They think it is enough to realize, to decide, and one will change. But realization, by itself, will not produce a change. We have too many tendencies created in us. We must know how to struggle with them. Q. I am constantly up against my past. The roots are far back. A. Quite right. Only there is no direct method, we have to begin with today, we cannot change yesterday. Try to change today and this may produce a certain change tomorrow. This is everybody's state, a condition in which we have to start. But it is not an obstacle that cannot be overcome. Q. I have been very negative lately about the conditions in which I found myself, and I feel I cannot see clearly what attitude I should take. It is quite true that in certain conditions one identifies too much with something and loses the possibility to see the difference of things. Sometimes it is impossible to do anything, and sometimes it is possible to struggle. Besides, we have a tendency to magnify and exaggerate. The conditions may not be so bad. There are many points of view, and only you can decide what the case is really like. Q. The difficulty is that I do not know what is right and what is wrong in ordinary life, and this acts as a screen or a whitewash over my actions. A. We cannot say we do not know. We know, or at any rate we should know. Nobody can live without certain ideas of right and wrong. But when you come to the system and understand the basis of it, you see that right is connected with consciousness and wrong with mechanicalness. If people are a little conscious, little as they can be, so to say approximately conscious, they have a better direction. Even standing in the same place, but turned one way or another, makes a difference. Q. Is it wrong to ask questions to satisfy curiosity? A. Curiosity is a normal thing, if it is strong enough to make you study and if it is a right kind of curiosity, because there are different kinds. Right curiosity is a very important intellectual emotion. Q. Where does our curiosity for truth come from? And why are we curious at all? A. Curiosity is a special emotion which exists in each center. In the intellectual center it is connected with desire to know. But how do you connect it with the idea of truth? It is simply an intellectual process. Intellectually we distinguish what is true and what is false, and naturally we are curious about what is true and not about what is false, again only in our mind. Although we do not know what truth is, we can know what is definitely not true. Our mind is so made that we can know what is false, although in many cases we cannot say what is true. Q. What is the difference between desire to know and ordinary curiosity? A. What makes the difference is on what it is directed. If you want to know your neighbor's business that does not concern you, or if you want to know about dryads, these two desires are in different parts of centers. Ordinary curiosity is just weakness, foolishness. Q. I suppose I lack the right kind of curiosity, because I find difficulty in asking questions. Either I am too lazy or I think I can answer them myself. A. If you really want to ask certain questions, you will ask them even if you think you already know the answer. If you try to think, you will have questions. You are bound to have many questions now, only you do not formulate them. It is impossible not to have questions, for there are hundreds of things you would like to know. So you must think about these things and try to formulate them. Q. What does it really mean to have unity? I thought it was the same as permanent I, but now I am not so sure. A. It may be the same, it depends where you start from in your understanding. You may make a decision, and then 2 or 3 days later act against it and justify yourself. Or you may want to struggle, try not to do something you usually do, and when you find yourself doing it again, you realize that you have no unity. Even in our state we can strive to attain unity, that is, collect ourselves, or we can be dispersed and do nothing about it. Q. When one is struggling to do a job one does not like, what can one do to do it well, apart from not identifying? A. At first, when you are trying to do a job of work, you cannot catch the right point from which you can do it, because work of one or another kind can be done only from one point in yourself and it is sometimes very difficult to find this point. For instance, it is often like that when you want to write a letter, but once you start you may write more than you thought you could. The whole thing is finding the right point of the right center. For everything we do there is a certain part of a certain center that can do it, or at any rate do it much better than any other part of the same center or of other centers. Q. Does doing a thing well involve some measure of subjection of false personality? A. To a certain extent it may be understood that way. It means that, if one can do something well, one is able to have a certain standard by which one can measure both how other people do things and how one does things oneself and see when one does something in a wrong way. If one has nothing like that, if one can do nothing well, one has no standard. Q. I have a certain critical attitude to people I see a lot and I tried to stop it, but it has come back again very badly. A. Yes, sometimes it can be a very oppressive thing and more difficult to stop than people think. There is only one thing, just to look at it from the point of view of personal profit. Does this critical attitude give you anything or not? You will see that it gives you nothing. We often forget this question of personal profit, yet it is not only legitimate, it is the only criterion. Sometimes we spend enormous efforts, time and emotion on things from which we can get no benefit. Perhaps this will help you not to criticize. It is just the same as criticizing the weather. Q. I often think that things are arranged badly. A. And you can arrange them better? You can struggle with this way of thinking not at the time when you feel emotionally but later, when you can see better, if only from the point of view that we have to take everything as it is. You cannot change it, you can only change yourself. This is the only right attitude, and if you think sufficiently often about it, this emotional element will disappear and you will see things on the right scale, in right relationships. Q. Is there a way to prevent expressing annoyance? I lose such a lot of energy by it. And by expressing it you may create cause for another annoyance. Try to catch yourself on that. When you express annoyance, try to see that you do it not because you realize that you cannot help it but because you deceive yourself by thinking that you do it for a purpose. You wish to change things, people should not do this thing and cause you annoyance, and so on, but after you have expressed it, it may be worse, they may annoy you even more. It is quite useless to produce wrong results if you think about this wrong result. Maybe you will find the energy not to express your annoyance, and then the cause may disappear, because what annoyed you before would make you laugh. We often think we express negative emotions, not because we cannot help it, but because we should express them. There is always something deliberate in it. Q. But cannot you be rightly angry if something is wrong? A. The most dangerous negative emotions come from the feeling of injustice, indignation. They make you lose more energy, and they are worse if you are right. Q. Why is it worse if you are right? A. Because you justify it. If you are wrong, you can see that it is absurd to be angry. But this is not a complete explanation. Start looking at it from this point of view. Remember that there are very big things that are wrong. We usually identify with small things and forget the big. If we begin to think about the big things, we realize that it is no use identifying with one small thing that is wrong. And one small identifying leads to another small identifying. But again, it is not a complete explanation. Q. Can people have a permanent influence on others? A. Yes, to a certain extent they can, as much as you permit them. If you let yourself go in this direction and let them influence you, they will have an influence. But if you say to yourself, I do not want to be influenced, they will have no influence. Remember, they are machines. Can a machine influence you? Yes, if you allow it. Suppose you see a wonderful car and would give your life to have this car, it means that you are influenced by this car. It is just the same with people. You are open to the influence of other people as much as you identify or consider. Q. In relation to work, can one do people harm by influencing them in a wrong way? A. Yes, one can with some people, not with everybody. Some people are very easily influenced, so if you give them wrong ideas about the work it may do harm. This is why in speaking with people it is always necessary to be careful not to be misunderstood, not to give a wrong impression. Q. Would you explain why deep sleep should follow a moment of interest and urge to experiment, and why during sleep all desire to repeat the experiment goes? Every function, every effort, needs energy, and awakening needs special energy. If at the moment of awakening something wrong happens, if there is some kind of identification, or something like that, it produces an enormous waste of energy. And after that one may be asleep for a long time without remembering the possibility of awakening. But only if something wrong happens at the moment of awakening. And in our present state something wrong can happen any moment, because we do not know what is happening. For instance, some negative emotion may come in and produce such waste of energy that none will be left for a long time. So the most important moments to try to remember oneself are moments when one is habitually most identified, for if one can remember oneself at these difficult moments, other moments will be easier. But if one chooses only the easiest moments, then at difficult moments one will never be able to do it. It is necessary to try both. Q. In your view, if a man could live the whole of his life in a state of consciousness, could he do no wrong? A. We cannot take such extreme cases and speak of always. But if a man were to become even a little conscious, if he were able to control himself occasionally for half an hour or even for a few minutes, it would make such an enormous difference that all we know about ordinary men would be inapplicable to him. About doing wrong, that is a different question. If a man can remember himself even to this extent, you can say definitely that he will do nothing more or less serious without knowing what he is doing, and at a moment when he is doing something particularly important he will become conscious. Q. Could you tell me the difference between two men on their deathbed, one of whom has learnt the art of self-remembering and one of whom has never heard of it? No, it needs an imaginative writer to describe this. There are many different possibilities. The men may be very different and there may be different circumstances. I think I had better tell you a story. It is an old story, told in the Moscow groups in 1916 about the origin of the system and the work and about self-remembering. It happened in an unknown country at an unknown date that a sly man was walking past a cafe and met a devil. The devil was in very poor shape, both hungry and thirsty. So the sly man took him into the cafe, ordered some coffee and asked him what the trouble was. The devil said that there was no business. In the old days he used to buy souls and burn them to charcoal, because when people died they had very fat souls that he could take to hell, and all the devils were pleased. But now all the fires in hell were out, because when people died there were no souls. Then the sly man suggested that perhaps they could do some business together. Teach me how to make souls, he said, and I will give you a sign to show which people have souls made by me, and he ordered more coffee. The devil explained that he should teach people to remember themselves, not to identify and so on, and then, after some time, they would grow souls. The sly man set to work, organized groups and taught people to remember themselves. Some of them started to work seriously and tried to put into practice what he taught them. Then they died, and when they came to the gates of heaven, there was Saint Peter with his keys on one side and the devil on the other. When Saint Peter was ready to open the gates, the devil would say, "May I just ask one question? Did you remember yourself?" "Yes, certainly," the man would answer, and thereupon the devil would say, "Excuse me, this soul is mine." This went on for a long time, until they managed somehow to communicate to the earth what was happening at the gates of heaven. Hearing this, the people he was teaching came to the sly man and said, "Why do you teach us to remember ourselves if, when we say we have remembered ourselves, the devil takes us?" The sly man asked, "Did I teach you to say you remember yourselves? I taught you not to talk." They said, "But this was Saint Peter and the devil." And the sly man said, "But have you seen Saint Peter and the devil at groups? So do not talk." Some people did not talk and managed to get to heaven. I did not only make an arrangement with a devil, I also made a plan by which to deceive the devil. Chapter 14 Personal Difficulties. Necessity of finding one's most urgent and persistent difficulty. Negative emotions, imagination, formatory thinking, creating new points of view, struggle with identification. 3 categories of negative emotions and how to deal with them. Transformation of negative emotions, irritation, laziness, dull negative states, different forms of imagination, giving up suffering, voluntary suffering as the greatest force we can have. The role of suffering in organic life. Man is specially made for evolution, responsibility in personal work, necessity of working on many lines at once, formatory thinking and its characteristics, associative thinking, the need of higher centers to understand truth, meditation, right thinking, imaginary conversations, different meanings of faith, life after death. Now the time has come for you to think about personal things that are near and practical. We have spoken much about theory and you use too many words without asking yourselves what you mean by them. Now we must deal with facts. We must understand where we can start from as we are at any given moment. There are things we could control but do not control through laziness, lack of knowledge, suspicion or something else. We must think about these things. That would be right thinking. Try to find your personal difficulties. I do not mean difficulties of an external kind, but inner difficulties, personal features, personal inclinations and disinclinations, attitudes, prejudices, activities which can stop your understanding and prevent you working. All the difficulties you can meet with in your personal work can be roughly divided into 3 categories or classes. First of all, Negative emotions. For some people this is the first and perhaps the chief point, so they have to begin with a study of negative emotions and study of methods of non-identification. Some people cannot stop being negative, generally in some particular direction, and when negative emotions become hardened and permanent they usually stop every kind of work. Everything becomes mechanical and a person cannot progress. The second point is imagination, particularly negative imagination, for it is as bad as negative emotions. By imagination I do not mean dreaming, I mean rather imagining things that do not exist either in oneself or in other people. Everybody must try to find this kind of imagination in himself and the particular things to which it relates. The third point is formatory thinking and formatory talking. If one does not have a picture of what is formatory and what is not formatory, one cannot progress. It is necessary to get this picture. It is very useful to find some good examples of formatory thought and to keep these examples in mind. Then it will not be difficult to recognize it when you catch yourself thinking formatorily or hear someone else speaking formatorily. These are the chief kinds of difficulties you have to find in yourselves. For one person one thing is more permanent, for another person another. Later you will probably discover many more things, but in the beginning you will find that it is roughly one of these. One can have a difficulty that is most urgent, and everybody can find which of these three is theirs. You must find what is most pressing to struggle against and concentrate on that. There must be reasons for deciding on one or another, but all three refer to everybody. For most people it is necessary to begin with negative emotions. For some others it is necessary to begin with imagination, for they invent things and so never come to real things. And for yet others it is necessary to struggle with formatory thinking, for if they don't they will always remain in the same place. Q. You said there were many ways of destroying negative emotions. What are they? A. First you must know them. You must know in yourself the most important negative emotion, because everybody has a pet one and you must begin with that. You must know where to begin, and when you know that, you can study practical methods. But, first and last, when you find negative emotions in yourself, you must understand that the causes are in you and not in other people. They are internal, not external. When you realize that they are in yourself, results will begin to come according to the depth of your conviction and the continuance of your memory. You see, what I want you to understand is that each person separately has a certain definite point which prevents him from working rightly. This point must be found. Each person has many such points, but one is bigger than the others. So each of you separately must find your chief difficulty and, having found it, work against it. This may help you for a certain time, and then perhaps you will have to find another difficulty, and another, until you find your difficulty of the present moment. You will not be able to work in the right way. The first difficulty for everybody is the word I. You say I and do not think that this is only a small part of you that is speaking. But behind and beyond this there must be something else, and this is what you have to find. It may be a particular kind of negative emotion, a particular kind of identification, or imagination, or many other things. You must understand that all the difficulties people have are such because people are such. Difficulties can disappear or change only when people change. Nobody can make their difficulties easier for them. Suppose a good magician came and took away all their difficulties, it would be a very bad service to them, for people would be satisfied to remain as they are because there would be no reason for them to wish to change. Try to think what makes things very difficult or takes much of your attention. Q. I think my difficulty is self-pride. A. Self-pride makes a good servant but a bad master. But how to make it a servant? Only by beating it. Take the example in the New Testament about turning the other cheek. An ordinary person will say that self-pride will not let him. But if you can turn self-pride into a good servant it will make you do that. And this is important, because to be able to do that means other things as well: a quicker perception, control over the emotional and moving centers and many other things. Q. I don't quite see how to begin finding my chief difficulty. A. Everybody must try to find his own difficulty, not somebody else's, and in order to do that one must get rid of one's prejudices and of thinking that ideas are one thing, work another and life yet another. So long as you think like that you will not understand. You must realize that you work here for your own personal aims and that there is no difference between life and work. There are many things that stand in your way in a life since now, and in order to conquer them and improve matters you must do what the work suggests. The results will be seen in ordinary life, in relation to people, to things and to the work you have to do in life. So try to ask questions only referring to your own personal difficulties. Abstract things we may admit occasionally, but remember that they are not the first aim. Q. How can I struggle with possessiveness? A. First of all, mind must become free from justification of it. Mind must be separate, it must not identify. We have a certain control of mind, to a certain extent we can command here. If you decide not to justify a certain negative emotion, it is already the beginning of the struggle. Then the mind will act on emotions. What is the cause of negative emotions? They are always caused by other people, it is always other people's fault. That must be stopped. You must recognize that the cause of your negative emotions is in you. And you must not find reasons for negative emotions, it is always easy to find reasons. Q. Should we try to discover what it was in us that was demanding expression of a negative emotion? A. Very often it is imitation. Somebody else expresses negative emotion, and something in you admires him, and thinks, how beautifully he expresses this negative emotion, and wants to imitate, and you do not know it. It may be many other things, but very often it is imitation. Q. When you say, we must work on fundamental ideas of the system, do you mean like work on negative emotions? Can it be called work if one tries hard to work on oneself in this way? A. In any case, whatever you call it, you have got to work on negative emotions, first by studying them, then trying not to express them, then going further and finding your own favorite negative emotion. Suppose somebody has no self-pity, then it is easy for him to work on self-pity, but he may have some other emotion, his own particular one, against which it is difficult to struggle. Generally one has only a few principal negative emotions, although some exceptional people may have more. Q. I find it possible to struggle with smaller negative emotions, but sometimes they are too strong and there is an explosion. A. I tried to explain that negative emotions are different, and you cannot use the same methods against all of them. In all cases you must be prepared. It is too late to think when you are already in the negative emotion. You must study identification and be able not to identify, you must be able to think in the right way not at that moment but before and after. And you must be able to use negative emotions for self-remembering. But before all that you must be able to control the manifestation of negative emotions. If you cannot control the manifestation, you cannot start struggling with negative emotions themselves. But you must understand that you can do nothing when you are in the negative emotion, you can do it before and after. Sometimes, when you are better prepared, you can use them for self-remembering, but that is quite a special thing. In the work everything can be used, all wrong functions can be used, so negative emotions of all kinds can be useful as a help for self-remembering. By that I mean that you can train yourself in such a way that negative emotions will remind you of the necessity of remembering yourself. Did you say that the intellectual center could control the emotional center if we knew how? Can you tell us how? The whole thing is to learn how. Find emotions connected with a certain kind of thinking, with certain points of view. If you acquire new points of view, then after some time the emotion connected with the old points of view will disappear. Many emotions depend on points of view. But it is slow work. Why must it be done slowly? A. Because nobody can do it quickly. It takes some time to change points of view, to have new points of view established. It means breaking down buffers, and this is a painful thing. Besides, Buffers cannot be destroyed at once, because then one will have no control at all. In the ordinary way, one controls oneself with the help of buffers. So buffers must be destroyed gradually and will must be created at the same time. If a buffer is destroyed, will must be put in its place, otherwise one will not be protected by the buffer and one will have no will, so one will be in a worse state than with the buffer. That is why mechanical systems of self-development are dangerous, because by some mechanical means, without knowing what one is doing, one can destroy one or another important buffer without putting anything in its place, and become worse off than before. Means must be conscious, one must know. Q. Can one always find one's chief negative emotion, or only sometimes? A. One can if one is sincere about it. It is a question of sincerity, and of a certain effort, but we do not want to make this effort, so we never do. Even if we decide to look for our negative emotions, we concentrate on small emotions. We are never sincere enough to admit what our chief negative emotion is, because sometimes it looks ugly. When I said it is necessary to find one's chief negative emotion, I meant not the most important but the most persistent. If you find them and try to work on them, it often helps to see against what other emotions you can struggle. There are usually 2 or 3 you can struggle with. But you must be more precise and not just talk about emotions in general. General talk about emotions is good for general thinking, but not for acting. You can act only in relation to definite facts. Q. Are not the most dangerous negative emotions jealousy, fear, hate, anger? No, this is a wrong classification. The most useful classification is by the degree of identification, for it does the most harm. You take these as negative emotions of the first degree, but it is not necessarily true. For some people maybe self-pity is the worst. For another person the worst thing may be the feeling of injustice. You never know which is worst, because it depends on identification and on features, since the capacity to feel certain emotions particularly strongly and identify with them may be the chief feature of false personality. It is different for different people. Q. Which negative emotions has one to transform? All of them. There is no need to make a catalogue. One must first begin with those one can tackle, and then pass to more difficult and still more difficult, if it is possible. Negative emotions are an intermediate state between sanity and insanity. A man whose center of gravity is in negative emotions cannot be called sane and cannot develop. He must become normal first. Negative emotions must be divided into 3 categories. First, the more usual, more ordinary everyday emotions. You must observe them and must already have a certain control over their expression. When you have acquired a certain control of non-expression of these negative emotions, the question comes as to how to deal with the emotions themselves. You must start dealing with them by trying not to identify as often and as much as you can, for they are always connected with identification, and if you conquer identification, they disappear. The second category of emotions do not appear every day. They are the more difficult, more complex emotions depending on some mental process, such as suspicion, hurt feelings and many things like that. They are harder to conquer. You can deal with them by creating a right mental attitude, by thinking not at the time, but in between, when you are quiet. Try to find the right attitude, the right point of view, and make it permanent. If you create right thinking, that will take all power from these negative emotions. Then there is the third category, much more intense, much more difficult and rare. Against them you can do nothing. These 2 methods struggle with identification and creating right attitudes do not help. When such emotions come, you can do only one thing. You must try to remember yourself with the help of the emotion. If you learn to use them for self-remembering, they may diminish and disappear after some time. But for this you have to be prepared. At present, since you do not know which emotion belongs to which category, you must try to use all 3 methods for all of them. But later you will see that they are divided into these categories and in one case one thing helps, in another case another thing. In all cases you must be prepared. As I said in the beginning, it will be difficult to struggle with them or conquer them, but you will learn through time. Only, never mix emotions with the expression of negative emotions. That always comes first. As long as you cannot stop the expression, it means that you can do nothing about the emotions themselves. So before you can do anything else, you must learn to control the manifestation of negative emotions. If you learn to control the expression, then you can start. Q. It seems that the effort to remember oneself makes one more vulnerable and more easily swayed by emotions. How can one protect oneself? A. One cannot protect oneself in the beginning. One has to risk it if it works that way. Actually, it works both ways. From one point of view it makes you more sensitive, from another point of view it gives you more control. Q. With one's habitual negative emotions, is it some particular feature in oneself that always brings them? A. Quite possibly, but if you practice non-identifying you will see that. You identify with many things, not only with negative emotions. From morning till night you pass from one identification to another. But when you try more than usually not to identify, you may notice many negative emotions you have not seen before. Some you may see full size, of others you may only notice their tails disappearing. If you try noticing and not identifying, it will make you stronger in dealing with emotions. Q. What is the right way to find interest in things without identification? A. There is no right way. You must either think about right things or connect everything with self-remembering. If you can think about right things, you can be interested in them without identification, but if you become identified, all thinking disappears and it becomes just a formatory repetition of words. Q. One negative emotion which is always happening to me sets me against people whom I think I have neglected or harmed in some way. It is based on identification. I cannot see how to escape from it. A. It is difficult to say. We are so mechanical that in some cases we are not responsible. At the same time one has no right to say I am not responsible, so it does not matter what I do. One must do what one can. But non-identifying will not help in this case. If you feel you have done something wrong, try not to do it again. Very often people give all their energy to thinking about the wrong things they did and next day do exactly the same. Q. Did you say that negative emotions would be useful if we could be not identified with them? A. If we could be not identified, we would have different results. That would help very definitely, since it would give orientation to life and many other things we do not know yet. Yes, I said if we could not identify they would be very useful functions. As they are not useful. All negative emotions that we cannot avoid become useful functions if we use them for self-remembering. Some people manage to do that and get two things at once: elimination of the negative emotion and creation of self-remembering. If you have a persistent negative emotion and by right thinking connect it with self-remembering, then, after some time, it will help self-remembering, and after some more time, if you persist, the emotion will disappear. So they can serve a useful purpose if you can use them, but if you identify with them, they are no good at all. Q. Is there anything one can do about negative emotions when one is in a bad state? A. One must not believe in this bad state. Equally one must not believe in a good state, that it will always remain. Both bad and good state will change. If one believes too much in a good state, a bad state comes and one is not prepared, and as a result one is too much affected. If one identifies too much with one's bad state, one feels that one can do nothing. Bad state or good state, one has to go on. There is only one way. Q. Does strong jealousy come under the second category? A. That is for you to decide. It may have very many different forms and manifestations. Generally it is based on justification. Mentally you agree with it, approve it, prepare the ground for it. When you stop preparing the ground, it may disappear or be transformed into something different. But this is too general a description. There are 10,000 different kinds of jealousy, but the basis of them, almost inevitably, is that you feel you have the right to be jealous. You must always remember that all causes of negative emotions are in us. Are negative emotions catching? Is that what makes family life so difficult? Yes, it is a definite fact that negative emotions are very infectious, but particularly infectious for yourself. If you have certain negative emotions and admit them, if you do not deny them in your mind, they are bound to be repeated and become stronger and stronger. Self-pity, to me, is not an unpleasant emotion, though I consider it to be a negative one. Should it be stopped? Particularly if it is pleasant. When self-pity is pleasant, it is a particularly poisonous emotion. How can I think rightly about self-pity? In thinking about it, you must create in your mind a permanent solvent, an attitude which will break up your self-pity when it appears. Find the comical side of it, the absurd side, find the insane side, do not stand on ceremony with yourself. If you succeed in forming a permanent attitude, then as soon as self-pity appears, pour the solvent over it and it will dissolve. Find what is foolish, what is mad in self-pity, not by analysis but by examples. You will find many features in it if you think and observe sincerely, and if you keep them in mind, self-pity will not dare to raise its head. But if you find it does not disappear? That means a wrong attitude, and not only attitude. Self-pity is not quite normal, so study it, find all its strange features, try to be ashamed of it, do not think or speak about it as if it were something harmless or pleasant. I find in myself a very great self-indulgence which I believe is my chief weakness and obstacle in the work. But by my own efforts I do not know how to struggle with it in any but the most feeble way. Very often you cannot fight, or you do not know how to begin to work against some special weakness, but it does not matter. Work against any weakness and you will work against this weakness. It is a very easy way of justifying yourself to say you do not know how to fight against a weakness. Leave it alone and fight against some other weakness, the result will be the same. In special cases we have to return to some difficulty again and again, but in general all efforts lead in the same direction, whether it is struggle against negativeness, imagination or anything else. Does giving way to anger give me a definite feeling of exhilaration? First because it is a habit, second because it is easy. Every giving way to a habit gives pleasure. The machine always likes to work by the line of least resistance, but in the work we must go by the line of strongest resistance. Fear need not be a negative emotion? It may be necessary. It is the basis of many negative emotions. We do not speak about instinctive emotions now. Negative emotions of the instinctive center are necessary, but others are almost all useless. But even instinctive emotions can lead to imagination. For instance, one may be afraid of snakes and, living in a country where there is only a snake and half, one may pass one's life in fear of snakes. This is imagination. Isn't one often afraid of things one knows nothing about? A fear is simply a certain state, it can be without any object. This shows how useless negative emotions are. We often invent objects for an emotion when the emotion is already there. Take envy, fear, suspicion. We think the emotion is produced in us by something outside, when in reality it is in us. We only look for an object afterwards, and in this way we justify it. I still cannot understand why all causes of negative emotions are in myself. If you observe yourself, you will see causes outside remain the same, but sometimes they produce negative emotion in you, sometimes not. Why? Because real causes are in you. There are only apparent causes outside. If you are in a good state, if you are remembering yourself, if you are not identifying, then nothing that happens outside, relatively speaking, for I do not mean catastrophes, can produce a negative emotion in you. If you are in a bad state, identified, immersed in imagination, then everything just a little unpleasant will produce a violent emotion. It is a question of observation. But I still do not see how some things, for instance, people's behavior, could fail to produce negative emotion. They are machines. Why should the behavior of machines produce negative emotion? If a machine hits you, it is your own fault. You must not be in the way of the machine. You may have a negative emotion, but it is not the fault of the machine, it is your own fault. Other people do not have as much power over you as you think, it is only the result of identification. You can be much more free if you do not identify, and sometimes you are more free. That is why I say it must be observed. If you observe well, you will see that sometimes you identify more, sometimes less, and because of this, sometimes you are absolutely in the power of negative emotions and sometimes you have a certain resistance. It may take a long time to learn how to resist negative emotions, but it is not impossible. You must understand one thing about negative emotions: we are too much afraid of them, we consider them too powerful. We can show resistance to them if we persist and do not consider them inevitable and omnipotent. Q. I could see myself losing my temper the other day when I was talking to somebody, but I could not stop it. How can I control temper? This is an example of mechanicalness. You cannot control your temper when it has already begun to appear. It is then too late. Struggle must begin in your mind. You must find your way to think rightly about a definite difficulty. Suppose you have to meet a certain man who irritates you. Your temper shows itself, you do not like it. How can you stop it? You must begin with the study of your thinking. What do you think about this man? Not what you feel when you are irritated, but what do you think about him at quiet moments? You may find that in your mind you argue with him, you prove to him that he is wrong, you tell him all his mistakes, you find that, generally, he behaves wrongly towards you. This is where you are wrong. You must learn to think rightly then. If you do, it will happen like this. Although emotion is much quicker than thought, emotion is a temporary thing, but thought can be made continuous, so whenever the emotion jumps out, it hits against this continuous thought and cannot go on and manifest itself. So you can struggle with the expression of negative emotions, as in this example, only by creating continuous right thinking. To explain what right thinking is in a few words is impossible. It is necessary to study it. If you remember what I said about parts of centers, you will come to that, because in most cases and most conditions in ordinary life people think only with the mechanical part of the intellectual center, which is the formatory apparatus. This is not sufficient. It is necessary to use the intellectual part of the intellectual center. Identifying is the chief reason why we do not use it. Trying to self-remember and trying not to identify is the best means of passing into higher parts of centers. But we always forget about identification and about self-remembering. Q. Can conquering negative emotions, like fear, create energy? A. Very much so. This is one of the best means of collecting energy. All possibilities of development are contained in conquering negative emotions and transforming them. A man with negative emotions will never do anything. Q. Into what kind of things can negative emotions be transformed? A. It is better to say they must be conquered. But, if you like, we can say that they are transformed into some kind of emotion mixed with very much understanding, an emotion of higher parts of centers. Almost any negative emotion we have now can be transformed into an emotion of higher parts of centers, but this needs understanding, conviction that it is necessary, and decision to do it. Q. Is it negative emotions that prevent us from getting into those emotional states? A. Yes. We have enough money, but we spend it all on unpleasant things. If we save enough, we can use it in the right way. Power to use comes with quantity. Q. I observe two kinds of indignation in myself: one when, for example, I see a child hurt, and another when something annoys me myself. Are they both equally negative? The more unselfish the indignation is, and the more right you are, the worse it is. The more energy you lose in it, the more negative results it will produce. Why am I so much sooner roused into negative emotions during discussions than at any other time? Political discussions, for instance. Because you always think that things can be different. When you realize and become firmly convinced that things could not be different, you cease to argue. Arguing is based on the idea that things could be different and that some people could do things differently. Try to think from the point of view that all that happens because it cannot be different. If it could be different, it would have happened differently. It is very simple, but very difficult to realize. If we see something we do not like in others, is it because they are mirrors for ourselves and we have the same thing in us? Chiefly, yes, but it is a great thing to realize that. Maybe people dislike others because they are mirrors of themselves. They do not realize it, but somehow feel it vaguely and it makes them dislike them. However, there is also a principle in the work that before becoming better one has to become worse. It is not only because one notices more, one actually does become worse before one acquires more control. If one always remembered about people that they could not act in any other way, could one then understand them? Naturally you must remember that. And until this remembering is constant, you can understand nothing about them. There are many things like that. All you learn in the system must be in your consciousness at the same time, otherwise every small thing will make you forget everything. I find I become very negative when given advice and never agree with it. Again, it is all based on your attitude. You admit that someone else can affect your emotional state. We should not admit an emotional power like that over us now. Even if you merely think about this advice, you feel annoyed. You reconstruct it. But you should think in quite a different way. It is purely a matter of reasoning. Even if people give advice without thinking, even if you know better, there is no reason for you to lose your temper. You cannot get anything by being annoyed or irritated. You must stop justifying it in your mind. When one stops this justifying, one very often finds that the cause of all these negative emotions is some wrong idea. Everybody can find something wrong in one or another side of his life, and generally one tends to put the responsibility on this thing. One thinks that if this thing were right, everything else would be right. Everybody has one, sometimes two or more combinations of circumstances which one blames for everything wrong one does and for all one's manifestations of weakness. But one must understand that absolutely anything in the world can produce this result. Suppose there is some definite thing that is wrong and I think, if it were right, I would be different. But if it were right, I would be just the same. I speak from experience, because I know people who thought so, and when the particular thing they found wrong was changed, they remained the same and merely found another unpleasant thing instead of the first one. I find that one of my greatest difficulties is irritation. This is one of the deepest features in people and it affects the whole mass. The most difficult thing in the world is to bear patiently the unpleasant manifestations of other people. People can sacrifice everything else, but they cannot stand that. Irritation is a particular emotion produced by the feeling of mechanicalness of oneself or other people. It does not mean that every mechanical thing causes irritation, but sometimes mechanicalness produces it. If we do not feel the mechanicalness of other people in some particular instance, they may be even more mechanical, but there is no irritation. We are irritated by other people acting as machines, because we are machines ourselves. If we cease to be machines, we shall cease to be irritated. This feeling of mechanicalness becomes irritation because we identify with it. If we manage to remove identification, the same thing that we know now as irritation becomes a very useful emotion, a kind of tentacle by which we can feel mechanicalness. You cannot imagine how different quite ordinary emotions become, and often how useful, if we do not identify with them. How can one best deal with negative emotion when it becomes simply apathy? Very often when negative emotion takes the form of passive resistance, you can do nothing at the moment. But you can continue to work. If you can do nothing today, there will be tomorrow, and the day after, and next week, and next month. You must prepare for the future, first of all by self-remembering, by remembering why you came, by remembering the first principles. All this apathy and negative feelings come from long sleep. If you continue to sleep when you could try to awake, This sleep will produce one or another negative state. Q. I have observed in myself a constant desire to be comfortable. Is it general for everybody to feel this? A. This is one of the most important features of our life. To this desire we sacrifice everything. We are ready to give up everything to go by the line of least resistance. Sometimes this desire becomes so strong that one can be comfortable on nothing else. Even if something is not comfortable, one tries to arrange it so that it should be comfortable. Q. Is there a way of getting rid of it? A. What to do is a different question, we must come to it from another side. This desire is a very big thing and every effort against it is important, so every effort must be discussed specially, not all efforts together. Sleep is the most comfortable thing, trying to awake is very uncomfortable. Later, when we partly awaken, we will feel how uncomfortable it is to sleep when anything may happen at any moment. But it is necessary to come to that state. Q. How can one counteract laziness? A. By effort. How otherwise? It is difficult to speak in general, because there are so many forms of laziness, so many different escapes. We must speak about concrete cases, so only you yourself can answer. Find in yourself different kinds of laziness, then you will see that it is not always the same. In some cases it manifests worse, in other cases less strongly. You need a large quantity of observations. Nobody from outside can help you. Q. Is it any good just wanting? No, that is not sufficient. Suppose one is lazy in one particular thing, but not always equally lazy, sometimes more, sometimes less. This is material for observation. Find what makes you more lazy or less lazy, then you will find some causes and will know where to observe further. In many things in us we must find what makes a difference, because nothing in us remains the same for long. Even permanent features manifest themselves differently one day in one way, another day in another way. It is necessary to find what causes it. Q. Is there a means of telling the difference between a genuine need for rest and laziness? A. As in many other things, there are cases when you can say definitely, and you must take only these cases and not think about doubtful ones. If you start with cases where you do not know, you can do nothing. In this system you must start with things about which you have no doubt. Q. If you are trying to remember yourself, and you get some kind of result, can you be sure that it is not imagination? A. Again the same answer applies. There will be moments about which you will have no doubt, and there will be moments about which you will know that they are imagination. You cannot be sure about every moment, but about some moments you will be sure. Q. Can an outside circumstance suddenly wake you up? A. Yes, but the next moment other outside circumstances come and make you fall asleep again, so there is no profit in it. And the more one kind of circumstances awakes you, the more easily others make you fall asleep. Only this awakening is sure which comes from yourself. Q. Would a man who is beginning to awake develop a sense of duality? A. Is that an observation or not? If it is an observation it is one thing, but if it is just philosophy, it is quite useless. It will not help you if you decide in one way and things happen in another way. You must deal with today, and with a possible tomorrow. Q. I have found that I can have a negative emotion and observe it at the same time. A. Yes, certainly. You can have violent negative emotions and observe them. Very often negative emotions wake us up to a certain extent, so we can observe them. This is quite right, but it does not diminish them. They become even better if you do this and even more pleasing as a form of sleep. Observation is not the way to destroy negative emotions. If you want to destroy them, there are many methods, but observation is only for study. Q. Is there any way of dealing with rather vague, dull, negative states? A. Yes, many ways. Sometimes you can struggle with it, but supposing even that your state is so dull that you can do nothing at the given moment, if you make efforts before it comes, while in a better state, that will help. You have to do only what is absolutely necessary at such a time, But you must not identify with your state and must only remember that it will pass, must not believe that it is permanent. Emotionally, we always believe in things the emotional center does not know tomorrow, for it everything is the present, everything is permanent. You must not identify with this feeling, you must know that it will change. Everything that interested me in the work I very soon began to feel as a frightful grind. How am I to avoid this trap? Well, it is a beautiful state for self-remembering. You can use it. The more negative you are, the better you can remember yourself if you realize that you can get out. It must remind you, serve as an alarm, otherwise you will remain in a negative state all the time. It seems that only when I have observed some stupidity in myself am I able to make stronger efforts. Sometimes it is very useful to see one's stupidity. If one could really see oneself, one would not be able to forget it. But this is connected with consciousness. I have always been rather adaptable, and that worries me. If I try to make an effort, it is very unpleasant to start with, but later it is no longer an effort. At the moment it becomes easy, it is a warning, it means that next time the effort will be more difficult. I find I can sometimes get out of a negative emotion by allowing myself to get identified with something pleasant. You use the word identified in a wrong sense. You cannot say I allow myself to get identified, you can only say, I allow myself to get interested in something. Yes, it may work for some time, but if you become identified, it will be just the same thing from a practical point of view. Only, in pleasant things you can be interested without being identified, in an unpleasant thing you cannot be interested without being identified. I find enjoyment a great difficulty. I enjoy almost everything, and this seems to send me to sleep. Try to remember yourself, then enjoyment will be bigger, fuller, and you will profit from it. But if it makes you fall asleep, you must try to avoid it, that is all. Every kind of emotional state can be used for self-remembering, but before you can do that it is necessary to create a capacity for it, and the capacity can be created only by constant, regular effort. If you just think about it once a week, nothing will come of it. I feel my chief obstacle is imagination, chiefly about myself. Is there any special work against this? Imagination may be very different. If there are special ways, it is only possible to arrive at them through a detailed study. If you ask me in general, I can only answer self-remembering. If you mean daydreams, they are only half of our imaginings, and the most innocent half. Certainly they mean loss of time, but we waste time in so many ways that a little more or less does not make much difference. It is much more dangerous if you imagine certain qualities in yourself, in other people, in humanity or in nature, and then come to believe in these imaginary ideas and put your faith in them. We are surrounded by these imaginary qualities, and it is with these that we must struggle. In trying to resist imagination, should one find the cause of it? No, stop it at once. There are always causes. Replace it by something else, some intentional thinking. Why is it of no value to observe and study imagination as a means to self-knowledge? You will very soon see that it does not give anything. Imagination always turns in the same circle. It is an uncontrolled mind activity, and by imagination we create many false values, keep to them and use them in our thinking. This is why imagination is dangerous. We do not verify things. We imagine things either because we like them, or sometimes because we dislike them and are afraid of them. We live in an imaginary world. By escaping from reality? Not consciously escaping, but it happens like that. It is partly due to mental laziness. For instance, it is easier to imagine a thing than to study it. Wouldn't knowing that be an easy way of stopping it? No, you can know it and it will still go on. A special effort is necessary to stop it. We are so mechanical that we can know and still do the same thing. I feel I cannot wait any longer to try and find a path out of the morass in which I now find myself. The more I see my mechanicalness, the more I see the urgency of so doing. You must realize that a long time is necessary. Years and years have passed in ordinary life. When you hear about mechanicalness and are just beginning to struggle with it, you want results at once. It is necessary first to get accustomed to these ideas. There are no secrets or special methods to make it quicker. Q. I find it difficult to realize that imagination enters into all our emotions. A. Every emotion based on identification is imagination. Identification is a sign of imagination. When you find an emotion without identification, you will find an emotion without imagination. Q. Is thought the only way to test imagination? A. No, not thought but attention, because imagination is one of the manifestations that go without attention. The moment you turn your attention to it, imagination stops. Q. Do you mean that one cannot observe imagination without stopping it? You cannot observe it for long. If you just notice it and turn away, it can go on, but if you keep attention on it, it stops. Attention acts like a light, and imagination is like a chemical process that can only go on in the dark and stops with light. Q. Does it not mean that when you notice it, thought comes up? A. Thought brings attention. Attention is a different faculty, because even thought can go on without attention. But thought can work with attention, while imagination cannot. Some faculties can work only with attention and some others can work without attention. Q. What is the difference between ordinary thought and imagination? A. Intentional or unintentional, controllable or uncontrollable. Q. Imagination is one of the strongest things in man, yet it is the most useless. Why? It is a bad habit, a form of sleep, a weakness. It is easy, it does not need any effort. All the rest needs effort. Q. Is it possible to hope that we can get rid of imagination ultimately? A. We cannot speak about ultimately, it is too far. The first step is to know how much time is given to imagination, the next step is to give it a little less. Q. I cannot say whether something is imagination or not, and I do not know how to begin to recognize it. A. Nobody can help you to begin, you must begin yourself. You must catch yourself in some kind of imagination. I do not mean exactly daydreaming. You must have some standard of imagination, then, when in doubt, you can compare. Imagination can take three forms: passive imagination, imagination expressing itself in talk, and imagination expressing itself in activity. There are lines and lines of our activity, each quite different from another. Some start with effort and go on with effort. Others may be imagination. One may think it is effort when in reality it is imagination expressing itself in activity which cannot stop and needs no effort. Talking is the same, some people must talk, others must do something, but both are manifestations of the same thing. Q. I notice that imagining seems to take place in memory, going from one association to another. Is this a correct observation? No. Memory by itself is not responsible for anything. Memory is impartial, it supplies material for whatever you want. You may want it for serious thinking, imagination, expression of negative emotions and so on. Q. Is memory mechanical? A. Memory itself is mechanical, but the use of memory, the application of memory, the functioning of memory can be more mechanical or less mechanical. Memory is inscriptions on the rolls of our centers. How to use them, how to find them, how to verify them, that is another thing. Q. Should it matter much whether one knows the cause of any negative moods one observes? Is it enough just to recognize that it is negative? No. Sometimes it is very useful to know the cause, because when you want to fight with it, you cannot fight unless you know the cause, and the cause is generally in your own imagination. All the causes are in you, so it is necessary to know them. Q. Sometimes when one is unhappy or perhaps feeling negative, one is brought back to real issues. Since we have been told to guard against negative emotion, I cannot quite fit that in with the system. You mix the idea of suffering and the idea of negative emotion. It is not the same. Suffering is very useful, you can get many things only through suffering. But when suffering is connected with identification and imagination, it becomes negative emotion. You say that man must give up suffering and also that he must suffer in order to develop. How can both things be true? Different cases, different days, different moments. These are not two contradictory principles. There is much unnecessary suffering which one does not want to give up. Then there is some inevitable and necessary suffering which one must accept if one wants to get something. On the fourth way, not all at once, one has to sacrifice all unnecessary things, wrong theories, talk, imaginary suffering. Imaginary suffering is the chief obstacle. Then suffering does not exist. Only a certain amount is real. But we increase it by imagination. Real suffering exists, but it is limited by many things, by time for instance. But nothing can stop or limit imaginary suffering. Real suffering, if it has a cause, may be necessary, it may give knowledge. Imaginary suffering takes away knowledge. Death of a friend, or grief of some kind is real suffering. But if you identify with it, it can produce negative emotion. And, after all, suffering occupies a very small part of our life, while negative emotions occupy the whole of it. Is pain a negative emotion? Simply suffering pain is not a negative emotion, but when imagination and identification enter, it becomes a negative emotion. Emotional pain, like physical pain, is not a negative emotion by itself, but when you begin to make all kinds of embroidery on it, it becomes negative. It has been stated, or at least implied, that man loves suffering. Is this strictly true? You do not quite understand the meaning of that. If you think deeper, you will see that everybody has some kind of suffering, say self-pity. One never gives up this self-pity, it is the man's most cherished possession, he carries it with him, puts it in the best place, he will never try or ever decide in his mind to make an effort to get rid of this self-pity. Everybody has one or two negative emotions he is particularly attached to. He does not say to himself, I like this negative emotion, but he lives in it, is fully absorbed in it, and everything is colored by this negative emotion, so he will not sacrifice it. For many people, to sacrifice their chief negative emotion would mean sacrificing their whole life. Since man ceased to believe that his sufferings were a direct punishment from God, is he not ashamed of them and resentful of them? Yes, it looks like that, but really he will never give them up. When he decides to give them up, he becomes free of them. It seems a simple thing, but when it comes to practice, he finds that he cannot do it, because his sufferings have already become a habit, and so, although he decides in his mind, he still continues to feel the same. Nevertheless, in order to get rid of unnecessary suffering, the first step is to decide to give it up in one's mind. When a man makes this decision, after some time he will give it up, but as long as his mind is hypnotized by this suffering, he will not make the effort. If he gives it up, what will he get in exchange? He will get in exchange absence of suffering. That is why he does not want to give it up. What method can one use to sacrifice suffering? Realization of values. But there are different kinds of suffering. Sometimes an effective way to destroy suffering is to see that it belongs to the imaginary part of oneself. Division into real and imaginary is very useful. The general idea is that you cannot get anything for nothing, you have to sacrifice something. But what to sacrifice? One person does not want to sacrifice one thing, another person another thing. The answer is, sacrifice, our suffering, negative emotions, negative imagination and all that. It is a very good sacrifice, only it is very difficult, because one is ready to sacrifice any pleasure, but not suffering. How can one do it? Does one refuse to think that one is suffering? You refuse to accept your suffering, and stop your suffering. It is very simple. Suppose you have a grievance, either you are hurt or offended or something. Try to sacrifice this grievance and you will see how much you are attached to it. Actually, it is a very pleasant feeling when one feels, I have nothing to worry about. Nobody is guilty. But people dislike this, because they feel it as emptiness. I suppose the reward of any development is really suffering, for knowledge brings suffering? I do not see that it is necessarily so. It is true that development means increase of suffering for a certain period, but you cannot regard this as an aim or the necessary result. By itself suffering can bring nothing, but if one remembers oneself in connection with it, it can be a great force. If suffering did not exist, it would be necessary to create it, because without it one cannot come to right self-remembering. But people try to run away from suffering, or try to disguise it, or they identify with it and in this way destroy the strongest weapon they have. What is useful suffering? Until we get rid of useless suffering we cannot come to the useful. Most of our suffering is absolutely useless, we have too much of it. You must first learn to distinguish what is useless suffering. The first condition of getting free of it is to know it for what it is. Would you say suffering is to some extent essential for attaining change of being? Certainly, but it depends on what you understand by suffering. We get nothing by pleasure, from that we can only get suffering. Every effort is suffering, every realization is suffering, because there are many unpleasant realizations about ourselves and about other things, and there are many forms of suffering. As I said, some sufferings are unnecessary and useless. With some other sufferings we must learn not to identify, and some sufferings are useful. We judge suffering from the point of view of whether it helps or hinders our work, so our attitude to suffering must be more complicated. Useless suffering is the greatest obstacle in our way, at the same time suffering is necessary, and sometimes it happens that people cannot work because they are afraid of suffering. In most cases what they are afraid of is imaginary suffering. We have much imagination and sometimes giving up certain kinds of imagination looks difficult. Is suffering, apart from physical pain, possible without false personality? Certainly, but it does not become so insistent. When false personality begins to enjoy it, it becomes dangerous. Most of our suffering depends on identification, and if identification disappears, our suffering disappears too. One must be reasonable, one must realize that it is no use suffering if it is possible not to suffer. I do not understand how a positive emotion can be rooted in pain, yet some men of vision apparently attain the heights through physical suffering. Through physical or mental suffering it is quite possible, by transformation. Every kind of suffering, theoretically speaking, can transform into positive emotion, but only if it is transformed. However, such definitions are dangerous, because next moment someone will understand it in the sense that it transforms itself into positive emotion. This would be quite wrong, because nothing transforms itself, it must be transformed by effort of will and by knowledge. Can grief help a man to a higher state of consciousness? No single isolated shock can help, because there are many ties that keep us in our present state. It is important to understand that thousands of shocks are necessary, and for years. Only then can the threads be broken and man become free. How can real suffering exist if you say that the emotional center has no negative part? In the description of man in this system one comes up against the impossibility of describing things as they are, they can only be described approximately. It is the same as on small-scale maps where the relative size of things cannot be shown. In some cases, in the description of the human machine, the differences are so great that it is better to say that a thing does not exist at all than to say that one thing is big and another small. This refers to the emotional center. There are emotions that are not negative, yet very painful, and there is a center for them. But it occupies such an infinitesimal part compared with negative emotions that are not real that it is better to say that emotional center has no negative part. How can you explain the great amount of suffering that exists in the world? This is a very interesting question. From the point of view of the work, it is possible to find at least a logical form of solution of this problem. In organic life, man must be regarded as an experiment of the great laboratory. In this laboratory all possible kinds of experiments are made, and they have to be made by means of suffering to bring about some kind of fermentation. In some way suffering is necessary for this. All the cells of this experiment have to suffer, and because of that their tendency is to avoid suffering, to have as little of it as possible, or to run away. If some of these cells break this tendency and accept suffering voluntarily, they can rid themselves of it and become free. Suffering, voluntary suffering, can become schoolwork. Nothing is more difficult, and at the same time nothing can create so much force as voluntary suffering. The idea of development is to create an inner force, and how can a man put himself to the test without suffering? From one point of view, the whole of organic life exists for planetary purposes. From another point of view, it exists only for the sake of those who escape. So it does not exist for feeding the moon alone. This suffering is the highest product and the rest are merely byproducts. The highest is always the most important. We are far from understanding the idea of suffering, but if we realize that small things can be attained with small suffering, and big ones with big suffering, we shall understand that it will always be proportionate. But we must remember one thing: we have no right to invent suffering. Also, one has the right to accept suffering for oneself, but one has no right to accept it for other people. According to one's views of life, one helps other people, only it must be understood that helping cannot diminish suffering, it cannot change the order of things. Q. Should not one work for the relief of suffering? A. As much as one can, but there is suffering which can be relieved and suffering which cannot be relieved because it depends on bigger causes. Sleeping people have to suffer. Maybe there is a great cosmic purpose in this suffering, because only suffering can eventually wake them up. If they can arrange their life so as to be happy and contented in sleep, they will never awake. But all this is only talk, because anyway it cannot be changed. Q. Is there a definite amount of suffering to be borne in the world? A. Probably for the purposes of possible evolution everyone must be surrounded by enormous possibilities of suffering. Evolution depends on man's attitude. If he accepts suffering and tries not to identify with it. It may be that this whole law was created so that he could become stronger, because strength can only be created by suffering. Q. Is it good for one person to suffer for another? A. No one can suffer for another. If I have a toothache, it will not diminish mine if you have a toothache too. Q. You say that man is an experiment? A man is specially made for evolution. He is a special experiment made for self-development. Every man is an experiment, not all men. Now we have to return to practical things and the study of personal work. It is necessary to understand responsibility in personal work, because when a man begins to understand something, to formulate certain wishes in connection with the work, his responsibility towards himself increases. The more one understands, the greater one's responsibility, because if one knows nothing and does not attempt to work, one cannot make a serious mistake. But when one begins to work, one can sin against the work, so to speak, and when a man makes mistakes it can stop his personal work. So his responsibility begins as soon as he begins to work, and it must be understood that this responsibility is very great, because everything counts, everything one says or does. Everything one does not say or do, everything is counted and is put for or against one. It is not an arbitrary action, it is so in the very nature of things. Things themselves make it so. In order to do something, to reach something, it is necessary to work on many lines at the same time, otherwise one sticks. If you miss one or two lines, you have to go back and start again from the beginning. You cannot choose which lines to work on. Suppose you have to work on 50 lines and you discard 3 lines you do not like and work on 47. Then, sooner or later, you have to go back and begin again from the beginning on all the 50 lines, because after some time 47 lines cannot take you any further. I mean by those lines trying to remember yourself, trying not to identify, not to express negative emotions and so on. Suppose you accept all those lines and leave out only one, about talking, it will spoil everything. Or if you accept them all, and the next moment forget, you will again get nowhere. That is why we cannot get right results. We start well and then the next moment forget and say to ourselves, I cannot keep 50 things in my mind at once. Q. How can one increase one's sense of responsibility? A. It must be based on valuation. If you value something, then you have a sense of responsibility. Q. You said that another of our chief difficulties is formatory thinking. I do not in the least know how to think not formatorily. A. Think to the best of your ability and compare results when your thinking gives results and when it does not. In that way you will come to a better understanding, at any rate better than just wondering about it. Definitions will not help you, desire for definitions is only an excuse. If you find yourself in a very difficult position, you will think to the best of your ability how to get out of it. Think in the same way. Q. Before we can think differently, is it necessary to perceive things differently? A. We cannot perceive differently until we think differently. We have control only of our thoughts, we have no control over perception. Perception depends particularly on the state of consciousness. If one awakes for sufficiently long, one can perceive many things one does not perceive now. It does not depend on desire or decision. Q. Is all thinking formatory, except when we are trying to self-remember? A. No, not all, but a great deal of our thinking is formatory. But when we think about serious things, such as the ideas of this system, we either cannot think at all or our thinking is not formatory. Formatory thinking is always poor, but for some problems it is ridiculous. Q. You said once that thinking about the big ideas of the system can be a way of stopping identification. I cannot see why this is so and why identification should necessarily spoil thinking. A. Because identification makes thought narrow and defective, it binds you, you cannot think, you cannot make deductions. It lowers the standard of man's normal intellectual capacity. As to why thinking about the big ideas of the system stops identification, it is because you cannot think about them if you identify with them. Your thinking will produce no effect. When we are studying, trying to understand, this means a new way of thinking. The moment we go back to the old way of thinking, we identify. Q. You said formatory thinking always concerns itself with opposites, but how can we know anything other than by opposites? A. Not always. I said it is one of the characteristics of formatory thinking. And when we think, we must think about the subject itself, not about its opposite. Q. But if I am to know about some particular thing, I must know what it is not. A. Not at all. You can know what one or another thing is without making a catalogue of what it is not. It is quite a wrong self-accusation to say that you have to use such a clumsy method of thinking, because in that way you would have to think for 2 years about every small thing. You can think about things without opposites, just about what they are. Formatory thinking is not thinking. Never forget that formatory thinking can serve many useful purposes, but it is not for thinking. Q. People number 1 live all their lives with formatory apparatus. Does that mean they have no growth of being at all from the beginning of their lives? A. Not only men number 1 but also number 2 and number 3 can live only with formatory apparatus. The great majority of people use nothing else. Certainly they have a certain growth of being, only it is, so to speak, not individual, it is mass growth, in the sense of a child and a grown-up man. But their being does not grow beyond a certain level, and we are interested in growth of being towards man number 4. To grow up in the ordinary way is natural, but this does not change the level of being. And even this natural growth of being can be arrested. Q. I have noticed that if I ask a question, while it is being answered, my mind is working and, as a result, I am not listening. What is this due to? A. Quite right. This is simply associative thinking, mechanical thinking. Naturally, if you ask a question and want to know the answer, you must stop associations and take in what is said, and only then think about it and compare. If you do not stop associations, the answer comes to you mixed with your own thoughts, not exactly what was said. So you never get the right answer. Struggle with associative thinking is a definite line of work. If you study something, listen to something, or are trying to understand something, you have to do it with a free mind. If you go on with your own thoughts at the same time, your mind will never be free to follow. Why is one inclined to ask why rather than how? A. Because it is easier, more mechanical, we are more accustomed to it. To ask how needs thinking, you have to formulate your question in the right way. And why can be asked without thinking. Q. It was said that one of the methods of struggling with negative emotions is thinking differently. I do not quite understand what thinking differently means. A. It means to take some subject which produces emotion and think about it, trying not to justify yourself or to accuse other people. That will be different thinking. Although there are negative emotions that cannot be destroyed in this way, for they need stronger methods, this method must be tried first in every case. Q. I find that most of the time trivial thoughts occupy my mind. Would it be a good plan to study some difficult language, Russian for example, about which one could think while doing purely mechanical work? A. For what purpose? After some time you will have wrong thoughts in Russian. Q. Is there any way in which we can remember more clearly what we have understood when we were in a better state? A. It is a very important thing, but I do not know of any special method. These moments must be connected. Look backwards, try to compare. This is particularly important in relation to some definite question. For instance, you may understand something you had not understood half an hour ago, but perhaps in the past there have been moments when you also understood something in this connection. Try to remember these moments and connect them. Q. Does understanding of an idea or a term vary in relation to the degree of being? A. Certainly. People understand according to their level, their capacity, not according to the meaning of things. Q. My difficulty is that no idea is completely clear to me. A. It is impossible to make it clear with formatory thinking and words. People think they understand a thing when they give it a name, but they do not realize that this is artificial. When you can feel a thing and when you can verify it by higher consciousness and higher mind, then only can you say that it is really true and that it really exists. And schools do not deal with ordinary intellectual ideas. This means that these ideas, as for instance, the idea of self-remembering, are not clear without higher centers, for without higher centers one cannot come to the truth. Schools are the work of higher centers, they give us something which we cannot attain by ourselves, because we can only use the ordinary mind. And the ordinary mind has definite limits and cannot jump over them. It can accumulate material, forget it, accumulate again and forget again, and reduce the system to just nonsense by going too straight in one direction. When you find yourself in a state approaching higher emotional center, you will be astounded how much you can understand at once, and then you come back to your normal state and you forget it all. By persistent self-remembering and by certain other methods you may aim to the higher emotional center, but you will not be able to retain what you have understood then. If you write it down, it will have no sense when you read it with the intellectual center later. Q. Sometimes when I have tried to self-remember I have a strange feeling about inanimate objects, as if they had a sort of awareness that was them. A. Discount the possibility of imagination. Let us say simply that you feel something new in things. But when you begin to explain it, you begin to imagine. Do not try to explain, just leave it. Sometimes you can feel strange things in that way, but explanations are always wrong, because you feel with one very good apparatus and explain with another, a very clumsy machine that cannot really explain. Q. It all seems to come back to the same question: how to be more emotional. You cannot try to be emotional the more you try, the less emotional you will be. You can try to be conscious, and if you become more conscious, you will become more emotional. You must think about how to get more energy to be conscious. That would be a right question, and the answer would be that first you must stop leaks and try to get more energy by following all the indications you get from the work, all of them. Do not only concentrate on one, you can always find something that you did not do. Q. Sometimes I feel that I have the capacity to concentrate, but I do not know what to do. I only think about small things and it disappears again. A. You have always more than enough material for work on yourself, you can never be at a loss as to what to do. Try to stop thoughts, that is easy and useful. If you have no energy to do that, you must accumulate energy by struggle with mechanical habits and things like that. That will accumulate enough energy for this effort to remember yourself or the effort to stop thoughts. Q. Is meditation, as advocated in Indian books, the same as self-remembering? A. They speak of meditation, but they also say that one must work under a teacher. We read and remember one thing and forget another. We think we can study meditation or meditate ourselves. If you can remember yourself, you can meditate, if not, you cannot. Self-remembering means control of thoughts, a different state. Meditation is an action of a developed mind, and we ascribe it to ourselves. It would be very good if we could meditate, but we cannot. Self-remembering is the way to it. You cannot begin from the end, you have to begin from the beginning, like in everything else. What does meditation mean for us? Thinking about the system, trying to connect ideas and reconstruct the system. This is meditation, not simply thinking about one word or one idea. Q. In trying to think about some definite idea of the system, I always think the same thing I thought before. I cannot help it. And this is a technical side. You must try different ways. You can either concentrate on one or another side of the subject, or take one or another point of view, or try to explain to someone else. If it is difficult to think on some definite subject, you can always imagine that you are explaining this subject to some person. But again, you must imagine yourself explaining it to different people with preparation or without preparation, a religious person, a scientifically minded person, and so on. You have to explain differently according to who you are explaining to. Then it is always very useful to separate what you knew before from what you have learned from the system. This is very important. If you do not separate, you will always mix things in your thinking. It is necessary to know what you knew before, what you read somewhere, and what you got here. There is yet another thing you can do. You can try to write a program of thinking for yourself. Find your own subjects you would like to think about, or subjects which you think may be useful to you, or subjects which you do not understand but would like to learn to think about. All this is useful. Then, if you have time, think about them 2 or 3 times a day. Q. I have tried these imaginary conversations you suggested, but have not been able to make them last long enough. A. These imaginary conversations must go according to plan, you cannot start them just from any point. You can invent some sort of situation and make yourself speak to some imaginary person, or to someone you know, and explain some particular subject to him according to the kind of person he is. This may help. But do not try to give a lecture. A lecture is bound to turn formatory. Q. My difficulty is talking within my mind. Will these imaginary conversations help me to work against this habit? A. Yes, that may be useful, or you can think about the ideas of the system, set yourself definite tasks. Another approach is to see whether this mental talking is useful or useless. It may be useful, but mostly it is useless. Like all mechanical habits, it is very difficult to struggle with. You do not notice it, or you may have been talking to yourself for 2 hours before you notice, so you must have a better watchman to ring the bell when you begin. This means being more awake. Q. I feel one might achieve something if one could remember more of the system at one moment instead of just fragments. A. Quite right. That is why you will see after some time that it is useful to work with new people and explain things to them, because you cannot have a sufficiently large part of the system before your eyes if you do not repeat it all, and you can only do this when you have to explain things to new people and answer their questions. It is not necessary to give lectures or have large groups. Something useful can be done with 1, 2 or 3 people. Q. Lately I have been more dissatisfied than usual with myself and the lack of results obtained from my efforts. What is to be done? A. You must not let yourself identify with these negative feelings and disappointments. It is the worst possible thing. Think about something cheerful. For instance, you can take any subject in the system and compare how you thought before about it and how you think now. You will see that you have gained one thing, and another thing, and a third thing. That will help you to struggle on. Q. In the example of the eye of a needle in the Gospels, does it mean that when identification ceases a person has a chance? A. It may be simply wrong valuation, or it may be too many words, a great load of words, so that a man cannot pass through. Q. In our present state, can we know real love, loyalty or devotion? A. For us, these things are relative. We can have them more or less. But we cannot know them in any absolute way. Q. I find it difficult to understand that faith has no place in this system. Surely it is necessary to believe that the system has possibilities of making you more conscious? A. That will not help, quite the reverse. You must try to verify it, and base your attitude on facts, not on belief. If you do even 1/10 of what is suggested, very soon you will have facts, and then you must base your attitude on these facts, not on theories. Faith is a passive thing. We have to verify everything, except nothing on faith. For faith there are other ways, but in the fourth way faith would be weakness trying to escape work. Instead of trying to know, we would believe. Only what man himself finds to be true can serve as a sufficient foundation. We must understand that faith, in the true sense, is a certain state that is more than emotional. It is a positive emotion and, taken in this sense, it means a higher level which we, being men 1, 2 and 3, have not reached, and so we do not know what faith means. It is only a word for us. Faith must be directed to big things, not applied to small things of ordinary life. When people use what we call faith in cases when they must know it is just laziness. There can be one faith and another faith. It can be on different levels. According to the division of men into 7 categories, there can be 7 kinds of faith, so it is difficult to speak in these terms. Q. Why should I want to make myself different if I do not believe? There is a reason. A. Not believe, but know. If you merely believe, you will do nothing. If you find out your state, you will try to get out. But this will be based on facts, on observations, not on belief. Q. What center is used for faith? A. Real faith is a higher emotion, belonging to the higher emotional center. In our ordinary emotional center there can only be imitation faith. Real faith means not only emotion, but also knowledge. Q. I had an idea that work on oneself was work towards salvation, towards immortality. A. Big words. But if you said it is towards not making fools of ourselves, I would understand you. We constantly make fools of ourselves because we are asleep. Q. Isn't there a part of ourselves which survives bodily death? A. This is a very interesting and very important point. You ask so simply about after death, as though one could know about it. All experience of all mankind, I do not mean imagination, shows that we cannot know what happens after death, otherwise we would have known something positive about it. Since we know nothing, it proves definitely that in this state of consciousness, with ordinary centers, we cannot get at the truth, we can only make theories. First try to understand that our capacity of cognition, our capacity of knowing, is limited by our state of consciousness. In this state of consciousness we can only know certain things and have answers only to certain questions. If we want to know more, we find that we cannot, In practically every line of study we come sooner or later to a dead wall. In some cases this wall remains in exactly the same place, as in the case of life after death. We know no more about it than man of the Stone Age. We can only think that if we acquire a higher state of consciousness and use higher centers we may get a concrete answer to that question. We can know our life only from birth to death. If we want to know what was before and what will be after, if there is a before and after in relation to that, we can only hope that in a better state of consciousness, using an improved machine, we will be able to understand. We ask ourselves these questions and we do not realize that we cannot have an answer such as we are. There are many questions like that. It is necessary to realize and remember how many are the things we come up against in our thinking which are really insoluble for our mind. When we realize that, it will help us to see that we must begin with possible problems. Many people, I do not mean necessarily in the work, but even in the work, many people spend all their mental energy on these insoluble problems. They invent all kinds of solutions, try to think in this or that way about them, but it is all quite useless. You can understand one thing if you understand another thing, and a third thing if you have understood the first two. There are ways for everything, but some problems we can approach with the ordinary mind, while other problems, we must put off and wait till we are more conscious and are able to use better machines for thinking. In ordinary thinking, in ordinary philosophy and psychology, this question never arises, or if it does, it arises in so vague and confused a form that it does not help. But we know more divisions, more steps, and we must use this knowledge. It will help us to think more practically and to avoid useless abstractions and trying to solve problems which at present we cannot solve. Chapter 15 Idea of Esotericism, the Logical Method and the Psychological Method of Thinking. Explanation of the psychological method. What the idea of esotericism implies. Certain kinds of esoteric ideas become accessible only at difficult periods. Necessity of being united. Materiality of knowledge. Great knowledge and how it differs from ordinary knowledge. Accumulators of knowledge. Schools. Can one affect external events? Study of life. Big events of life and their influence. Subjective ways and objective way attitudes as a means of changing influences. Assessing events in life. Gradual disappearance of B influences. The reason for the decrease of influence of esoteric circles. Lack of preparation. The system and how it is taught. Different scales. Death of schools, and conditions necessary for their existence. Relation of the system to Christianity. To die and to be born. Prayer. Suggestions concerning the study of the Lord's Prayer. I have given you a general idea of the fundamental principles of the system, and up to now the center of gravity of our work, at least of practical work, was in ourselves. Today I want to show you a larger view. It is necessary to understand the idea of esotericism and to realize why certain people can understand this idea while other people cannot. We must know what esotericism means, what is included in it, what is excluded by it, what is connected with it, and what can serve as a kind of test or touchstone for recognizing people who can understand it. For some people the idea of esotericism appears absurd, impossible. For them esotericism not only does not seem valuable but does not even appear as possible truth. But for others the idea of esotericism is necessary and important. The cause of this is to be found in the difference of method. All ways of thinking can be divided into two categories: logical thinking and psychological thinking, and the capacity or incapacity to use the psychological method of thinking makes an enormous difference. The logical method is better than no method, but it is very limited. It is useful in law courts, but for understanding it is not sufficient. For logical thinking esotericism is impossible, because it cannot be demonstrated or formulated, but for psychological thinking, which sees the psychological nature of things, the idea of esotericism follows from many facts we can observe. So the psychological method may bring one to the idea of esotericism and may lead to proofs of its existence, certainly subjective proofs, but still proofs. And this in its turn may bring a man to the realization of the necessity of systems or teachings of an esoteric origin. It gives him the possibility of understanding the ideas of such systems and leads to the realization of the necessity of 3 lines of work and to an understanding of them. First, we must try to understand the difference between the logical and the psychological methods, and to establish what each of them is. The psychological method cannot be denned, but we can find examples of its application, of its working. We can see how the psychological method opens new ways of thinking, how by using it we begin to understand many things. When, by means of the psychological method, we have made a general survey of the teachings which prove to have an esoteric origin, we shall more or less know the qualities of teachings which can be called esoteric and shall be able to think in a right way about this system and apply its principles in practice. The psychological method starts with 2 admissions. The first is that things have their inner meaning. The second is that things are connected, that they only appear to be separated. Things depend on one another, they stand in a certain relation to one another, whereas the logical method takes each thing separately. So, the psychological method studies everything first from the point of view of its inner meaning and, secondly, it finds similarities in the dissimilar. The basis of this method, and the chief difference from ordinary methods, is the realization of the relativity of mind, the understanding of the type and kind of mind used, and realization that in one state of mind things can be understood in one way and in another way. For the logical mind everything is certain and unique. But the psychological method shows that everything, every conclusion, every deduction is a mental picture and is merely the result of the working of our mind. For distinguishing, comparing and finding the relative values of things and seeing which is higher and which lower, you can start only with this realization of the possibility of different minds. When you compare ideas, let us say certain ideas of the New Testament, of the Upanishads, or some attributed to Pythagoras or Plato with scientific ideas or philosophy, sometimes you can experience this realization of minds on different levels. What I want you to understand is that, even using ordinary knowledge, you can come to the relative value of ideas and see that the starting point is the realization that our ordinary mind is not the only one that exists. See if you can find some examples of the psychological method. If you cannot do so now, you must try to find, later, examples of cases when you had new possibilities of understanding. Q. Do you mean that one is not guided by the external similarity of facts? A. This is one aspect. If you meet with it, you will know what is psychological method and what is not. Q. Is the psychological method the use of the intellectual part of the intellectual center? No, not quite. The more centers and the more parts of centers you use, the better the psychological method. It means using all the powers you have. Logical method means the use of only the mechanical part of intellectual center. Q. And is the esoteric method the use of higher centers? A. No, it is the use of the system. You cannot use higher centers, but you can use the system. Q. Is psychological thinking only possible when all our functions are working rightly? A. We must start as we are. We cannot wait till we change, because if we do we will never change, and if we change mechanically, we change only for the worse. Q. What are the first things to learn in trying to think psychologically? I feel it is more than I can accomplish. A. When you say it is more than you can accomplish, you think about the completed process. And I speak about the process itself, about beginning to work. If you say this is beyond you, you can do nothing, and so, naturally, nothing happens. It is again this habit of thinking in absolutes. Q. What are the essential features of esotericism? A. It is difficult to speak about essential features, because it depends on how you take this word. The word esoteric means inner. Esotericism includes in itself the idea of the existence of an inner circle of humanity. You remember how humanity was described as consisting of 4 circles: esoteric, mesoteric and exoteric, which constitute the inner circle, and the outer circle in which we live. The idea of esotericism implies transmission of knowledge. It presumes the existence of a group of people to whom a certain knowledge belongs. This must not be understood in some mystical way, but more definitely, concretely. There are a great many differences between the inner and the outer circles. For instance, many things we want to find or create can exist only in the inner circle, such things as positive emotions, understanding between people, certain kinds of knowledge, all this belongs to the inner circle. I think this is sufficient for understanding the idea of the inner or esoteric circle. Q. I understand that the primary feature of esoteric knowledge is that it is hidden and one would not be likely to find it. So how can we recognize esoteric knowledge or an esoteric school? A. We are studying a system which is supposed to be esoteric, so with its help we will be able to recognize it. And although esoteric knowledge is hidden from ordinary life, it can be found. It is not hidden absolutely, so that nobody can find it, otherwise it would have no meaning. This would be contrary to its aims and would spoil the results of its existence. The only meaning of hidden knowledge is that it can be found, the important thing is how to recognize it. With the help of these ideas, comparing what can be found in the ordinary intellectual way and what cannot and then comparing it with the system, we shall be able to establish with a certain degree of probability the level of the knowledge we meet with. If we take history in the ordinary way as a series of separate events, we shall not find proofs of esotericism. One thing will follow another, on the surface and without apparent connection. But if we know that things are connected, and look for connections, we shall find them hidden beneath the surface. For instance, many big historical changes came apparently from nothing, with no antecedents, no origin. In ancient Greece there is nothing on the surface to explain the 7th century BC. In the 8th and 9th centuries there was apparently nothing leading up to it. There was no direct line of development. In the same way Gothic art seemingly came out of nothing. It had no history, it appeared instantly. In prehistoric art too, that is, in all that belongs to more than 10,000 years ago, there is nothing on the surface to explain the Big Sphinx, for instance. It is both bigger in concept and higher in level, and, so to speak, more clever, though this is not the right word, than anything we know. Who made it? Why are such works of art found in the desert? Then again, take literature, especially that of the East. We can find such things as the great Indian poems and the New Testament which are of a higher level than anything else we know. There is nothing similar to them, nothing ordinary can explain them. All these things are absolutely unique. If they are taken separately and presupposing that they have no inner meaning, they cannot be explained. But if we try to use the psychological method we shall find the connection. Try to think about esotericism, how it is possible, in which form it can exist, in which form it cannot exist. You can read of secret societies in the East, or in Tibet, of the existence of secret libraries, of groups of people living in hidden places and preserving ancient knowledge. This is a crude form of thinking. There is nothing impossible in the idea that there are groups of people of this kind. But the idea of esotericism is more subtle. It does not require secret societies. The idea of secret societies is a simplified form of thinking. It is quite possible that there are people here on the earth who possess much greater knowledge than we do, but if they have this knowledge, they have no need of secret societies. They need not live in the mountains,